Market poised to open higher here to start the day, week, and month. Happy June, everyone. Here's the S&P 500. As you can see, a little bit of a gap up here. We'll switch over to the NASDAQ. Also gapping to the upside. Now, USO, interestingly enough, also much stronger as traders continue to digest the possibility of this conflict ending and when potentially that could be. But of course, the biggest story here moving the market, and specifically a lot of these tech names across a variety of subsectors of tech. NVDA here, Jensen Huang, once again proving that he and his leather jacket can do a keynote like nobody else. Had that keynote last night in Taipei, Taiwan, and making tons of announcements, specifically involving personal computing and AI chips. So there's lots to discuss just from this conference alone. I think about half of our watch list is just different names moving in different directions and for different reasons as a result of last night's big keynote. Now, we know Computex Taipei also happening all week. So there's lots to discuss from that as well. We also had Qualcomm CEO Cristiano Amon with a keynote last night, or rather this morning in Taiwan time. So lots to discuss today, Sharif.
Yes, absolutely, Adara. Good morning, everyone. Very interesting headline from Jensen Huang in Taipei regarding getting into AI PCs. According to Jensen, this could be the next big push of a cyclical upgrade in the PC business as we look more to on-device inference. A lot of names moving this morning on the back of that headline. You have ARM 11 3/4, Microsoft, who's actually teaming up here with NVIDIA to create this custom CPU, also markedly up this morning to the tune of 4%. As that name continues to run. Dell also looking to take on Apple with a cheaper entry-level PC. Much like Apple, they have very customized pricing for students and regular customers. IBM absolutely ripping up here, 11.25%. Likewise with CoreWeave, who also got the latest Vera Rubin CPU rack from Dell, that Michael Dell taking an X and basically putting it on there. And you're getting a lot of names in the software space, Adara, that are making big moves. You have ServiceNow up 9.5% and CRM as well, also up a little over 6%.
Yeah, there's a lot to discuss for sure. I do want to also mention news just coming out here for MGM Resorts International. CNBC reporting that Barry Diller is going to be making an $18 billion bid for MGM. So to kind of get out of the tech space for a second, there is MGM. Microsoft, as Sharif just mentioned here, also on watch with the NVIDIA collaboration. But they have their Microsoft Build conference, which kicks off tomorrow. And according to Axios, we're expected to hear more about the NVIDIA collaboration from them at the Build event. In the meantime, we're very excited to welcome Sean back here at the Big Desk this morning. Sean and Neil, good morning. How are your weekends?
Excellent, and even better with the way the market's looking, I'll tell you that much.
I said to Neil, like, IBM's up 11%. Like, we bought that a couple weeks ago with that quantum news, and then it's just like gone right now is IBM, and finally taking out. And, you know, we're seeing Microsoft trying to go, and there's that high from IBM that is now broken out. Like, honestly, like, I don't know. I feel like buying good companies at depressed prices is the name of the game. I mean, it's not rocket science when it acts like this, but we're in like a pretty much a frenzied market here, it seems like. And, you know, some stocks going the other way around. And you mentioned even, you have it up right there, but Palantir, I'll leave it with you. But that's going higher here. AMD's trying to battle a little bit back, man. That got to 492. We'll see if this goes back again. And I need to adjust my mic cable.
Well, the market's so hot, it's frying our mics apparently this morning. That's just, it is what it is. You know, you're covering the markets and you see this explosion and there's going to be some casualties out there. Palantir had a monster day on Friday. See, this is the problem. It's only up 3.5%. It's like, oh, you're only up 3.5%? There's so much actually moving more than this. We talked about this NVIDIA move, I mean, bolstering ARM, because, I mean, let's be real. You don't make any kind of a device without ARM technology, and it hit 4. I saw 410. But at 411, it looks like is the high, pulling back a little bit here, and that's looking just insanely strong. Oh, the other thing that happened, you still have SoFi. Like some of the things from last week, too, let's not forget, right? SoFi stablecoin news, that was up. That's another 2 points today. If you happen to care about FedEx, don't freak out. Your FedEx stock is cheaper because you now will also own FedEx Freight. So FDXF will be trading for the first time today. So You know what's amazing, and we always joke around about our charts not having the split adjusted, but they do. Whenever there's a spin-off, they get the percentage right. So it actually correctly states that despite the fact that FedEx is like 333 now, it's actually up 1% when you factor in the FedEx freight deal. So yeah, unfortunately, that good news for ARM and NVIDIA is weighing on AMD and Intel a little bit. Right? Like that's in competition for them. 6 points to the downside. So what are you going to do? The big dog comes into your game, and usually that's going to mean some selling. And it's June. We know what happens this month. We know what happens this month. We get SpaceX this month, which everybody is highly anticipating. Oh, and Friday at the close. Let's just say there were some rather large imbalances. On NVIDIA and Intel. Oddly enough, Intel also got sold off.
Oh, and did it?
So both those tanking. AMD was upside. So this was Intel at the close with a big sell imbalance. NVIDIA had a similar one, just even bigger. And then AMD was a buy imbalance. Microsoft, I believe, was also a buy. AMD to the upside. But none of those moves, they matter for that 10 minutes, right? Like, it's not really reflective on what's going to happen to the stock, as you can see. Right? Like NVIDIA is now up, AMD is now down. Crazy, crazy moves, and you'll see some big numbers when we check out real trading as well, because the close was pretty big.
Oh yeah, okay, we'll have to check that out. But that was not expected, was it, or was it a rebound?
Well, it was MSCI.
Oh, okay.
So month end and MSCI, so obviously got some big.
We want to thank everybody that's part of our chat, of course. And here we go again. We want to thank the Hi Trader. Hi Trader, how are you? 5 Trader TV Live gifted memberships, and we've already, some people's taking it over here. Mark Stone, Joe's boy over here, got one. Daniel got one. Raj got one. Stryker got one. And the Balostos 5 got one as well. So shout out to everybody doing the best they can to watch us here. And this is also a week of cybersecurity names again, because Palo Alto is going to come with a report, right? We have CrowdStrike. Like some of these names, just like, look at this. This is now we thought April was pretty awesome. How about May right there? May and Palo Alto and CrowdStrike. Really, we had Zscaler get a little bit of a down push and downdraft last week on their report. But look at some of these names, man. This is just now $736 for CrowdStrike. That is absolutely unbelievable. The weekend went real well. I want to show you guys something here. This is my daughter in the middle here, and this is what wound up happening at. They played up at York Canlan, where the York Lions play. So it's a university there. And it was really good. That's her in the middle right there. And I was really proud of her. She led the tournament in goals. So we're really excited for that one. And that's her right there in the middle. So shout out this was just a spring travel team. So they were called, I think, the Snow Leopards or Shadow Cats or something like that. Anyways, congratulations to them. I guess
they're kind of similar.
I don't even know what it was, but that's what we were doing this weekend. Plus 3 baseball games. So 5 hockey games, 3 baseball games. Okay, what? Ford? Okay. Is Ford going again? I don't know if it is or not. We'll have to look that up. VCIG flying around there. And then SMCI, Nicole wants to know about. I think SMCI, I don't know, you guys saw that day on Dell. Dell put up 102 points there and up 32%, pulling back a little bit. But Dell, what a number that Dell had. On Thursday night.
Ford might not be doing anything today, but obviously respect to the run that they've got going on. And then you mentioned SMCI. It's oddly enough, like there's very few chip-based names that are doing literally nothing today. Unfortunately, SMCI happens to be one of them, but that sympathy to Dell was pretty good the last couple of sessions. But it's right back to where it was at the close. The other one, VCIG. Of course, it's at $9. That was interesting on Friday. I don't think I've ever seen. We always talk about the market, sort of having some weird tendencies, and people like to say that, this is controlled and that's controlled. But the timing of the move to $9 was pretty hilarious. So thank you guys for the fun on Friday. We enjoyed it. It's right back at that same price. I don't know if the volume's pretty low on this runner today. And you saw it rug in the afternoon. So I'm not really sure this is going to be that big of it in play, but good luck if you're still holding on. Obviously, it's doing really well. We have another headline. U.S. forces intercepted 2 Iranian ballistic missiles last night, targeting American forces based in Kuwait. Yeah, well, USO is up 2.5%, and the market's doing its best to not care.
You guys ate pineapple pizza? Is that what Ozan's saying?
Well, see, what had happened was, remember there was that stock in the afternoon, and someone had said,
VCIG it was.
and someone had, so it was on Thursday.
How do you get
someone
20
put
bucks?
in 9 or 20. So I basically told everybody, I'm like, look, $20 is ridiculous.
Yeah.
This stock it wasn't doing anything in the morning. I go, this stock isn't getting to $9. So I said that in the morning.
To 11.
And then that turned into the bet. It was not moving.
Right.
And then all of a sudden, right before like the lesson of the day, it halts up. Then halts up again right at 12 o'clock and then opens at 12 at 9:50. So like right when I'm doing lesson of the day is exactly when it gets to the stupid $9. And then we got sent in, there's probably still a box around here somewhere. So we actually had
Oh, someone sent in pizza.
we had
that's
pizza sent in from, what was the name of the spot? It was really, really good. Olive. I didn't know this joint. Really good pizza, except for the pineapple pizza, which was disgusting. We have another super chat here. We've got Alan. Alibaba, is it time to buy? Well, from value, it's always time. The problem with Alibaba is still a Chinese company. So, your guess is as good as anybody's. We just recently had the Chinese government take aim, and not specifically, it wasn't specifically at Alibaba tax, but it just reminded everybody how precarious the situation is there for any private company. So at the end of the day, for Alibaba, valuation is fantastic compared to anyone else in the space. But I think you're having to play this weird long game where hopefully we'll get back into favor. And it doesn't really have too much going for it outside of really that it's a fantastic value compared to any of its North American peers. But the sentiment just is not good for the Chinese names. Maybe the war needs to end. There needs to be more U.S.-China talk after that happens. I suppose that could give you a little something. I'm personally just waiting for lower to get interested again, or break this downtrend, which hasn't happened either. So for me, what are you gonna do?
I think there's such a big, huge boon right now in U.S. technology.
Yeah.
Like you don't really need to get into Alibaba, but I do think, as Neil said, depressed. I mean, they're doing big things over there. We heard Jensen talk about he thought that Huawei was going to be the leader there in China. So I mean, Huawei might be a better bet, but you can't invest in that here in the U.S. unless there's an OTC name. But I never see Huawei. My wife just sent me this. This was me not yelling. This is me telling all the girls, like, once IBM breaks its 330, it's probably going to Moon. And you guys are all pretty young, so you might want to get into some SoFi. So I was trying to tell these girls about what they were trying to do. You can see here, she's not that interested over here. But yeah, that was one of the girls. We had a couple girls events, and then I was at Hyde Park. So Hyde Park is obviously quite lovely. There as well. But there's USO. I was just going to show you guys, like we talk about Iran and we talk about Pakistan and, that source right there, that intercepting missiles. Not good as far as that is concerned. So oil today now upside a little bit here. You can see USO was sort of on the move back down in. I still think there's a pretty good opportunity for an epic flush. It's just that has to be ignited by some of these global instabilities or hopefully stability. And right now, you're at the 50-period moving average, up 2.5%. Not great, but also not horrid. We'll see if oil can pull itself back upside there for people that are long. I mean, up 2.5%. We'll see if it keeps on going and going and going and going. Oh my God, the super chats are not stopping right now. We want to. Oh, there's Hi Trader. Hi Trader, how's it? How are you again? I'm just gonna put it. Okay, you got it. Okay, I was gonna say I was gonna put it up, but you got it there. All right, $40 billion market cap. Yeah, in one day. Yeah, that makes about right. There, anytime MU moves, any kind of percentage points now that it's over $1 trillion. Oh, there it is. You got it written on there. So yeah, 1.13 trillion demand's unstoppable. I know. Sold. I know. Yes. So to answer your question, up to $1,500. Yes. I mean, it's impossible to say no right now. That still says USO. Hit enter. There it is. So there's Micron there, 1,003. To put a multiple on it, I think that you're probably pretty close. You're talking about where demand is. We just heard that the S&P 500 over the last quarter put $10 of earnings on. the board. So you do 10 times 4 right there. That's 40 on the S&P 500 this year. Put a $20 multiple on it, and the S&P 500 should be at $800 more, 800 points, sorry, more than it is right now. So if you add, let's just consider that 200's already in it. So if you give 600 more to that, that's 8,200 for the ES. If we continue with earnings the way they were in the first quarter, if that continues out, then you should have the ES at about 8,400 or so, if those multiples ring true. And if the ES is going to go higher, the NASDAQ's probably also going higher. Micron's earnings have no reason not to go higher. Obviously, it's a well-covered name, so the upgrades will still come through. And I think price targets get raised, and the stock price will rise. So I think Micron does have a good possibility of that. And, if you told me 3 days ago that this name was at $750 and it would be at $1,000 already, that's the exact same move you need. So you just need that move again to get to 1,500. Well, that move happened last week. So to say 1,500, you might even be light on that guess. So I don't know. I mean, Jensen came out and talked about computers just now. We saw, I mean, look at this name, right? I mean, now it's under 400. Boo, you ARM. But we just bought this one at 200. We thought we were doing pretty good getting some out at 300, and now all of a sudden it's at 400. So, these names with the compute just keep on going higher and higher here. And, NVIDIA's the big dog that's definitely continuing to bark. So I don't really think there's anything stopping that Micron trade.
Oh, and speaking of NVIDIA, the dog that begins to bark, well, it's good to be named next to NVIDIA because FLNC, Fluence, they of the 38% short float developed a reference architecture for NVIDIA, DSX, Vera Rubin, NVL72 AI data centers. They're up 21 points here. So if you're looking at small gappers today, you're still talking about NVIDIA one way or another. So watch out for this FLNC. 38% short float.
Kaboom.
Yeah, and breaking out. So, and when you look at this one, this is obviously not one of those pump and dump small cappers here. It's got a little bit more juice to it. 1.4 million, doing pretty good relative volume as well here in the pre-market. So that's definitely one to watch. I know the small cappers are going to be watching that. Well, I assume the gap traders are going to be watching that one. And Rashidi just said, why is BTC dumping? Any news that I missed? Well, Bitcoin's been relatively weak for a while. That's the best way to think about it. It has not been strong whatsoever. We've seen it, even in the pre-market on Friday, it was just gliding lower, and it's done this several times before. But no new headlines that I've seen. Just continued weakness where it's always been. Back up to the desk.
We're going to take a moment to thank our friends here at AMSS, Amass Brand Groups. They are trading on NASDAQ under the ticker AMSS. They are a beverage platform which is focused on fast-growing categories, including non-alcoholic, functional, and premium alcohol beverages. Its portfolio includes brands like Good Twin, non-alcoholic wine, Summer Water Rosé, and Cali Rosa Tequila. The company recently announced that Good Twin is now the #1 organic non-alcoholic wine brand in the U.S., with sales growing by more than 122% year over year. With distribution in over 40,000 retail locations nationwide, Amass continues to position itself around major consumer trends focused on moderation, wellness, and premiumization. Thank you again to our friends at Amass. And we're going to talk here about NVIDIA. As Neil and Sean mentioned, it's really hard to avoid NVIDIA, but it's also hard to avoid this move down in crypto. So I do want to mention and address this. I'm seeing some people asking about it in the chat. MSCR to the downside here. They've sold some Bitcoin, 32 Bitcoin last week, valued at $2.5 million, raising $128.3 million as well via share issuance. Is this surprising to you, Sharif, the MSTR sale? They kind of indicated it, but maybe not so soon.
Yeah, they did it previously already, so this is not the first time that we've seen them do this. A few weeks ago, Michael Saylor funneling out of some Bitcoin for some liquidity issues. Let's see if he continues with this offloading strategy or whether he goes back to his sort of purist approach, which is basically to hoard Bitcoin and add on the dips.
Yeah, we're gonna have to wait and see, I guess, how this unfolds. But certainly NVIDIA unfolding to the upside pretty nicely, as we mentioned here, and balances were not kind to NVDA on Friday, but nice gap up here. We get another really successful keynote from CEO Jensen Huang, this time in Taipei.
It's an ARM-based N1X CPU, and this is quite disruptive, possibly, to the PC market for a number of reasons. One, it obviously adds a competitive CPU on there specifically for on-device inference. They're trying to brand this as an AI sort of PC, AI CPU. But the disruptive part is actually to some of NVIDIA's own customers. I'm talking about the Dells. I'm talking about HPE. I'm talking about Lenovo. Why is that? Because NVIDIA is going to package the RAM into the CPU. Remember, we've been talking a lot about packaging lately. You take the processor, you take the RAM, you put it on the circuit board, and it's a finished product. Well, why is that eating into the Dell business? Why is that eating into the HPE business? Because that's one of their highest margin products, the upsell on the RAM. Who's bought a computer lately? You want to upgrade from 16 to 32 gigabytes of RAM? Get ready to ante up. And so that was one of their highest margin products, and NVIDIA is basically eating into that. So that's point number one. Point number two, this is a 3 nanometer process. So what's the point of that? Well, they're basically taking almost all of Taiwan semis at that 3 nanometer node. So that affects the Apples, who actually have their M series chip on that 3 nanometer node, as well as Qualcomm Snapdragon processor. So supply for those two specific chips could be very limited now, especially if NVIDIA takes the bulwark of their supply. Last but not least, this is a very, very interesting CPU that they're putting out here, because if the CPU becomes overloaded locally on the machine, it's actually programmed to offload whatever it can't handle locally onto the cloud for NVIDIA to basically process offsite at one of their NeoCloud facilities. Very, very interesting setup. Never seen it done like this.
Really interesting look here from NVDA. We are expecting more updates from both NVIDIA, likely just throughout the week. We know that NVIDIA CEO Jensen Huang is also going to be attending the keynote from Matt Murphy, CEO of Marvell. So that'll be on watch later this week. But also worth noting here, Microsoft with their Microsoft Build event starting tomorrow. They're also very likely to mention their collaboration with NVIDIA as well. So more NVDA on watch to be sure. I also want to do some housekeeping. 8:30 is approaching. We don't have any 8:30 numbers. We do have some numbers at 9:45 and 10. At 9:45, S&P Manufacturing PMI. 10 a.m., ISM Manufacturing PMI. So numbers to be aware of. But meantime here, what do you guys feel about chips today, Neil and Sean, specifically NVIDIA?
Well, specifically, the thing about NVIDIA is it's rising everybody else a little bit more than them. So, you know, one thing we did say on Friday is if you ever you said housekeeping, and it reminded me of, you know, the window dressing or the index rebalancing and the shuffling that happened at the close on Friday. And one of the things that you will often see is when you get these artificial moves, if you're ever interested, let's just say you were a buyer on NVIDIA for whatever reason, like maybe you like the prior high at 210, you're like, oh, this is a good support level, I want to buy it in front of that. When you see an imbalance day like this, it can give you an opportunity to get filled on like just some crazy stink bid, where, you know, there's a very short duration event, which means nothing. I mean, it doesn't mean nothing, but it's not going to matter to the stock in the long term, which can cause it to move 2, 3, 4 points, as we saw on Friday. And those can be opportunities if you happen to like them and you were looking for a bid. It's just something to think about, and it gets exacerbated by the fact that, you know, we said before, like, these companies cannot do buybacks in the final 10 minutes. So when you get a big down weighting, even a company that does buy back their own stock, they can't offset it with that regular program buying that you might see, which exacerbates down moves oftentimes. NVIDIA is it's getting to be boringly good at this point, but as I said before, it is now bouncing off that prior high, that 210. So you got this nice little double bottom, which is forming. I'm a little more excited once it can, now you want to zoom out even further. I'm a little more excited if it can take out that 218.5 pivot point, where a couple of weeks ago that was support, it turned into resistance last week, and if it breaks that, then I think we can absolutely fly. I want to be looking at the chips, in the ones that are moving more on this headline, and it's just the reality. ARM is moving more, Intel is moving more, same thing with AMD, Intel to the downside. This is legit competition here. And it comes at a time when Intel is basically, I mean, let's be real, it's actually just put in a lower high. Parabolic move, lower high got put in here for Intel. So I'm sort of looking at this as a pullback into the 100 level. And if it pops significantly. There's the 113 support, but there's also about 110, 111 as well. So I'm looking fade on Intel. I think it's in a bit of a healthy pullback phase. But apparently we're going to talk some options with Joe.
Morning. Let's take a look at some of the options activity from Friday session. We're going to be taking a look at CrowdStrike as we tick into new all-time highs, guys. We're going to have to go out a little bit here in expiration cycle. That is going to be the 18th of this month. But what I found from open interest and volume standpoint is we're sitting around 1,000 contracts there, still holding at that $750 strike price with 430 open and closed on Friday session. Now, if we're going to actually take a look at the cost of these specific contracts, relatively expensive, $42.15 and $40 on the bid. So you have a $200 spread on a $750 name. Makes it a little difficult to trade, hence the cool open interest and volume. Now, as for Gamma, you're going to have almost no exposure considering, and then your at-the-money IV sitting at 71.2%. But what I want us to focus on here, guys, and I know it's hindsight and it's not that easy, but if you happen to get in early on this move, we have CrowdStrike up 93% from its previous lows, the pivot lows. Well, how about 4,000% in some of these contracts, going from a value of $86 all the way up to $40 plus. All right, so that's some big time movement in CrowdStrike. If you were to front run that or even get in a little bit later, then you can see some substantial returns in some of these cybersecurity names. Moving forward to the next contract, we're going to be taking a look at Robinhood. Now taking a little bit of a slide here, guys, but we've been on a run as the PDT rule comes to a close relatively soon. But we're going to be taking a look at this $100 marker for the foreseeable future at this expiration cycle on the 18th. But at this $100 strike price, we're going to be looking 18,000 contracts still currently open and 18,000 open and closed on Friday session. Now you can see the bid is around $4 and our ask is at $4.10. Our delta metric sitting around $39 and then also our gamma sitting only at $2. Nothing substantial. You would think, considering the past couple of sessions, we would see an uptick in implied volatility. We do, but nothing drastic, okay? 69.3%. Now, if we're gonna talk about contract appreciation, once again, this is no CrowdStrike, but you're able to get $1,200 there, 1,200%, I should say, there from Thursday last week until Monday. All right, guys. Now, moving forward, we'll take a look at the next contract. SoFi, that $20 strike price, guys, closer to at the money here. But our open interest sitting around 67,000 contracts with volume 34,400 open and closed at that specific level. Now, once again, we're going to go into the same expiration cycle. Our bid in the ask, $2 spread, but they're not relatively as expensive as what we've seen on the past couple of contracts, sitting on that $57 delta metric gamma, and are at the money IV with a slight uptick, nothing substantial either, to 57.4%. Keep an eye out on some of these levels. And here's another one. You get 536% in contract appreciation from Thursday last week. Let's see what the open looks like today, guys. Let's send it back to Neil and Sean.
As always.
Yeah, lots of names. Yeah, I like that SoFi. One name that's not going to be an options play or anything like that. I mean, we have space here. Virgin Galactic is starting to go upside. I just wrote it down on the sticky note here today. And of course, the chart has to change. There it is, up 24% with a 22% short float. So, you know, the space is getting heated up. We've already talked about this. I think, you know, sell everything June 10th, 11th, wait for June 12th, SpaceX will come, then all these names will probably come crashing back in, then you'll be able to buy some decent levels, and this has included ASTS, this is included in Rocket Lab, everything. I just think that these names are all starting to get a little blown up. I mean, I think it's appropriate to talk about it because, you know, options plays and whatnot are probably very expensive right now in this space. And I started talking about this I mean, it's nice to see Virgin Galactic going up, but I started talking about this last week, that I do expect a decent pullback to happen in the Rocket Labs of the world as some of the air will come out of the idea as SpaceX comes to market on the 12th, right? So hopefully we'll get that pricing on the 11th, and then we'll see an exuberance on the 12th, and then maybe even the 13th, 14th, we start to come back in a little bit. And I think this market could take a little bit of a breather. But I mean, they've been huge. So, you know, I'm not in basically any of these other than the ETF. But you can see here now, we are getting a little bit of a pullback both in ASTS and in Rocket Lab. So a lot of the attention has switched over to Virgin Galactic here, and up 25%. Seems like it wants to keep on going there. 2% now. So that's Virgin Galactic, something that's on watch, and I've got it on here, and we're going to post it up after we get through our guest of the day. Early day, I guess.
You know who it is. It's the beginning of a month, which means we get some monthly charts. The NOS boss is in full effect.
Yeah.
I know it's one of his favorite times of the year.
It is indeed. I know I kind of spoiled it at the end of last week. Neil just spoiled it now, but I believe our guest here, Michael Noss, good friend of the show here over at Strats Edge, is going to be likely discussing these monthly charts here. You sent quite a few over for us. First off here, happy June. How was your weekend, Michael?
It was fantastic. It was raining, so we were inside a lot, but we made it work. How about yourself?
Great weekend. Thank you for asking. Let's get right in here to something I know you did this weekend, which was look at these monthly charts. It's a Monday. You had a lot of time to look at these. Let's just kick it off here.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, I kind of give the same caveat that I always do when it lines up and I can come on and talk about these charts. I know, you know, we do a lot of day trading, a lot of short-term trading, things like that. And some people think, okay, well, you know, maybe monthly is a little bit too long of a time frame, but I highly recommend whatever your universe is, if you're trading futures or stocks or whatever it is, once a month. It only takes once a month. Put on a Netflix show on one monitor or something and just go through that universe on a monthly basis, because it gives you kind of a nice zoomed out view of what's actually going on when we're so inundated by day-to-day noise and news and all of this. Just that zoomed out look I find is really good for like level setting and things like that. So first of all, the S&P 500, you know, this is where everyone I think is getting a bit nervous, and I'm hearing bubble talk come up and all of that, because yes, we're up 25%, I think, from that low with the war. But if you look at it, it's just 2 months up in a row. We spent about 5-6 months doing nothing. We had the breakout month last month, and this month was a little bit of continuation. But I think it's this next chart that has people more worried than anything, and that's SMH. And so this is where, when you're hearing all the bubble talk, they're generally referring to your Microns of the world and all of these different names, and it's because of this, right? It's that number is really small there, but it's up 70%-ish from the last 2 months. That's huge for especially a sector. You know, you get stocks that do that every day, but an entire sector being up that much, I think that is what everyone's focusing on, because that's what the news is talking about, and that's where everyone's, you know, doing all this bubble talk. But take a look at the next chart, and the next chart is the RSP. You guys know that I love the RSP, which is essentially the exact same names in the S&P 500, but it's equal weighted. So I just use this as a representation of what the average large cap stock is doing out there, not the giant NVIDIAs and Mag 7 and all of this, but what are the average guys doing? And we just broke out. We just broke out last month. So, you know, on this monthly chart, if you go back, that prior high is basically July or so in 2024, and then 2025 we had the dip. So that hammer candle I anchored this VWAP to is the tariff tantrum lows, and you can see how well we've been respecting that anchored VWAP. And then we just broke out. So we pulled back down to the prior cycle highs, and last month was just a breakout month. So if you're looking in one area, you could be, yeah, this is a bubble, this is getting too crazy, everything's going nuts. And then you look at the average stock, and it really hasn't gotten going yet. So that could be indicative of potential signs of rotation, where if one sector is getting too stretched, when rebalance comes along from a lot of these big funds, they sell the high flyers and they look to buy kind of whatever's next with the money that they made. So a couple sectors I have going here. One is the XLV, which is right down here. This one's interesting to me because we have these kind of 3 monthly bottoming tails in this 145, 146 area. And then last month was a strong month. We got another 15% to go for XLV just to get to all-time highs. And then through all-time highs we could go. Healthcare is a huge sector. It's not as interesting, right, as a lot of these other ones, but it's a huge sector. It's very important for the economy. So a push up here, there's a lot of names, your Lillies and your, you know, all these different names that you could trade, your UNHs and Oscars and all of this. They look good if this can find a bottom and start to move higher with everything else. Next sector here looks really nice to me, and this is IBB. So this is biotechs. And if we are going to see some sort of come down in rates or something, that kind of talk starts to pick up, you can see this breakout potentially happening in IBB, which is biotechs. You know, if you were trading this on a 5-minute chart, you would look at that and say, that's a really nice looking bull flag. I don't think it's any different on a monthly chart. You've had this really strong push up in late 2025. And then for the entire year this year and the end of last year, biotechs haven't really done too much. So a breakout there would be interesting. Next is, you know that I'm a quant, and that's what we do over at Stats Edge Trading. And on my website and on my Substack, I actually released the rules to an investment system that I run. And this trades once a month. And the idea is we're looking for different names that are strong and pulling back once a month. You can see the dark blue line is the equity curve of this system. Not perfect, but that's why we play multiple systems. And then below is the S&P 500. So some general good outperformance there. So because it's the end of the month, I thought I'd bring you guys one name that has triggered off, and that's the next chart here, which is GCT, which is Giga Cloud Technologies. It seems to be AI related based off the name. I don't know. I just know I'll be buying it here on the open based off this strategy. But I picked this one because the chart actually does look really nice. You know, it IPO'd in 2023. It's, hit this high of about $30, $40 a few times now. Really strong year or so last year and a pretty sharp pullback. And that's the idea behind it for very strong names that are experiencing a little bit of short-term oversold conditions, and we're looking to take trades off of that. So rotation continues to be the thing I'm looking for. I'm not buying semiconductors up here based off the chart I showed you, but if that chart comes down, I think there's a world in which the whole market doesn't collapse, but we start to see this moving into other areas of the market. So that's what the kind of monthly chart look around the world did for me today.
Thank you very much for going over that. I love, as always, that you're bringing up the RSP, which I know is something that you look at a lot. And it is really interesting to kind of see how that compares to the wider market, specifically with what we're seeing here in semiconductors. Do you have a couple of questions for you, if I may? Both of these are kind of,
sure,
I guess, a little bit more abstract, but just about the process of looking at these charts. So for one, I know you like these monthly charts here. My question is, if you go a little bit farther down the line in terms of time frames, so for example, at the end of this month, we're going to be starting to get these quarterly charts, 6 months, yearlies. I guess, what of these time frames do you like in terms of the wider time frames? And do you think there's a benefit of going a little bit wider frame, or do you think that can maybe lead to more distraction than actual signals?
Personally not, and it's because if you do yearly charts, you get one candle a year. So there's a kind of diminishing return there where I think you have to just look at what point has kind of the whole world changed, and am I looking too far back? And with monthly charts, I zoomed in here because it's easier for the audience and everything to see, but it's very easy to take these same charts and just, if I click the scroll wheel and I go back, I can see the entire history of the RSP, the entire history of the SPY. And I think that's more important than the candle width. It's the amount of data that you're bringing in. So if you can see, 20 years of price data, then I think you're probably fine with monthlies.
That's a really important distinction, and thank you for clarifying that for me and for everybody here. Now, another question I have as well is, you mentioned you were a quant, you were a CMT. For those who are not quants and not CMTs and who are maybe new to the world of looking at these monthly charts, I guess, how would you suggest they start? Which charts to maybe start off with here at the end of every month to get a sense of how those stocks have performed over the last 4 weeks or so?
Yeah, and it's going to be different for everyone. And I think it's, whatever your universe is. If you're a Forex trader, you're going to be spending more time looking at, all of the different cross pairs and maybe metals and that type of thing. For us, I think most people here are probably equity traders. Just like I have the same list that I go through at the end of every day, and then at the end again at the end of every week, and then again at the end of every month. And it should be the list that's the most important to you. But good place to get started is your major indexes, your SPY, your Q, your IWM. And then there's 11, I believe, sectors inside the S&P 500. That's another good place to go. You'll get technology and financials and healthcare and retail, some of these big ones. And then if you want to go further down, it just goes into actual industry names. So the beauty of it is that there is an ETF for pretty much everything that you can imagine now. Like before I got on, I know Sean was talking about space and Virgin Galactic and all of these different things. There's a couple tickers for that. There's NASA and UFO. So whatever it is that you like to trade, those are the ones that I would take a look at. But always you can start high, with your sectors and with your major indexes.
Always appreciate your insights and chartistry here, Michael. Before we let you go, can you please tell the people where they can find you on social media, on YouTube, etc.?
Yeah, and again, always thank you for this. My name is Michael Noss, right? I'm Michael Noss, CMT everywhere. Twitter, Substack, all that kind of stuff. You can just find me there.
Exactly. You guys can find Michael Noss, CMT, everywhere. Thank you very much once again here to Michael. Good friend of the show. Always happy to have you on here. And we'll see you again on Friday morning.
Thank you. Have a great week.
Thank you, you too.
And I cannot wait for that Friday morning. All right, guys, let's take a look at some of the analyst actions here this morning. We're going to kick things off with some downgrades. At the top of the list, we have Cardiff here, down 5.7%, going from a buy to a neutral weight by H.C. Wainwright. And then we also have Redwire. Neil and I talking about this a couple times last week, and it was most definitely in play. But getting the downgrade this morning, you're down 6.7% here today. Going from a buy to a hold, $13 to $24 price target by Jefferies. And then also we have Taylor Morrison, a buyout here. Neil, I know you're going to be looking at this one, outperform to market perform here. And then $72.50 is that buyout price, guys. Citizens giving them that downgrade. And the Campbell's Company down a little bit more than 0.5%, overweight to equal weight here from $28 to $21 by Stevens CPB is that target. Moving forward, Sharif, to the upgrade side of things, we are going to be looking at Dell Technologies, underweight to equal weight. I know that's why Neil was laughing. $178 to $448 is going to be that price target. Morgan Stanley giving them the nod. Now, BMO Capital, the Bank of Montreal, getting the nod here by Scotiabank. You're up 0.6%. You can see these are Canadian dollars from 209 to 234. Take a look at some of the tech names here, guys. We got Google down 0.75% here, but a price target increase by Piper Sandler from $425 to $445. Now, Broadcom also getting the nod, hitting all-time highs here today, guys. HSBC giving them a price target increase to $600, all the way up from $450. You're up 2.5%, guys.
Thank you, Joe. Sharif was having some fun during that. You can see him already chuckling over there. We know what's up, Sharif. We saw. Joe had no problem staying focused.
Professional.
Totally professional. Unlike some people who have the mouse flying around his head like that, but that's fine. I actually wanted to swing back because it was a stock that Michael mentioned, which I wanted to bring up. Is one of the things you did, like go top down, look at interesting sectors, look at what could be breaking out. Well, Humana is on the verge of breaking out right now. And the healthcare name, obviously it's been on a pretty good run, pretty much doubled up from the lows. But have a look at this 320 level, which is more or less attempting to break today. You could call it 21, 22, maybe even the 25 needs to go. But this is another leg here for Humana, as really the healthcare names are starting to, again, they've woken up, they're joining the party, and you're going to get some explosive moves. I do believe this one does stand out pretty well. Actually, on that list, the upgrades and the downgrades, you're going to find the ever so impressive Dell. Wow, whoa, we were. You had the earnings on. We saw this on. We saw this with Snowflake.
That was a monster.
But what basically happened with Snowflake when it was up like 35, 40% after earnings, Dell did more or less the same thing. Gap up, made its high in the pre-market. Once it found the low, it just supported the low and then retested the high in the afternoon for very much an inside day. If you continue to follow, the pattern from Snowflake after its earnings, gap up, held the next day. Snowflake, obviously there were some breakouts and the market's pretty strong on Friday, but Snowflake was able to make that breakout the following day. So gapped on earnings, consolidated, and then ran. Granted, Snowflake, probably not as strong of a chart as Dell, so you could say Dell's more priced to perfection. But Dell's pretty well set up here to emulate what happened with Snow. You held the low on the first day, bigger gap, which is fair, so it does have it's a little bit harder for it to go at this point. But if you saw, it was like hold it one day and then the next day you get that bit of a ramp job. So if it can hold on 420, that'll be the key here. Always seems to be a pretty big price there for Dell, that at 420, or just in the markets in general. That's one to watch. Humana in the healthcare sector, that's probably more of like a weekly play. Like watch that one do a second leg to the upside as healthcare is starting to look strong.
So I have, hey everybody, thanks Michael Noss for coming through again and talking about his weekend chart looking ideas. And I think he's right, man. Just start small, start with the bases, start with those indexes and move from there. And one index is IGV starting to go. And we have Palantir as a -- 1 trade idea if it can come back into 156, 157. I'm looking at this name and I have IBIT on there. We have NVDA short, wait a second. No, that's supposed to be Intel. I have to change that. Intel short, obviously, at those prices. So I'm going to get that going in a second. But yeah, right there. So we're going to look at some Palantir. And you can see right here that it has broken back above. I mean, it's sort of that 145, 150 area. I mean, it just happened on the weekend, on Thursday, Friday. So we'll see if it can continue to go back upside. Finally, I saw a lot of you in the chat calling this name out last week, that it was about time to go for a run. Well, you're right on that. We've seen Microsoft go back up to the upside, even a name like CRM starting to go as well. And you're at that 200 period moving average right here, right now. I wrote down that we really want to see a 160 hold. So that's going to be key. I kind of just wrote down 160 where the 200 period may be in about 45 minutes. So we'll wait to see if it can sort of make its way back up there. But let's watch a 160 fill coming on Palantir. Look, the market just made a nice little move down and came all the way back up, right? And Palantir really didn't think of anything about that move. So I like the strength up another 3.5% there today. We have here's CRM right here, back up over $2 billion. We got to say congratulations to that one. That's awesome because there it goes. Finally, they had a report last week. It wasn't even that well received, but there's the break, and you're finally now. I might get into some sell mode now for Salesforce. Let's see what ends up happening on this move. But look where we are right here, right now. And I was like, oh man, maybe IBM's not going to break out from those levels. Maybe Salesforce won't either, and then next thing you know, we could pop through into that 200 period moving average, which is 220. So we're talking about Humana over there possibly breaking out. Salesforce, I don't love it. I mean, they're probably getting rid of more engineers than they're bringing on, but I like Salesforce on the breakout. We just want to see if it can hold, and that's going to happen today. 206. We got to see if it can hold that 200 marker. We're right here. I don't expect it to hold like right away off the open. Let's just see if we can close above 200 and get a little good times rolling with Salesforce and CRM and Mark Benioff last week. So, Agent Force is their name of their new AI, and it's not even that new, but one that they're going to try to bring to the forefront here again as CRM going upside. And there goes Microsoft. Microsoft had a story as well, obviously with Jensen and NVIDIA. They're talking about Microsoft and some of that stack, and there that goes back up to the upside here as well. So we all knew that IBM, that Microsoft was, one of those sort of names that hadn't got back upside yet, one of the Mag 7s that still needed to go. I think you might have missed it, to be honest with you, at this point. There's still more room to go. But that's a nice move for Microsoft, 410 up to 470. I mean, in 3 or 4 days, Microsoft doesn't normally move like that, I guess, unless it's going that way. So let's wait to see what winds up happening with Microsoft. Look at the move that can happen when the buyers come back in, right? We went from right here, we went from 430, basically the same move last May. So last May, we went from 430, basically in a straight line to 550, making new all-time highs. Are we about to do something like that again right now with not too much negativity in the software space right now? Anyways, we'll see if that sort of Claude overhang has now reached its pinnacle with Microsoft. So we'll see if that gets going. Copilot, see if anybody's flying that coming up soon. So yeah, that's a couple looks there, guys. Microsoft, I don't know, Adair, it seems like we might have been late on that Microsoft train. Decent move back up to the upside over there, all sparked by, of course, NVIDIA and that call. They have Marvell coming up too, so watch out for some Marvell talks there. But yeah, a lot of these names can't be stopped. Space sector as well, we talked about with Michael there.
And a couple of IPOs this week. One of them, there's more than a couple of IPOs this week. There's two that probably matter the most, and they'll both be on Thursday. One is Quantinium. I don't make up the names. So if you probably have guessed Quantinium is a quantum stock, if you can't figure that one out. $1.2 billion IPO. But the other one, INIO, this is an energy company. They do power data centers, so that puts them in the right space. And that's a $2.3 billion. Both of these expected on Thursday. Hey, the IPO market isn't just about SpaceX and a lot, but obviously going to matter. There's a couple of ones that I think Wednesday. So you know what? When the market's at the highs and the market's strong, more people are going to want to take advantage of that by coming to market to get some capital. You are seeing USO pulling back ever so slightly. This downward trend will probably help the markets out a little bit, but nothing too crazy, as we have seen oil prices, which are gapped up and which have gapped up, starting to fill in a little bit of that gap. Let's go back to the desk. We've got plenty to discuss today.
Microsoft as well, just because Sean mentioned it, they do have, once again, that Microsoft Build conference tomorrow and Wednesday, where they're expected to talk a little bit more about that NVIDIA collaboration, at least that's according to a report from Axios. One name that definitely clawed its way back in recent days and months here has been Dell, D-E-L-L. They're actually coming off of their best day, week, and month in their personal stock history as of what happened here after their earnings on Friday. But other stuff to discuss here with Dell. They have that new laptop, which Sharif mentioned earlier, and also being mentioned here by NVIDIA a couple times at that keynote last night.
Yeah, and Michael Dell taking to X over the weekend, basically showing the server rack that he delivered to CoreWeave with NVIDIA's latest gen Vera Rubin tie-up, saying, that's just going to be one of many. Today, the headline is a $699 XPS 3 laptop. This is supposed to take on Apple's MacBook Neo directly. But let's talk about some of the comparisons and some of the differences. So the headline thing is right away, they're including as their base model 8 gigabytes of RAM to kind of match the Neo. Anybody who's used a laptop knows 8 gigabytes of RAM on a PC is not the same thing as 8 gigabytes of RAM on a Mac. Moreover, it's a single channel 8 gigabytes of RAM, not a dual channel. You're going to have to ante up a little bit more. That's point number one. Point number two, they tried to make it the thinnest, the smallest, the lightest XPS ever in history. 2.2 pounds, half an inch thick. What they didn't say was the keyboard feedback basically is all but nothing. 0.8 millimeters of feedback on the keyboard, so you're not really going to get that tactile feel. Industry standard is 1.2 to 1.3. Moreover, that $599 student headline, that's temporary, whereas for Apple, it's permanent, expires November 2nd for Dell. Fourthly, that 256 gigabyte regional downgrade plan, so what they did was they wanted their hard drive to be bigger than the MacBook Neo, 512 gigs instead of the standard 256 for Apple. What they didn't tell you was that they're looking at winding down that standard from 512 to 256 by basically the year's end. So initially that 512 is just going to be promotional. Then that $699 price tag is going to go down to 256. Last but not least, they're quoting 17 hours of battery life for video feedback play. What they don't say is that this is an unproven, untested amount because it's based on the Wildcat Lake Core 5 Intel architecture. That's pretty new. I don't really know any other laptop who's used that technology quite yet. These are claims being made by Intel. Let's see how they do in the wild.
Yeah, good look here for a lot of these computing names here, including Dell. I also want to mention we do have some more news, unfortunately, coming out of the Middle East. IDF reporting that there are some sirens warning of hostile aircraft infiltration in the north. You do get a little bit of a spike here, as you can see in the 3-minute for USO as we get this headline. But Dell, guys, what are your thoughts?
Hard to have thoughts other than positive.
Hold it.
Yeah, I feel like.
Well, I think it's more of a hold. I don't know. We talked about this with the ridiculous is the wrong word, with the impressive rally that it's been on. I mean, going into earnings, it was already impressive, and then you get 35 points for Dell. So it had a consolidative day on Friday, which, I mean, you can't, I know most of the day on Friday, you would argue that Dell was selling. Right, so there was a lot of selling, but that's kind of to be expected. It didn't close in the gap. It found buyers into the close, ultimately. Like, it had strength after support in front of 400 into the close. And I think as long as it can hold that level, maybe for a couple of days, you give it the old 3-day rule kind of thing, I think it should be absolutely fine. If it holds 420 specifically, though, I think a test of the 440 high is at least likely. Whether or not it can break out from there, I think it's asking a lot for it to do some kind of a clean breakout. You've got much more, you've got a lot of places today where there's a lot of excitement specifically when you're talking about ARM, and then you're looking at the software names, which are a little bigger, and then if we're looking the other direction, Intel's going to be a big mover, and AMD is going to be a big mover. So it wouldn't surprise me if you had somewhat of an inside day, but so long as this holds 400, I think you've got to be absolutely thrilled. Like, let it consolidate some of these gains, and then make another leg. It's just hard to imagine it can go parabolic again so soon. Again, like, it just feels more like a hold than anything else.
Yeah, for me, I wanted to look at, I think obviously Dell's been great, SMCI has been great on the back of it as well. But another name that is starting to turn out to be fantastic over the last little while is Oracle, because this name right now has finally broken above its year and gone green now on the year. So there it goes, breaking through the 200 period. Like Palantir's at the 200 period moving average, Oracle said no way to that one, and that just ripped up right back through some of these levels. Now you're up to 230 again, back to where we were in November. I mean, we fell all the way into 120, and it just fell right into the lap of some of these tariff lows right back in there when we had that tantrum. But back into 130s, bang, up to the upside now, 230 and change. Oracle's starting to go upside. If this data center play is, they've raised the capital, they've got, all these bond offerings through now, and hopefully be able to go ahead and build out. And we've seen names like CoreWeave and NBIS, Nebius starting to get going. And there's Dell going, SMCI, Marvell. All the pieces are coming together now, and I just think that Oracle, although if you were buying some down here, nothing wrong with taking some out. I mean, I told you a couple of weeks ago, we sold, I think it was maybe 2 weeks ago, we sold some AMD right around these prices. So it's not like it's doing anything from this. We sold some Intel a little bit higher than where it is right now as well. That's starting to come in a little bit. So Oracle, I think, take a little bit of an advantage of that move that we've had to the upside right now. Maybe take a little off of Oracle, but that's starting to break. Maybe if you get a little bit of a dip buy back into 200 there for ORCL. And we always get questions about, like, when do you get out? I think you get out the same way you're getting in. I mean, if you dollar cost averaged into a name like Oracle, I mean, here's
oh my God.
Big Bear AI right now, we're long at 420, and now it's 25% in the money. So did you have to hold it through? Yeah, I mean, we bought this name a hell of a long time ago, but I just gotta tell you the same type of thing. If you've been sitting here listening to me talk about Big Bear AI for the last 6 or 8 months, you're going to now see some nice gains from some of these lows if you were able to get in around here. And there's the move up to the 200 period moving average. So, it's easy again to say, wow, I think this is going to moon. I'm still waiting for $8, right? But a wiser trader may think about, okay, it's at the 200 period. We've just had quite a nice move from 380 up to 530. What's the next play? Why not, if you have 100% of your position, $1,000, take out 200 of it, and start to play a little bit with house money. I think when you're playing on these kind of names, that's what you're looking for. You're looking to get into a position, and it's happened with Palantir, it's happened with Micron, SanDisk, any of the names that have been related to this whole move higher. You're playing with house money if you get out, right? If you can get out a half at a decent level and let the other half ride, half might be a little bit too much because I don't think that this move is over yet. But even a Palantir from 130 up to 160, you just made $30. You just made 20-something% in 3 days. I think it's worth taking a little bit off of some of these names that have started to really run. And I would also include Dell into that, right? I mean, President Trump was like, dude, go buy a Dell, like without the dude word. And it's absolutely mooned from there, right? I mean, it's, I can't remember, Derek probably remembers the exact day, but that was a huge move higher there for Dell. All started with those Trump accounts, when those were announced back into here, I think late February, maybe early March. And then it's just been absolutely blasting to the high side. So yeah, I think there is some room to take off some profit here. And, case in point, ARM. Back up to $400 again. Maybe 400 might be that spot, but wow, 200 to 400, and forget about that 200 move. It was just at 100 back in March. So you've gone now 4x on ARM, like 4x on ARM we can go. We're going to talk about 4x. You got to go back to February, but that's fine. February, March, April, May. 100% a month, basically. Thank you, ARM. That doesn't normally happen. So, yeah, some interesting.
What's crazy, you say that doesn't normally happen, but like in this market,
well, that's what I mean.
Like multiple places where it has happened. That's the crazy.
Oh yeah, and that's why I think it's the right thing to do is to maybe think about, is this market normal or not? And I would say, hey, we had a 10% move down. when this war was first announced.
Exactly.
You know, so I think if there is ever a settling of it, you may get a little bit of a bump lower. The surprise, surprise, if that ever winds up happening, and then I think it'll be off to the races. You know, generally summer can slow down, but it doesn't seem like it maybe this time around. Will people be taking off some time for the World Cup? Sharif, give me a sleeper team for the World Cup. Is there anything we should be looking at over here?
Not us.
That's a great question, Katina, man. You know what? I'm always inclined to say Belgium just because they have such a roster of talent that, you know, individually, these are really big names, but collectively as a team, they've really always underperformed. So I'm gonna say Belgium's a bit of a sleeper. Who else? Let me pick one off the continent of Europe, since Europe really pretty much dominates this. I'm gonna go ahead and say, look, this is probably not gonna surprise anyone. I'm gonna say Brazil. But Brazil was really not chosen to do anything at this World Cup here. Oh, no. Oh, Brazil was really not chosen to do anything at this World Cup here. I think they have fantastic defense. You got my boy Gabriel Magalhães in the back, but you also have Marquinhos. Those are two great central defenders. I don't see too many goals getting past those two central defenders. So if their defense can hold up, and even Neymar is back, guys, so maybe he can kind of get the mood going there on the bench. I think Brazil's probably the South American sleeper, Adara.
Yeah, I know very little here about FIFA, but I guess good luck to all, and I'm sure everyone will have a great time watching when this World Cup takes place. We're going to get into the rundown in a minute here. I do also want to mention, because Neil did talk about it earlier, this is going to be on Watch this week. Quantinuum is, I believe, how it's spelled and supposed to be pronounced here. That's the QNT, that Honeywell quantum spin-up. I just saw here, I'm seeing this about 20 minutes ago, starting to see this circulate now. They've raised how much they're trying to seek in this IPO. Initially here, $1.05 billion. They're now seeking $1.46 billion. Do you think this IPO is going to be one to watch this week, Sharif?
I don't have too much information on it, to be honest with you, Adara, so I feel a little bit silly opining, but, you know, it's been quite good lately for these IPOs, save and except for Cerebras, which caught, you know, some people off guard here. We'll keep an eye on it, and we'll definitely be covering it on the midday if it does open up during then.
Which it might, but I guess in the meantime, we can get right into these futures for you all to kick off the day, week, and month here for June 26th.
Yeah, 756.5, guys, is where we closed out Friday on the SPY. We're basically just a little bit below 758 right now. So my first inclination is to say we're looking for 755 as that first area of support. If we start selling off below 755, perhaps something comes untoward from the Middle East, we're looking at 750 as support level 2. If we start catching a bid, we're awfully close, at least we were anyway this morning, that 760 level, Adara, as resistance level 1.
Lots of stories to talk about here. Oh, there we go. Lots of stories to talk about here every single day. And actually today, a lot of them involve one single company. We'll get to that in a second. But in every day, regardless of what we're talking about, regardless of what we're looking at, get a sense of the economic data, the stories on watch, and the stocks to look at here with our free Trader TV Live watch list. The link is in the description. Again, it comes to your inbox every single day. The markets are open for free. In the meantime, we do have to discuss the leather-jacketed man himself, Jensen Huang, and this NVIDIA keynote. Lots of announcements were made. He stood in front of those Vera Rubin NVLink systems. He also talked a lot about this new PC ARM-based chip. Did you watch this keynote? What were your thoughts?
I didn't actually watch the keynote. I anticipated watching it today, hopefully, but the NX1 CPU is what I want to focus on here. It's a marked change for NVIDIA, who's really been known as the king of the GPU, throwing their hat a lot more recently anyway into the CPU ring, specifically because inference, it uses CPUs more than it does GPUs, and that's where AI is headed. So let's talk a little bit about their packaging deal. So they're really able to save up a lot of money because basically, unlike Intel, which use these swappable RAM slots on their PCs, they're using the RAM built in already with the packaging. As I mentioned at the top of the show, the CPU's at the center, they build the RAM components around on the circuit board, and it becomes a deliverable product. Point is, though, this is not just hurting Intel and AMD, who are competitors in this space, but it also hurts some of their clients, Dell, HPE, Lenovo. Why, though? Because those guys, they typically charge a lot for RAM upgrades. It's one of their highest margin upgrade products. Well, NVIDIA's kind of taken that out of their hands because they're building the RAM into the packaging. Secondly, I want to talk about the 3-nanometer process on which this chip is being built that is eating up a lot of Taiwan Semi's 3-nanometer process. That hurts the likes of Qualcomm. It hurts the likes of Apple, who have similarly based chips on that 3-nanometer node. Last but not least, as I mentioned, this was really a surprise to me. If this N1X CPU is overloaded locally on the machine, it doesn't end the matter. It can basically take whatever excess it's not able to compute locally and throw it onto the cloud, have it processed on NVIDIA's NeoCloud servers, and then come back to you with a result. So I liked the cohesion here, Adara, between on-device and on-cloud.
And speaking of cohesion, though, this keynote itself was quite the watch. Definitely recommend it to everybody. He's got this snakeskin leather jacket on. He also, at one point, was just name-dropping a whole bunch of company with NVIDIA, a heart, and then whatever the company's name was. So CoreWeave got the NVIDIA love, quite literally. Nebius got the NVIDIA love. So definitely a keynote worth watching. Lots of announcements made and top-tier visuals from the NVDA team. How do you guys feel about NVIDIA today?
How we feel is that the next hour is going to be brought to you by our good friend Centerpoint Securities. Centerpoint gives you access to an extensive, easy-to-borrow list from multiple locate sources, alongside a trading platform designed specifically for active day traders. Visit centerpointsecurities.ca/Trader TV to try it today and get your first 90 days commission free. Scan the QR code you see out in front of you for more information. We want to shout out to them. And well, there was a super chat that was up there.
Oh, was there?
You know,
I missed it.
Maybe you saw it, maybe you didn't. I'm sure Sharif saw this super chat from Adam James abroad. Thank you, Adam James. Clearly, as you all know, Sharif is an Arsenal fan, and Paris Saint-Germain, with congratulations to them
Yeah, they wound up winning,
winning the Champions League. They won on penalty kicks, won by. I hate the. You know what? I shouldn't say. I don't love shootouts.
No, of course
just,
not.
It's not a fun way to.
Not to determine
end
a championship.
for a championship.
Yeah.
I understand that you cannot always play forever. Talking about the actual final.
You're right.
I don't know. I don't like. Yeah.
The World Cup doesn't go. It goes to kicks too. They all go to kicks.
They all eventually go to kicks
Yeah.
because it's just a human thing. You can't physically play forever. It's just.
Dude, you also can't watch soccer for 6 hours.
Yeah. What are you gonna do? It is what it is.
Well, you can turn it off, and that's the problem, right? Cricket's trying to solve that a little bit. Like,
Well, cricket has a unique.
yeah.
Like it's just a different game. Like it'll never go on forever. But to me, it'd be the equivalent in baseball if they ever had that runner on second rule in a playoff game.
Right.
I would throw up in my mouth.
Maybe the Jays might have been able to win.
I hate that rule. But okay, anyways, back to some stocks here. NVIDIA. Look, I like NVIDIA if it can break out the 218 half zone. I think it was Ozan was mentioning in the chat they like 217.50. I think that gives a place for like a break to have support at that prior high, like once it gets past there. So you've made a recent bottom. You've had your pullback. We've had our moment, pullback from the highs. NVIDIA does it for like a week or two from the high, and now it's starting to get that little turn. So it needs to break the 18.5 in my estimation. That's the one I'm going to be on for NVIDIA. It's just a matter of like, can it actually get there? We're a couple of dollars underneath. It's actually 1 point, and a couple of dollars underneath that breakout level. And the market somewhat flat right now. So it could happen off of the open. I don't want to completely discount it. It could also happen later on in the session. But either way, I think we're on the comeback trail.
Look, I recently bought some NVIDIA at this 215, 216, 217, 218 level, and I like the stock. But I have written down today on the note that we're going to try to go short on Intel, right? I don't think it's going to bump up to this area. Now we've come way back in. Did you say coffee, Randy? Sure, yeah. Why not? Randy's moved. They're here at Real Trading. They're sort of cleaning up the front office a little bit here. So some of these. Randy, I saw Mark moving around as well. Randy's basically going to be sitting right in front of us. And said he's going to be throwing things at us all day. So that should be a lot of fun and not distracting at all. But okay, so here we go. There's we're only trading like
he's going to distract us
thousands of shares and millions of dollars. Watching for AI chip sector fatigue. Let's just wait to see if that happens here. And the reason why I say that fatigue is that I don't think there's fatigue in the sector. It's just with Intel. I mean, we've seen a nice move higher right now, and now it's starting to pull back in. NVDA comes out, talks all about ARM and their processor and what's going on with AI in that space. And, we've seen Microsoft get the bump. We've seen IBM get the bump today. And, the name that's sort of forgotten over the last little bit has been Intel. That might mean it's a great buy down into these levels. But if we do get bumped up into Friday's closing price, then that's, look, we had this huge move down, as Neil mentioned. We did have a big imbalance come through on pretty much all the chip names and a lot of the tech space there on Friday, creating a false sense of price. But that does not seem to matter. So what I think is, hear me out here, and regardless of what winds up happening right here off the open, I think Intel can self-correct and get back up into this 13, 14 area, but then I still think the story is red for them. So that's kind of what I'm hoping for, is a little bit of a correction upside, and it could be fast and furious, good movie. We can see if we can get that back there to the upside. I don't even know if I've seen one of them, but anyways, there was like 9 of them maybe. But there it is to the down, so was that fourth? Ludicrous. So I think Intel, again, probably part of the problem today to the downside there. Then I was going to write down AMD short, but the thing about AMD is, they did not have that move. They actually went the other way into the close there on Friday. So let's see if the buyers want to come back into this name. I just did not want to short AMD. Every time I seem to do that, it's not right. So we could look at it at the 200 period at $502, but at the end of the day, I think AMD down 4%, little riskier to play that momentum than it is to play Intel. So I'm going to look to go short here. And look, SOXL, we actually got the report from Real Trading today. SOXL is the #1 name. And Neil and I have mentioned that over the last couple of weeks. #1 name there, traded on the NYSE American for Real Trading. And I think today could be another one of those days. Another 2%, hanging out near the highs. So we'll look to see if SOXL has any sort of a play to it. But for me right now, on the note, we've got long, is Palantir on there? No, we've got long Palantir as #1. We've got iBit with NASDAQ heading higher, crypto going lower. I'm going to keep that short going. Intel, and then Virgin Galactic. We'll talk about, we won't talk about that, but we will talk about Intel very soon. So let's go talk about some software names, and we can tie Palantir back to that. Potentially.
And here, Sean, in the meantime, though, we're going to start with some of the software stories that actually led to this move. We know NVIDIA and Microsoft here with the Windows PCs. That's something that could potentially be in watch, at least adjacent here in the software space. Dell also getting some love here from NVIDIA. But again, a lot of the software strength is being tied, at least in part, to this NVIDIA conference last night.
Absolutely. I think some of it has to do with the cyclicality as well of what we've seen from these trades. You got ServiceNow ripping up here in the pre-market, CRM as well. But, Salesforce has been quite beat up. But we saw this with the cybersecurity space. Recall when Claude came out with their sort of cybersecurity app. Not long after that, OpenAI came out with theirs, and the cybersecurity names were all aggressively selling off. A few of them have just made all-time highs, and well past all-time highs, mind you. Now we're kind of seeing that same sentiment shift into the software space, where earlier in the year, investors were really worried that Gen AI, agentic AI, would or a lot of the software space now, but their opinion has changed, and the shift now is more that they may be beneficiaries of AI adoption rather than victims of it, Adara.
Yeah, I think certainly, at least from what we heard from Jensen yesterday, Jensen Huang, CEO of NVIDIA, he seems to believe that they are positioned to be beneficiaries should they work in the right way. In the meantime, we know one software name Sean's looking at. What are you guys feeling about this sector today?
However you're feeling about it,
story right
the market, Rand might be freezing negotiations.
Yeah.
Can I throw this up there?
Just got a little bit of a story.
Load. Iran stopped message exchange with the U.S. in protest against Zionist crimes. So that just spiked USO from 1.5% to 3.5%. You just saw the Qs lose the bid here as well, obviously. So now you're red here on the NASDAQ. The ES also going into negative territory by 0.07%. So the timing of everything looking good. And I was going to tell you how, it's still true, I suppose, but I was going to say how the IGV is continuing its breakout. That's trending down from VWAP and just lost a bid. It's still looking very good on the daily chart for the software name, specifically the IGV. This is something we were touching on last week, that when you're continuing this breakout, that some names were just starting. And that one was Palantir. I already let you guys know that the second this one broke the trend on the daily, swing long. It's already at the 200 period moving average, so it was already able to get there after a great day on Friday. Look, I'm going to like to dip into prior high. Usually, like my note, I said 160 and then 157. Well, this headline has already pressing 160. That's why I like to have a couple of levels. I'm not touching this thing right now at 9:15. So the 157 level is going to come into play if we get any further move to the downside. Again, caused by this headline. What we have seen, however, just to throw it out there, when we get these big oil moves or Iran headlines in the pre-market, generally speaking, they have been reversal plays. So if the news spikes us downside in the markets and up in oil, typically speaking, we've been seeing some reversions from there. So I'm not freaking out about this headline. It just starts things. We might look a little bit deeper on your dip buy if that's what you're inclined. And if you were looking at shorting something, maybe you don't want to chase all the way down here. Just got to be a little bit cautious. We have seen these revert, even though it looks like not the best start with USO still pressing the highs.
Yeah, as Adair mentioned here, I do have, and I mentioned a couple times too, I have Palantir on as the number one look for me here today. So I think I'm going to stick with that right now. I wrote down 156 to 157 just to get it back into the bid. So it's going to be, the number one name. I was looking at it on Friday. It started to really take off there. We've been trying to break through some of these levels up to 160. Here we go again. Here, want to buy this name as quite clearly here, this war. Although, I don't want to be like, oh, I got to buy Palantir because of anything that's happening in Iran. But I think the more we see, the need for drones, and we saw AV start to go upside there last week as well. So I like Palantir. I like the SaaS space. Just for a potential rotation right now that's been happening. We already talked about Salesforce. I think this is another one, if we're talking about software strength, is it's just come into this level one more time, 205. Like, it was left for dead down here at 160. So I think when you get a bump from 160 up to 200 and change, that's a nice move higher. I'm in Salesforce. My average price is probably nowhere near where this is, probably much higher. But this might be a decent opportunity to trim a little bit and think about maybe sector rotation into something that you may believe in. Like, I believe in the banks and the financials much more than I do right now. So than some of these names. Like, I'd rather play some of the dips. And I was just actually talking about this with one of our friends there. And even on the weekend, people were asking me, like, I hate when they ask me, like, wait, what should I buy? And I'm just like, what is your time frame? Like, you want a name that could go up 30% this week, but it could also go down 30%. So if you're looking for something that potentially has some value to it, I think JP Morgan and some of these banks that are underneath the 200 period, I mean, I could ask, filter in all of these results right into Gemini or whatever, and how long generally does JP Morgan stay underneath the 200 period moving average? Now, we'd have to zoom back out and see all this. This is going to be tariff tantrum, so we are underneath it for then. But, this goes all the way back. And right now, I just think that with rates where they are, we're worried about what Warsh is going to come out with. So JP Morgan is getting hit. You're worried about some defaults possibly on the private equity side or some of the loan side origination because of oil. Potentially some of these companies may, fall back in. But if that's not really the worry, I think JP Morgan goes higher from here. So I think there's a couple different things I would look at and maybe rotating out of some software winners and potentially into some financials. But anyways, Salesforce today around that 220 mark would be, not 220, sorry, 205, looked to have been a short. And we talked about this at 8:15 or whatever when we first started talking about some of this. And it was like, look, we were right up there at 205, and that seems to have been the high. And it's almost, like, I can't even really make this up. Like, you go back to March, that's 205, and that's exactly where it hits right there. Maybe if I zoom in, you guys can see it a little bit better. So, just don't be too, I don't know. I want to say, like, if you do have profit there, you may want to think about some of that. And I'll just give you one more example of it not being potentially in the right sector right now. IBM had a very, very similar thing right here. And we talked about this right at this level when we broke out through that. But then they have the quantum, they have behind them right now. And the tailwind just seems to be a lot more on this side than it is on the software side. So watch out for that. Although Microsoft has been quite a nice move
waking up
as well. So.
A little more from Iran here.
Okay,
looks like there will be no talks until Iran's demands on cessation of Israel operations in Lebanon and Gaza are met. Oh,
Okay.
well, I feel like this is, every time you get one step forward, you get at least 1 or 2 steps back so far. So. The market's been able to brush most of this off, though. If you look at the general sense, I mean, the market continues to make some highs, so overall hasn't been the end of the world, but we are still slightly red on both the ES and NASDAQ after that. There has been a bounce off of the lows. Let's talk about some Intel because ouch is all relative, but today certainly ouch.
Ouch.
Yeah, to go over this story again here, you can see the headline on the screen, but again, the first part of this here, both being reported by Tasnim, which is an Iranian media outlet. They're saying Iran has stopped message exchanges with the U.S. They're protesting against some of these attacks here from Israel, saying there will not be any talks until Israeli operations in Lebanon and Gaza cease. In the meantime here, let's talk about INTC. Intel, of course, on watch. Now, we know part of this here involves potentially a pullback after what we're seeing with NVIDIA at that conference yesterday in some competition, but we also saw from Financial Times yesterday, Intel apparently coming up with a new chip of their own.
Yeah, we're talking about NVIDIA making CPUs, and now we're talking about Intel making GPUs. It's a brave new world, baby. And this one is called Crescent Island. It's an AI GPU by Intel. It's going to ship by the end of 26. But a lot of stuff we need to get to here. This is not as simple as just them throwing their hat into the GPU ring. They have many times, and they failed many times. Who remembers Gaudi, the Gaudi 3 chip, and others, and the Falcon Shore successor, all failed chips, never really caught traction with any hyperscalers. So Intel, with this chip, is officially abandoning trying to compete in the premium AI training model. This specific GPU is for inference-related tasks. So they're not trying to compete with Blackwell. They're not trying to compete with the MI450. This is very much a scaled-down version. But what they're doing also is they're kind of getting around the hyper constraints of HBM. They're actually not trying to compete and put the highest bandwidth memory. They're gonna actually put what they're saying is a wide bus memory configuration. That actually slows down on a per chip basis, but what it does is it allows them to put a lot more memory on the circuit board, 480 gigs specifically, so it offsets there. And apparently, according to the company, even though it's slower, they're gonna be able to put more, it's actually gonna have good performance and save them money, if you believe the reports. Also, liquid cooling and air cooling very much in focus here. While a lot of these hyperscalers have been basically plumbing these new data centers to take advantage of these hyperscaler chips by NVIDIA and AMD, it's costing them a fortune to do that. Intel says, look, no, we're gonna base this specific GPU on already existing air cooling systems, 350 watts, so you're not gonna have to design the entire data center. Last but not least, they intend to build this at their own foundry, this GPU. They're gonna do it internally, which is obviously excellent for cost savings. What the trouble is, though, is that their foundry business here is a little unproven, with 18A still having yield issues. Let's see how this does, Adara.
How do you guys feel about INTC today heading into the open?
Well, I was thinking bearish on it regardless of this headline after what happened on Friday. Like triple topped at 125, 1, 2, 3 rejections on last week, and then you were effectively, now you're flat bottom breaking on this headline through call it 113.5. So overall, like the structure is a lower high on the daily, boom, boom. I think you can retest to 100 on this move, maybe even the 50 period on the daily, but that's a long way from here. So I'm shorting pops on this one. You got a good close here on the 19th, which gives you a bit of the gap fill. So that's about 111 and then the 113. Those are the two places I want to short pops on Intel. Pure structure play. Like the headline definitely buoys this move, but the selling was intense on Friday. No question about it on Intel. They already came to play. And for those looking at that last candle at the end of the day, a lot of it's window dressing. That doesn't really add to things. I was bearish on it regardless. Like just because it got sold on the MSCI doesn't mean that it would sell further. The same way when NVIDIA sold on the MSCI doesn't mean it's necessarily going to sell further. But it doesn't help things either. It just gives maybe a little bit more confidence. But it was already going to be a short.
Yeah, I didn't even see that Intel move until after I even wrote this. So 116 to 114. I mean, we looked at NVIDIA, we looked at all those moves as well. So it's on my note today, and I think we want to get involved in this move to the back up to the upside here. But the market's not helping, so this probably doesn't even. I mean, if it tries to go, we might have to look at the 110 mark right now. That's $4 higher. Like, do we really think this is going to go up 3% and give us this 110? Will Intel go up 3% today? And if they do, then it's up to this 110, and I think that gives us a good short. So, yeah, I'm looking at a short there for all the reasons that, Sharif had mentioned there. We'll just, see if it's the right play. I, would rather hold NVIDIA than Intel, and that's just part of it. So I think, the rotation here on a nice, I'm still on that, on a nice move down for NVIDIA is probably to buy it off this 50-period moving average. So I could see traders selling winners, right? And the winners have been AMD, the winners have been Intel. I mean, they're all winners, but look at the move that we've had, right? If you're trying to take some profit in the chip space, Intel was $20 and basically left for dead. Now times have changed, things have gotten a little bit more spicy in the space, and so has Intel, and so has AMD, right? And so I feel like the sell-off in these names is to get liquid and to possibly put money back in to other names that clearly are working. What's the next topic? Oh, we have a lot to go still. So into names like ARM, into names like Dell, some of the names that continue to work, they're selling off winners that we're not as confident with and putting it into hopefully names that we are, like an ARM, like a Marvell. Broadcom reporting later this week as well. There's going to be lots of action or is it this week or next week, in the chip space. So get ready for more of this and more of the same heading into what'll probably not be a dull summertime, that's for sure. All right, we only have 5 minutes, 4.5 minutes left now until the open. Crypto's an interesting story because it should be going. Software's going higher. NASDAQ is at all-time highs. We just had 2 of the best months of all time with April and May, and yet Bitcoin down. Doesn't make any sense to me. Let's go find out what it means at the desk.
It's down. It's also poised for, very early in the week, but it's poised for its 4th straight red week. And we are, as of right now, Sharif, perilously close to that $70,000 level as even Sailor starts to sell.
We are, yes. MSTR selling Bitcoin for the first time in a while. Under pressure as well is Bitcoin. No Middle Eastern peace over the weekend, sadly. Inflation remains high as a result of oil, so this risk asset not doing so good the last few weeks, Adara.
Yeah, we're going to have to wait and see here what befalls BTC. Do you guys think it can hold on to 70K today and this week?
Like, we're already getting more pressure because of these headlines driving oil prices higher, which is going to put some pressure on Bitcoin. It's quickly some imbalances here. Virgin Galactic's 2.6 million buy side, Nokia 1.2 million buy side, ServiceNow 1.1 million buy side, BBAI 600,000, Redwire 500 to the sell, and Bitcoin 500,000 to the sell side. Well, it wanted to short some pops today, and we're not getting pops at the open. Well, we could get a pop at the open. We're not getting it in the pre-market. So anything back up into the 41.75 that we like in the afternoon, not going to be a thing. Pop into prior support will be the first place to look. So Friday's lows on IBIT was like 41, so call it like 72.5 or 73 or whatever that works out to. If we get up there, going to go pop and fade. Just play the trend into the downside on IBIT.
Yeah, that's what, just texting my mother. Again, IBIT, I have it written down on here, and it's one of 4 ideas for myself today, so I probably will be in this. But look, it's going the wrong way already. Like, it's already starting to go down. When we first wrote this down for IBIT, obviously, even before, 7, we're up here, man. We're at $41. We're thinking that, hey, this does have a chance to get back up. The level that I wrote down was 41.25. I thought that was actually very, very reasonable. And I was worried that this might get filled. Even before the pre-market, but then boom, or before the market opened, there it goes downside IBIT. So we're still going to play the fade. If it fades higher, we're going to play that. All right, man, USO is going, crude is going up 6% right now, as it does, or 5.5%. Doesn't seem like there's going to be too much negotiation here happening today. President Trump said he was still going to sleep on this whole deal. So I don't know if he woke up on the wrong side of the bed or whatever today, but there it goes, man. Iran has dropping the Strait of Hormuz talk, and I guess you're going to keep it blocked and maybe keep dropping those mines. But here we go. Tesla on our mind every day. Let's go find out what's going on with this EU regulation.
2 minutes here to go into LaBelle, and TSLA near day's lows, but you wouldn't necessarily know it if you heard the catalyst, which is pretty strong here. Lots of EU registration strength.
71% year-over-year bump in Sweden for registrations, 136% in Denmark, 113% in Spain. Norway was already kind of strong, only up 25%, but 655% year-over-year bump in registrations in France, policy tailwinds, as well as higher fuel costs. Some of the reasons here. But guys, listen to this. Over 2/3 of the region's total April registrations were EVs. They are adopting EVs, I think, as quickly as China now.
Yeah, EV growth really driving Tesla to the upside, at least metaphorically. How do you guys feel about TSLA as we wait for that opening bell?
Well, everything is looking pretty bearish at the moment. Tesla has a similar, it's not the same as Intel, but it's like a similar rollover type play here. I just didn't think the resistance was going to get met, which was up at the mid 430s to 440. I doubt it pops all the way to get there, but you know, it could be a hands off for me on Tesla. We did get a super chat from Adam James, bro. I want to appreciate you. VCIG $20 today, huh? What you got for us? If so, I haven't thought of anything. VCIG, I'm never going to say again, this is not happening. So, I mean, I doubt it, but congratulations if you got that one long. The market itself is precipitously, well, clearly into the red after that USO headline brought that to the upside. As we got the opening bell right now, don't know why we didn't get the actual bell, but it is open, and well, I guess we don't usually have our graphic there. But immediately, almost immediately, you're going to see the NASDAQ trying to bounce. Remember, it was that Iran headline that spiked USO. More or less everything turned into the red on the markets. Intel did just try to pop. Hit enter a second time there, but did not make it past that 110. So like the first short level did not come into play for INTC. Palantir still dropping.
Yeah,
as that one heading down towards prior close. That's going to be a big one. That prior close price, 156.5. So it's a 56, 57 area.
Yeah, we're long. Yours can take a little shot here, half unit. We're going to get a little bit more if it comes into 157. Like I said, it's on here as my #1 play. So we're going to have to wait to see if we can get a little longer here in PLTR. We have the play on now. We're long at 70s. It's right here, right now. And we'll see what winds up happening. Taking a little bit longer there at 50. And there it goes, man. Up 40 cents right now for PLTR. Let's see if it wants to keep on going a little higher. We're long at 157 and change right now. There it goes. Your first dollar club, by the way, there on POL. Maybe. We'll see if it gets up to $1 there on Palantir. There it is right now. There's your dollar early day win right there on PLTR. But you got to take it. It just spiked up to 159. So we're long at 157.60 there. Be careful with this one as we're still coming back in. Watch out for this market and some of these software names. Intel does go upside, of course, into 110. I say of course because, you know, it's just kind of the market's going. Intel's trying to go. There's 110. I'm not going to wait at 110. Let's just wait to see if we can be right with it first. Get it going just a little bit more. NVIDIA's up huge right now, up 3%. Look at that nice move there for NVIDIA, taking out some of those levels. So as Intel kind of hovers, there goes NVIDIA. We did talk about rotating some money over into NVIDIA last week, and there it goes a little higher. And ARM, Neil, probably... Okay, I was going to say probably broke 4 bills, but not yet. Actually, ARM's pretty sleepy right now, 390 up to 395.
I was going to tell you.
Yeah, ARM not doing a whole heck of a lot, and nothing really hitting my scanners yet. We'll just continue to watch the names we're watching.
I was going to tell you, it's actually not ARM that's going flying higher after that headline. It's going to be Dell.
Dell, okay.
Dell up 4.5 points here as it just got to the 440 level. So I guess it is going to do the same thing that Snowflake did, which was break out on day 2 after earnings and not care too much about that day 1 move. Bitcoin is, I mean, the market's bouncing nicely. Whoops, I just went to Intel instead of IBIT. Ha ha ha. You can tell, the market's bouncing. Intel's getting to that level to short. IBIT's not doing anything. So with the market bouncing and trying to go green here, here's a NASDAQ trying to go, this still remains relatively weak. So I'm going to look at VWAP to 41 here on IBIT, try to catch that offer and fade this one. I like this fade probably as much, if not more, than Intel. So I'm just going to sit here, see if I can pick up some 4080s on IBIT. Palantir did come into that 157, so I'm now in. And Intel's the other one that we're watching on some strength. It's getting into that 110. It's actually 111, the level I like. But if it does a trend break sooner, then I don't mind jumping into this one, like somewhere up here in front of the 110 level if we have to. But IBIT could be the next one after Palantir. Just needs to punch one step higher, and then we'll get into that short.
All right, yeah, we've averaged into Palantir. We're at 157.50, so that's going to be the play for me for right now. We're going to have to give it just a little bit of space, and we'll see. winds up going there. Big position for myself there on PLTR. All right, Virgin Galactic. We're going to wait to see. I mean, we're still trying to get some more on Palantir, but like I said, man, we're trying to represent what we're trying to do. $8 right there for Virgin Galactic. I mean, we had written down here on the note, $7 long. Of course, the low of the day right there in the open market is exactly 703 or something like that. So that would have been a good one as we watch out for that space, in particularly there with Rocket Labs as well. I mean, we were waiting out for SpaceX to come, right? It's supposed to be June the 12th. So with SpaceX on the rise here very, very soon, you can see already, man. And I tried to warn everybody last week. We showed our sort of that contest that we had up there, and I was like, you know, Ramin's been on quite the nice run, but you can see some of these names now, there it is, starting to pull back again. So gave forewarning last week, and now it's basically 5 or 6 straight down days, but there's a lot of love today for space, Virgin Galactic, so watch out for that one. The SOXL, we talked about that being the #1 traded name here at Real Trading last month. There it goes upside again, now trying to fade back just a little bit here for the SOXL. We'll have to wait to see what's going on right there. Now down 1.5%, so that's something to look at. NASDAQ tried to make its way back upside. Remember, we do have the stock visualizer, so that's been something that's been a lot of fun for us. So if you guys do vote.
Up top is.
Yeah, okay, there it is right now. Let's go. We're taking a little bit out there. We just took a little bit out at 158. There for Palantir, and again, just worth doing some damage on this name. It's not going higher, so if we can get some out right there at 158, I like that trade. As I just put on though, we're still holding this, waiting for a lot more, but we want to take a little bit out. I do have another offer at 158.75. We'll see the one that we missed when we thought we were going to get it, but we did not. Spread opened up and missed that. And then I've been talking a little bit about SoFi. You know, we put some money into SoFi at $16, which was pretty lucky. It went to 19 on Friday, and then now today, whoops, all the way back down. SoFi has the ability to trick you at all times, so be careful about SoFi there. Always the always the mover early, and then it seems to fade out late. So.
If you don't get the first move on SoFi, you just have to get stupid patient with it. That's what happened on Friday when it eventually held this $17.75, $18 level. If it can do it again, that's what I'll take another shot at it if it does it again. Palantir for me, we're scalping into the volume weighted average price on this dip. Just got the $0.50, so it held 58s, now 158.5. Now looking for that volume weighted average price 159.5.
Oh, let's go.
IBIT is pulling into VWAP, so that one, as the market's bouncing here, going to give us a short opportunity. Been putting in some lower highs all pre-market. That's with USO continuing to crest higher. So looking for the LOD here on IEIT.
Like this is now, and I mean, we talked about hitting our daily goals. There it is, the #1 trade idea on here right there has just hit goals 2 times our daily goal right there. It's glad to be back. It's glad to be with you, but this is what traders got to do, man. You put on trades that you like, you push them, and there it goes. So there goes Palantir up to 159. We feel blessed every day to be here with you guys every single day and be able to do this. Like, I still have 75% of this trade as we get back into VWAP, man. There goes Palantir. Oh boy. If you guys wanted to know, I could put the sticky note right now in the chat, but this is where it is right there. This is why we're doing the show. You know, we're trying to educate you guys, give you some trade ideas. This is what trade ideas? Trying to give you some of those. So there's the Palantir long. The only name that's come close to anything, although SpaceX hits the very bottom, but we didn't take it. So, or not SpaceX, sorry, Virgin Galactic. There it goes right now. Now we're not Neil, we're not at the $1 club, man. We are now at the $2 club. I hope you all took a little bit of fun here with our good friend Palantir. We are now at 3 times our daily goal here with this one trade, as there goes Palantir. Intel up to 110 and change as well. This has been quite a nice run upside there for PLTR so far today. Nice move down right into our lap. I mean, this is why we write down 157. It comes in, we take it 3 times, and the rest is history. Upside huge. What a way to start the month so far here, as we just, there it is, man. We could exit right now and have our goals maybe almost for the week. So we need these a little bit higher. But with SpaceX coming, we're gonna need to build up the account a little bit here.
Those are different. The month ended well last week.
Oh,
It'll
boy.
start well. Got right to view up for my target, so I'm in, I'm out. Sometimes it actually works even cleaner than you would expect.
Oh, yeah.
I would argue that one did as well. So it'll be 2x any bad trades that ever happen. But we're going to the downside overall still in Bitcoin. And the way I see it, if the NASDAQ stays strong, And the NASDAQ has now given you a full V-shaped recovery from when we had that Iran headline. If it can stay strong and Bitcoin remains under VWAP, then you know that one's going to be a dog. Now, the other play that's starting to come into fruition, Intel's trending higher, trying to close that gap in. It's been all green, but there's a lot of room for Intel to go. 113 would be the obvious, go to the 15-minute chart. 113 is the prior low area. So if it gets up to here, that's when I would look for a bit of reversion. Remember, this is a strong mover. It's actually stronger than what I'm seeing over in the NASDAQ. So it requires more patience before getting into it. We did mention Dell and ARM. Dell now 9% to the upside. Absolutely flying here after the ridiculous earnings. And ARM also going. ARM's now broken back through the 400 level. And 15% on ARM.
Yes.
15%. Let that one sink in for a second. Because this one was, well, what can we say? ARM has had a fantastic week. But look at it. You're about to have the huge reversal candle. The market shrugs off this oil news and just doesn't care. USO's at the high. And the NASDAQ, they're buying it anyways. Love it. That's the thing about a bull market, everybody. It doesn't have to be rational. This has to go up.
Yep, it's pretty rational though, I feel like. Everything right now is moving where we thought, like, we all called these plays, so it makes a little bit of sense. I mean, the earnings are there for names like Palantir even. Palantir had what was, Alex Karp, of course, called the best quarter. Now you're starting to see a little bit of an extension now in that. I mean, it just took a minute. Dell had a fantastic quarter. As Neil mentioned, they're blasting up. ARM got all the talk by NVIDIA. They're busting out. Snowflake, another great one as well. But, oh boy, man, wow, what a difference maker today for me on this name Palantir. And I'm just putting it out on the Twitter machine there because this was one of our big ideas. That's Dell. IBIT, I think, is just one of those things where we could have gone short right off the jump, and we could have probably played it on VWAP. Obviously, a little bit sidetracked with the trade that we have on right now, but that was a good little level there for IBIT. Kind of just bouncing off of 40, 50 maybe. Right now is trying to find a base. I don't really see any particular reason why we would bounce from here. I mean, we're under everything we were last week, and I just don't see the potential right now for crypto to do anything. I mean, we're waiting for some tokenization to sort of kick through there and some of that talk to get back going upside. And then I think that would help a name like Ethereum, because every single time there's talk of tokenization, Ethereum should be getting a little bit of a bump there based on how that all works, right? I mean, some of these stable coins and whatnot being built over on that smart contract. Here's Salesforce. We need it to hold 05, we said. I'd like to see a close there in and around 05, so that's $205. Salesforce right now battling with that exact level. We were up there before. We just touched the pre-market high, and now a little bit of a fall back in there into 197. So let's see what winds up happening now. Salesforce, nice move, up 6 and a bit percentage points. JP Morgan, however, I think was still going lower, right? That just came, yeah, well, no, actually, no. So JP Morgan just came in upside there again. So just saw that on the scanner. There we go. But oh boy, man, it is Palantir to the rescue. Well, we don't need to be rescued, but you are right, man. That is the money. Spin that. Well, yeah, we might as well spin it. Thank you for whoever said money, money, money there, because there it goes now. Palantir, now $3 and change in the money. It just takes, we can read the book all you want, but it just takes one good trade, and there it goes, upside for PLTR.
I love that book. And remember what that book is all about. Just one, then find the next one.
Yeah, exactly.
Next one, then find the next one. And if the next one is going to be a short on Intel, it's still going to require a little bit more patience. This one of the things that worked really well last month, and certainly this year, is just a little bit of extra patience when shorting strong names. Like, look at how strong this one is going. It's stronger than the overall market, so I can like the short, but you got to wait for it to either to get to your level or show something different, and that's going to be a trend break, at least for myself. IBIT was able to just get to VWAP and then pull back into the lows. It's also got a bit of a trend line from the pre-market going. So you got lower high. Continue to play the lower highs in the volume weighted average price reloads until this one, I don't know, either follows the market, which has happened before. We've seen that happen overall, till it either follows the market or just finds a definitive bottom, maybe at the 70,000 level. Robinhood, even worse. down 8% now. So the rest of crypto land is getting smacked. Even worse than what you're seeing over here in IBIT. Coinbase down 5.5%. And this is into the NASDAQ turning back green again. Some chip names absolutely flying. So this crypto, I don't know, winter, I suppose, is continuing to go even as the weather heats up. Not looking very good for my man, Michael Saylor, that is.
What's up, Scott? What's up to everybody in the chat? We only have 1 minute now until 9:45. Is there numbers?
Yep.
Yeah, okay, there's numbers coming out at 9:45. So we'll do a little roll call when we get back. Right now it's S&P Manufacturing. Get into that chat, man. We're in a damn good mood today there as we get $4 right now. It's not 1, it's not 2, it's not 3. There you go, Ozan. $4 right there in the money for Palantir. And yeah, man, we did it here again for everybody today. I hope you're enjoying the show. It's been a good one. I want to thank Michael Noss for coming on early. Let's go back over to Adara right now for these numbers. It's PMI.
So this is the least closely watched of the two PMI prints we're going to get. At 10 a.m., we're going to get the more closely watched ISM manufacturing PMI data for May. In the meantime, S&P manufacturing PMI for, you guessed it, May. 55.3 is the forecast. 55.3 is also the previous print. So we aren't expecting too much of a change here. We'll get this number in just 1 second, coming in at 55.1, so slightly lower than that forecast and the prior print of 55.3. Again, at 10 a.m., you get ISM manufacturing PMI. You also get construction spending month over month. Here's the S&P 500, not too much of a reaction to this number. Here's the NASDAQ, both kind of hanging out near intraday highs here, but below these pre-market highs, nothing too crazy. Back to you.
All right, there we go. So I mean, the market getting a little bit of a bump on that. I mean, what I'm watching is bumping anyways, so it's tough to sort of judge what's happening in the overall market when you're watching on Palantir. But you're still underneath VWAP right now, and you know the only other name that I was sort of thinking about trading might have been Intel up at these levels. I'm going to try to let this market settle down. Just for those of you playing along at home, I only have about 20% left on Palantir, but still a decent amount, and that 20% is about, yeah, it's about a third of a unit right now, so it's not huge, but good trade there. I obviously wish we had held the whole kit and caboodle, but it's a huge move up there for Palantir. $4+ and still going. I mean, Dell's going. You know, that Rocket Lab, they're trying to come back in. There's been some weakness in the space for sure today, and starting with some of those space names, but wow, Dell, another 7%. Like, this name just keeps on climbing higher and higher. And then we also heard that ARM was, okay, what happened to that? That went to 410, and yeah, and then just kind of collapsed there back into VWAP again. So, oh well.
No, but literally the moment I talked about it after
yeah, I didn't even see that.
Was actually the high on ARM, unfortunately. That's just, it is what it is. I think a lot of times what will happen is things will flash on your scanners when they are hitting levels like that and when they're getting all that kind of exuberance. But ARM, fantastic. It's still up 12%, respected. Virgin Galactic actually leading. Oh, sorry, never mind. Virgin Galactic no longer leading our stock visualizer. That's going to be NVDA, as NVIDIA has overtaken Virgin Galactic on the visualizer. Number 1, number 2 is still Virgin Galactic. ServiceNow is going to be in the number 3. You see Microsoft. AMC's up 10%. Hey, you know it's a bull market if AMC's up 10%. Palantir, of course, IBM and some of the software names absolutely flying. Remember, Quantum still has that nice boost under it from the US Gov. But Virgin Galactic bounced clean off 7. It's trying to hold VWAP here. This seems like you got the wipeout bottom and you're still putting in these higher lows. So this might be a little bit of something. Intel did not press into the short level, so maybe a little too patient. Looking for that 113, it curled at 111.
All right.
What's up, Joey?
Yeah, Joey doing some damage over here. I can check what Joe's up to right now. Joe on, he's got DRAM and Facebook. Nice calls there, Joe. Joe and I very much trading alike, and you know, he likes those big cap names as well. So we'll shout out to Joe there today. Yeah, Meta. You know, we did see here. We could call up some Meta. Yeah, I can call up FPL. I don't really trade that, but there's 623. Yeah, this name again, like, you know, they started to get going there, and now I think some of the, you know, the sort of light has taken away from Meta. We had a 30 or something, a $40 winner or something that day that they announced that they were coming back and putting up that subscription service there for WhatsApp and all of that. And then I kind of came on the next day and was like, you know what? I mean, they added so much there in market cap for a $5 subscription or whatever. Let's see if they can actually, you know, roll it out and what the response has been. But right now, Meta back into the downside. Everybody liked it with its PE. I still think it has a decent opportunity to get back to the upside. But as we know, PE ain't all that right now. But yeah, that's what we're looking at. Another name there, Coinbase. Potentially, you know, with crypto heading to the downside, we could try to fade something there on Coinbase. You know, back up through VWAP right now, actually looking pretty strong, you know, above VWAP, above the 25 period and above the 50 mark, looking stronger now for Coinbase. We'll see if Bitcoin finds a bottom. I still don't want to look at it until it gets above 72,000 and hit some of the levels that we're talking about over there. I don't think we got filled. I mean, it was like 1175 or 1150 something. I'll have to go check my SMR. I don't think I kept it in there for multiple days, so we definitely didn't. No, well, maybe we did. I just don't think we got filled yet. But I still think that uranium and energy has a play here, right, in the data centers. So, you know, look out for some SMR there. The name that I missed out on.
IPO this week.
Yeah, I missed out on IREN. I know that's more of a natural power, but CEG has come back in as well. So this is another name looking to maybe get some more shares in, but seems a little broken. CEG is IREN going the way of the dodo bird as well. It was upside for all last week, and now a little bit of a pullback there in the last couple of days. There's IREN on an I run since as of late. So that's a good name. And then I wanted to get into some GEV, which has been pulling back quite nicely as well. That was 1100 top. Maybe 1200 top actually, all the way back now to 950, and definitely looking like it wants to break a bit here. So we'll wait to see if we can get something on GE Vernova, as the data center build out is obviously a thing that we want to continue to support. Good outs there, Palantir up into pre-market highs. Maybe drop some if it breaks back down below 160, but we're pretty happy letting this thing continue to run. So good, so far so good here on all these plays. I hope you guys are having a great day. Definitely around here, it's been one of those as well. So what do you think about Air J?
Well, into Air J? Okay, well, thank you for the super chat, Ruby.
Yeah.
420, well, I like the number. Intel's really, really pulling back now. I don't know if we're going to forget about the 113 and things like that, but what is this Air J stock? Montana Technologies Corporation. Hey, it's done 1 million shares, so at least there's some volume in here. Up 20 points. I don't know the story with it, so all we can do is a little bit of technical analysis, which would tell you the trend is your friend to the end when it bends. I mean, it's got a double bottom. It's pulling right into a chop zone here. The $6 area, maybe some resistance, and it has a chance to get there today. I don't know what the short float is on here, but usually when I see something like this, I'm expecting the short float to be a bit of a story for these guys. They also, they registered a direct offering last week. Well, if you go up after an offering, that's typically a pretty positive sign. Howard the Usher, a bull market can stay irrational longer than you can remain solvent. That is entirely true. Just ask anybody, Michael Burry, who, he timed one of the shorts right, but was already out of it by the time. He seemingly had it right by like a month or two, like I think it was a year and a half ago, but had to get out. And fundamentally, you can be right about something, but it doesn't really make a difference if you can't hold on to the position long enough for it to eventually turn around. So, I tend to 100% agree with you. Though the NASDAQ is starting to pull back in, a name we didn't talk too much about except for right before the open. Tesla, still not really pressing any higher. It's at VWAP. The more I see a lot of this market trend down from the open, here's the cues. If we can't hold on to VWAP, I'm looking for something un-IBIT related to try to get a short trade in. And if it's not going to be Intel, the only other places I would have thought would have been AMD, because AMD had the negative story here with the competition from NVDA, and that's even lower. Like, you're having to punch short the low of the day on AMD. So we'll still have to find the entry into Intel to add to IBIT, because this does feel like a short for now.
Okay, everybody. Yeah, thanks again for everybody being here. I actually asked Darren, I don't know if Commodity King is in the chat or not, but every time we talked about Samsara, I was like, shh, Let's keep IoT on the sidelines right there. But there it goes, finally starting to break up. So IoT right now, Samsara, finally starting to get back. Yes, Adira?
Yeah, there's still nothing beyond they report earnings on Thursday. I just looked into it.
Okay, yeah. So, I mean, reporting on Thursday, really like this name, man. We've been buying this name on these dips. So, we're into IoT, in the money now. As that continues to work out, we'll watch out for Samsara and see if the Internet of Things continues to take off there. They're into transportation and a few different spots there where I think can start to really pick up a little bit there. And then, BBIA, never heard of that name, but here's BBAI. And,
That's an actual symbol?
Another name, I don't know, maybe. Another name here that we've been looking at, up now 4% today. This had a great day on Friday and then pulled back right there, right off the open. So we were up huge in the pre-market on Big Bear, and then it really got faded back into that 470 area. So that's why we talked about, when you get that kind of profit like we do on Big Bear AI, might be worth looking at some opportunities to take something out on that one. Didn't we get a super chat there? Oh yeah, we talk about this Timothy Doolittle one on there right now. We can quickly go over it. Oh, okay, you got it up there now. So,
oh no,
look, this is what we're doing now on everything we're talking about. Should I take a break after huge wins last week, 10x gains, and chill out for a while, or keep pushing? Take a break is my advice. I would say you could do both. You could actually chill out and take a break. Chill out by maybe keep some of that profit in your pocket. Regardless of how much money it is, like we said, we all have different ideas of what success looks like. So for you, if 10x is obviously a huge week, I mean, if you're talking about weekly gains, I would say, yeah, man. I mean, you don't want to push so that you give it all back this week and then all of a sudden you forget about last week. So, put some of that money aside. We always love the fact of trading with house money is a good idea. So this is just advice that I'm giving. If I was up 10x, look, I was so silly. I took out profits. I bought ARM at 200, took some out at 300, and we'll be taking some out today at 400, right? So this is not 10x, that's 2x. So you got to think about what levels you're talking about here, what that money means to you, and then potentially trade that way. Instead of thinking that everything's always going to moon and everything's always going to go higher. We did get that talk as well about Micron. Is that going to go to 1,500? I don't know. But the momentum is there for that. So if you're already in the money on a Micron and you're happy with your gains, it was 750 a week and a half ago. So take that, right?
Yeah, that doesn't look good.
Hezbollah continues its attacks. Well, we haven't looked at. Well, I haven't looked at USO really.
I have it up.
Since its market's been open.
We're still flying actually. USO's now up almost 7% here.
Right.
And remember, the oil futures, like USO oil futures, same-ish. That broke trend. We clearly broke trend and we're looked like for a bit of a breakdown to the end last week, and now you're right back above the 50. I think I said, someone was asking in the chat, where could we go? 130, I might have said 130, but 139, I guess, is the key level. So a bit of a correction there. 139 was the last major level. I mean, if you're just looking at technicals, not that matters. So it's just a trend up. I feel like it'll be better for the markets if we get some kind of definitive top or trend break here, or at least some kind of consolidation over in USO. Until that happens, things are going to remain a little bit weak. And you can pick and choose, but we've basically gone red here on the NASDAQ and the ES, and it has been mostly downtrend. So individual names looking very good, but the overall market is still reacting to that oil headlines, to the Iran headlines, and we continue to see negative news, unfortunately. But that's all right. You just got to be in the right places. You've already seen some crazy runners like Dell. Hopefully that actually holds on to its gains.
Yeah. Oh boy.
If Dell, never mind. That just lost VWAP.
Yeah. So
Dell just lost VWAP. That was 460. Now you're already back into 440. You need a couple of these big boys to actually show some higher lows, because the NASDAQ's right back into the bottom.
So we have less than 5% left of Montier, which has given me all of the monies that we need today. And there it is. We talked about the break of 160, multiple outs right there on that break. I'm holding a small piece. Look, I did offer out 159.50. I did offer 159.70. So maybe we'll get a piece if it just bumps up a little bit. We're at 50. Actually, we're at 1. 59, 51. Okay, we just got filled, so there it is. So there's the fill there. We're also offering something in the 70s just to get lighter and lighter and lighter. Now under 5% left of Palantir. But as we said, man, just make that one trade. And I might not put on, and I told you when I was long there, I said this is a big position. So we liked it. It was the #1 idea on my board, so we took it, right? I mean, I think that's what you need to do as a trader is trust your instinct just a little bit. All right, so Derek coined something called Seanfidence. I like that one. I got to have some more Seanfidence, I feel like. There's 111 for Intel. Again, the short that we wanted, and I remember talking about it up here, but didn't put it on. The market was really getting going there. We do have at 10 o'clock.
Weird volume spike here in crypto.
In crypto, okay.
Only.
71.7. Volume, though, yeah, not really price. We do have right here ISM manufacturing coming out at 10. So we just got S&P manufacturing PMI for May. We're going to get ISM manufacturing. We're expected 53.2. And what did we just get? We got, for USA, we got 55.1 versus 55.3. So in less than 1 minute, we'll get that to you, and Adara will repeat it, and we'll have some good news, hopefully, on the ISM manufacturing. And then we also have construction spending coming out for April coming out right now. So there it is, man. We get that Palantir, so bang, 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 159.75. So we're getting lighter and lighter, and we're going to go to Adara for 30 seconds here until those numbers come out. So, before we go, I want to talk about Hood. Robinhood down 8% today as crypto, but hopefully, just Neil reminded me there, he said crypto maybe spiking there. Robinhood, whoopsies. Great week last week, not so much to start this week. Maybe we can pick up some more Robinhood down there in the mid-70s. What's up, Adara?
Seconds away now from that ISM manufacturing PMI print. As Sean mentioned here, forecast 53, prior print 52.7. Construction spending month over month for April, forecast 0.2% versus prior print of 0.6%. ISM manufacturing PMI higher than expected, guys, 54 versus that estimate of 53. Construction spending month over month, 0.4%. So that's going to be higher than the forecast of 0.2%, but below the prior print of 0.6%. Once again here, following a lower than expected S&P manufacturing PMI print, we get a higher than expected ISM manufacturing PMI print. A little bit of an uptick here in this NASDAQ. I'll switch to the S&P 500, show you guys how that's looking. Both of these bouncing a little bit here. We know we had a drop leading into the open for the market as we digested some headlines coming out of the Middle East that are, we'll say, less than positive. I'm just hearing the last couple minutes that Israel is warning residents of certain areas of Beirut, Lebanon, to get out because they're preparing potential strikes. They're calling these strikes retaliatory. We know that Iran has already said that they're halting conversations with the U.S. Again, this is being reported by Iranian media, so keep that in mind. But they're saying that due to the fact that it's associating itself with Israel, which continues to strike Lebanon, they're not going to be able to negotiate with the U.S. right now. So if we get more details on that, of course, we will keep you posted. In the meantime, we also have to talk here about NVDA. NVDA, this is probably one of the biggest stories heading into the market before, of course, the Iran headline kind of shifted things around here. But NVDA came out, and they also made a whole bunch of announcements here during that Jensen Huang keynote yesterday. We know there was Computex in Taipei, also GTC Taipei, so lots of events going on there. They did announce a PC chip, powered by ARM, initially gapping up, but giving back quite a lot of that strength here early on in the session. We're going to send you back over to Sean and Neil for more trading action.
Before we go to the ad read here, look at Cerebras right now, down 8%. So let's hope that Virgin Galactic, SpaceX coming through may have something similar to that. But remember, it was a good IPO. We'll just have to wait to see. On day one, it had a nice spike and then, of course, closed lower. So we'll have to wait to see there. Cerebras only 3 positive days. But traders, get ready for the biggest trading event Trade the Pool has ever been a part of. The Trading World Championship 2026 is coming together with top trading brands from across the industry, and it all starts very soon, June the 8th. This is your chance to win huge prizes, including over $20,000 in cash rewards, evaluation accounts, exclusive giveaways, and access to special live events happening throughout the competition. The only way to join and to register, it's completely free. So get on board of that. Don't miss your shot. Scan the QR code on your screen right now. Sign up and join the Trading World Championships of 2026. Potentially a play on some football championships that will be happening.
Never heard of it.
Sharif gave the pick of Belgium as a possible
I saw in the chat a lot of people liked Ecuador.
Yeah, Ecuador. Okay,
That would seem like a popular
Yeah,
sleeper
Ecuador,
pick.
and then I think Brazil was another one that he was saying maybe wasn't getting the hype that it usually does. So we'll have to wait to see on Brazil coming into play there on that. It should be a lot of fun no matter what team you're cheering for. Get ready for that. Apparently Game 6 of the Knicks series versus the Spurs will be happening on the same day of some sort of a big match there in New York
my
for the
goodness.
World Cup. So that's about to go crazy. And
Rest in peace, trying to move around the city.
I knew some people in Paris over the weekend, and I saw some of the stories that she had put up there, and it was hot fire there. So watch out for New York. If the Knicks ever win, man, hide your kids, hide your wife. New York going to be one of those cities again. Yeah, so that's going to be really fun. So yeah, I'm excited. I don't know. I have to talk to Joe here because I cannot vote. I cannot cheer for the Las Vegas Knights. It has nothing to do with Mitch Marner, of course. And we will be cheering for the Canes if Joe. I do owe Joe beers. So he picked.
I thought you guys are double to nothing. It's not over.
No, I know. That's what I'm saying. But I have to make sure that he agrees with the Knights. So Joe, it's on him. I'll take the Canes if you want.
You're not going to double or nothing, Joe? Come on, man.
Okay, well,
have some fun.
I'm trying to double.
If you get a free roll to be double or nothing, going into like the championship, it just makes the championship more fun, especially if you get to back.
I mean, this beers could turn into beers and dinner. You know, this is why I'm trying to have some fun over here with my guy over there.
Or just like better drinks. I don't know.
Yeah. Or doubles,
step it up
maybe. But no, shout out over there. Either way, we're going to go out and have some fun. It's great patio weather, so we got to do that no matter what. So yeah.
Next time we'll just actually go to a place that has, when you go to the patio, actually has sun.
Yeah, yeah. We were on Neil and I on Thursday, was it?
No judgment. Where did we go?
We went to Moxie's.
Yeah, no judgment Moxie's, but...
Well, they don't have, I mean, they're right downtown.
Yeah,
it's skyscrapers.
It's a really awkward patio.
Yeah.
You know,
and it wasn't, of course, we were meeting our friends there.
It wasn't our pick.
They're exciting people.
Why is AMC up 20%?
Oh, by the way, you know, Raheem. Go ahead.
Apparently, they had incredible May 2026 numbers. That's what I was reading. And honestly, like, given a lot of the horror movies that were doing really well in May, I know Obsession broke some records. Not super shocking here that AMC did particularly well in May of 26.
There's the one with like the dude. Well, what's the guy?
Or Backrooms. I'm seeing it tonight.
Backrooms.
No spoilers, guys. I'm seeing it tonight.
The trailer looks really good for it. It's like
I don't even have no idea what a
thriller film.
What stock? Backrooms?
Backrooms is apparently really popular movie.
I never heard of it. Is that a big actor? What is that?
He's the guy from 12 Years a Slave.
I'm looking it up. What's it called? Backrooms. I don't know spoilers. I know
the trailer looks really. I mean, like I love thriller films.
Okay.
Marissa probably really like that one, so I'm considering.
It's in the theater, eh?
It's in the theater. I think it just came out.
This guy. Yeah, I just showed it.
You know the guy.
Yeah, I don't know. Oh, here.
Though you've probably seen him in a bunch of stuff.
Okay, yeah. Okay, well, let's go, man. This one of the back rooms over here? That looks like an old abandoned office building over here. So, okay, that's
like based on like liminal space.
Yeah, I like that kind of stuff, too. So shout out.
It looks spicy.
Yeah, good, Adara. You're going tonight, Adara, or?
Yes, I'm meeting up with my friend tonight. Very, very excited. I know some people in this office already watched it. So, yeah, should be a good time.
Oh, okay.
Is it R? It's probably R-rated, huh?
Probably Fabian.
It's got a 7.1 out of 10 on IMDb, which is good. Yeah, nothing wrong with that.
Fabian said it was pretty
Fabian said it was pretty good over there.
All right, well, the market is still, it's still looking weak, everybody. I don't know what to tell you. I mentioned that there had been a volume spike, like right here in IBIT. That trailed me out, but it looks like nothing really happened. You know, like you had the market still going higher. Sorry, the USO still going higher. There was no big spike there. It just might have been like a weird Bitcoin kind of thing. Try to jump back in if we get VWAP. Now that things have settled down a little bit, Intel's still doing. It's still looking pretty weak. Hasn't really bounced back to give a lower high, like the volume weighted average price for an entry into the short side of the trade. If we don't get that, fair enough. Might have just missed out on our other short idea. And then SoFi's calmed down a little bit. SoFi goes exactly into, well, more or less into Friday's lows right here. That's just a bad dark pool wick. This 17.7 level holds pretty decently. But it's either double bottom or let's play the 18 higher lows off of VWAP. SoFi starting to rebound a little bit here. It gave you the 18 trade multiple times on Friday, and it looks like we're getting a little something similar. But yeah, this looks pretty good. Give it to like 1794. Want to see it close above VWAP. Give me a close above VWAP, and then we'll try to grab this one for a bit of a bounce play on SoFi.
Thanks for everybody saying that or someone said, maybe, I don't know, I saw one person say it anyways, that I looked pretty rested. I don't know how. We were up really early. We had such a super busy weekend. More fun than watching, my kids and everything that they're doing. So a big shout out there. I had to go on Friday. I wasn't here on Friday. I went to one of her games, which was 9 o'clock, I think, on the ice, which wasn't too bad. And then I went to go pick up my 24-year-old who just graduated university. So I've got 3 kids and all doing various other things. And then we also had a great opportunity to get back on the pitch, on the the pitch. Still thinking soccer there on the weekend. We had the Red Sox, and then we also had the girls team. These guys have great chicken gyros right there. You get it on salad, fries, the gyro sandwich itself, like a shawarma. Very, very great there. This is where I'm telling them, guys, the SaaS, software as a service names, are probably going higher. Get involved there. And they look at me and say, what about baseball? We had a game and a practice, and then for the girls team, and then we also had 2 games for the house league team as well this weekend, as baseball is in full effect one more time everywhere right now, as a little bit of a dull period for sports as you get the Stanley Cup and the WNBA, they're full force. The NBA championship starting Wednesday, NHL tomorrow night. Okay, so there's Marvell down. Marvell had a nice spike up, and again, just talking about taking profits, right? We got that super chat before. Everybody do their own thing. That is 100% for sure. But Marvell on the run up, right? I mean, we talked about Marvell pretty much all year, and then here's the contest that we have going on right now on our office, and we all made picks on January the 12th. So whatever the price was in January 12th is what was booked into here. And right now we've got, this is what the results have been. Mateo down there, Neil down here, Fabian, Adara, chat, blah, 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 as we go up. There's Joe, man, making a... Maybe we need to employ Obi as well at some point there. Joe, I'll let you make the HR decisions. But right there, 43% we're up. And a lot of that has to do with, of course, Marvell. So we just get back to zeros right now on Eli Lilly, and we got Marvell. So we've been talking about that one. And I do want to thank everybody, and especially our girl Ramin. And by the way, I wasn't here on Friday. We had a great situation here with gentleman from BNN came through, and then I don't know, I have to find mine. If you go over here, there was a Marvell one right here. I want to thank a lot of likes, a lot of comments, so only 2 comments, but a lot of likes on this one, and some views on our Marvell call that we made on that date. So Joe also has got CrowdStrike, some nice plays popping off there as well. So yeah, man, having lots of fun here every single day, and just hope that you guys can come back with us, and we may or may not do another one of those coming up very, very soon. Palantir here. Okay, nice little battle back. I was wondering if we were going to get to VWAP. I was going to wait around for that one for there, but we did have a nice move back higher. I did get some out at 158.50 there, or 60. What was it? Whatever that break was there, 68s. So we got to play there, and just seeing that spike up to 159.70 again, something to watch out for on PLTR. There it is. We just got it. So okay, now we're getting lesser and lesser. Someone just said Oscar having a nice day. I love Oscar.
We saw healthcare getting a nice little bounce.
All right.
We had Michael Noss even talking about how good healthcare has been. Oscar, yeah, definitely 2%, 2.5%, almost 3% to the upside. I'm curious about that Humana. How's that doing? Yeah, above that 330. 9%. Okay, well, when I saw Oscar up 3%, I'm not going to lie, I was like, okay, well, Humana's probably somewhere in that range. It wouldn't be more, would it? And of course it is. So Humana up 9%. There's that breakout we were talking about this morning. I'm sure UNH is having a very good day as well. But you can just look at sometimes the ETF. But one of the things I like that Michael does is he'll start with the ETF and then sometimes break it down to, well, what's the best looking thing inside of it, so you can maybe get a little bit more bang for your buck, which I'm a huge fan of. I like to try to find the best name in the space. So we got that VWAP hold on SoFi. We're giving it to the prior low. SoFi on Friday, sold almost all morning long until about 10:30 when it really got going. It was like scalp to VWAP, scalp to VWAP. It's already putting in a higher low. Not really getting the bottom here, so it's a relatively tight stop. Again, giving it about 10, 15 cents, looking for that high. But I don't mind taking another shot here at 17.8. It's this long, still trying to figure out if we're going to get back into IBIT, which is entirely up to IBIT. Whether it's still putting in these lower highs, so VWAP's holding, the lower highs are holding. It was just that one big volume spike trailed it out, but I'm still shorting pops in Bitcoin as long as it wants to do anything for me. The other thing is this AMC. This feels like a reversion shot. So it's up, I get it, they have good numbers, and it's a good weekend at the box office and all that good stuff, so congratulations, AMC. But I'll be looking for a curl in this one. Do we have free locates? Usually.
Probably.
Yeah, we usually do.
Do we?
Oh, no. Wait a minute.
Oh, okay.
Oh, I guess not. Okay, well, I guess we got to pay for shorts on AMC. We usually don't have to pay for shorts on AMC. I guess it's more popular when it's up 17%, right?
Yeah, exactly. I was there at, again, I'm not doing too much now. I'm trying to find some good opportunities to get in. We did talk about some Robinhood, and, we could have faded that IBIT. I know Neil was just talking about we could have faded some IBIT there. We didn't do that. We could have faded some Robinhood as well right here at VWAP. Yeah, I saw you ask, and I was just about to ask. And then, so thanks, Randy. For the coffee over there.
He just sneaks up on us.
Yeah, man, that's all good. We're gonna we had little quiches for lunch, and then Neil actually showed these. I'm sure you must have showed them on Friday.
No, Mark came after market.
Okay, so
yeah, we got these after, or did I?
Yeah, there used to be these.
No, maybe I did show them on Friday.
Yeah, so these are medals that we used to get as traders on a prop floor. One is Grand Master Trader, one is Master Trader, and one is $1 million trader. So obviously I've been here long enough that we can flex the $1 million trader. So if you do something long enough, maybe you'll get to that level as well. But there it is right there. So we say, gold, silver, and bronze. So we say shout out to that one. Got to make like this. This should be my little, how like little, what is it, little Uzi Vert? Who had the diamond? Little Uzi. Okay, so there you go. So we were.
I think he's since had it removed, but yes, he did have it at one point.
Yeah.
Well,
very smart rolling around with a $1 million diamond or whatever with multiple millions embedded in his face.
Somebody stole it.
Yeah. Somebody stole it. Maybe it was the same person that stole. There was something else happened at that time. Some other traders, these rappers are always getting rolled, it seems like, if they're going to clubs at the wrong times.
Well, if you're literally advertising,
that's the thing. It's like
this is how I'm rolling.
You're
basically asking. Look, no one's asking to get jacked.
I know there was somebody. Anyway, it doesn't matter. Okay, so yeah, we're gonna, and that's awesome. That's part of being on a prop floor. And actually, you know what? We could take a quick look.
I told everybody how they dirtied us. That we didn't get we didn't get this stuff because we own an office. Basically, the second that we achieved the level, and we're like, hey, so what? Because it was a leather jacket, and they're like, well, you don't get the leather jacket if you're an office owner. It only applies to the traders. Once you're an office owner, it doesn't count.
Yeah.
And so the jacket still eludes us. Someone's got one somewhere.
Someone
always
does.
wanted. Well, the numbers were insane.
Yeah, there it is, man. So so this is what we talk about this, man. The most money this office has ever made, both Neil, myself, everything trading have been on IPOs. So somebody put up 230 grand on a market on close, probably imbalance there in Canada. So when there's reweightings, those are the kind of things you got to look for. I wasn't here on Friday, so I hope that the boys here put up some numbers, but there's 230 in Canada. There's somebody put up 71. These are the numbers that you can do, when there's these imbalances, right, that come through, and they're just big market events, and we'll look to do that again. And there you go, right? So boom, shakalaka, there goes the dynamite there. And I can tell you, the numbers that we'll try to put up on IPO days can be, 10,000x what you do on other days. So there you go, man. P&L, big time, hit the money for everybody that was trading there here at Real Trading on Friday, which exactly that's what it was there. So hopefully some good numbers being put up, and all across the board, right? There's a trader that traded in Australia and Canada, and look at this, man, all throughout Europe as well as some Canada there. Just big, huge numbers from traders that have, quite frankly, huge you know what? So that's what you got to do if you're trying to make that kind of money. So congratulations to anybody that does. You are him and or her and or they. That is how you want to be trading. So, all right, there goes. Okay, I'm going to take a little bit more out here. Like no one's making 250 grand doing this on Palantir unless you took, million shares or whatever down there. I guess you don't have to take that many. But this is the kind of just easy, kind of learn to trade kind of symbols here, where you're picking your levels, you're trying to earn a decent, income every single day if you can, and then work on it and build higher and higher to the point where you're finally using, shares that will hopefully, be difference changers for you, which is why prop floors are pretty awesome to trade on, because you can trade other people's capital, right? You're not sort of investing your own up in there. So, but yeah, wow, $230,000 coming through. Adara, I saw you got a great interview there on Friday, so congratulations with that one. Market's starting to go a little bit, and I think we're going to throw it over to Adara. Ooh, look.
Thank you for the compliment there for that interview, and thanks again to John Ehrlichman for just being such a great guest and so fun to talk to. USO is on the move here, guys. It is worth noting. People are asking in the chat, what is the news? I don't have any obvious news on this. It is worth noting China making some comments right now that they held a military, marine, or maritime safety meeting with the U.S. last week in Hawaii. So if I get any more details from anything, I'll let you know. But that's really the only news on watch here for this USO moves. If I get anything else, I'll keep you guys posted. This is not the small cap recap. This is just because I saw a lot of people talking about it, so I thought I'd address it. TGHL is our first small cap name here. This is GrowHub. Worth noting here, they are in the software space. Market cap here of $47 million. Float here of 12.72 million. So this could be overall software strength. HUPC pulling back a bit, but Hub Cybersecurity is one to watch. We know the cybersecurity space is in focus. We had some cybersecurity earnings last week, and we've got more this week with Palo Alto Networks reporting after the bell on Tuesday and CrowdStrike after the bell here on Wednesday. You've got a $590,000 market cap here for HUBC, so small market cap there for Hub Cybersecurity. Last but not least here, this one was on our morning watch list here. Volato Group, SOAR, they announced a large, more than 100% increase in their annual recurring revenue late last week. No news that I could find for them today. Got a $12 million market cap, 27 million share float, 8.5% short float for SOAR. This is another name that has rallied in the past, so it is what we call a repeat offender. Back to you.
Thanks, Adara. And halted down now and should open up in a matter of seconds is Virgin Galactic. Volatility halt, obviously. After spiking close to $9, the tap is basically flat. So it's 768 halt, 768 it's indicating for an open. It just opened pretty much exactly where it said. I think maybe off by 1 cent or so, and then heading a little bit lower. So still 22% to the upside, but Virgin Galactic giving it back. The exuberance going into the SpaceX IPO, leaking its way to this potential squeeze name. But there's no fundamental change in their business just because another company is going public. If anything, there's more money that needs to go other places. And now you're gonna, we just hit the halt. I thought I saw it just bounce off the halt band. But it was tough to see there. So with just another flash down, Virgin Galactic getting shellacked a little bit here. Still up 13%, but looks like the sell-off is really starting to come in. Watch out for some other maybe space-related names if this is starting to give it up. Like look at Rocket Lab today, down 12% and still going lower. What's another one? Sidhu as well. Sidus down 9%. So a lot of these space names really starting to come in here. You could be looking at NASA, I suppose, or USO, a couple of the ETFs, which have been doing so well recently. But NASA down 8%. That's getting smoked. Yikes.
Okay, so I took like maybe 1/10 of a unit, not, bless you, not even on space. It just came into $7, but yeah, that move off the halt, nah. So we're gonna get out right there on Virgin Galactic and just continue to say what we've been doing about these space names. I wanted to try it at 7. The only problem was there was the trade at 7. That's why we wrote it down, the 200 period moving average. It's broke through, so that, breaking through on a halt, interesting, so we take a little bit of a shot there, as most of these sort of high-flying names today, including even my boy Palantir right here, I might as well just get out at this point and think about regrouping on Palantir. I have 1% left. I'm just going to offer this all out right now. It doesn't even matter. I'm just going to take it out at 20. There it is. End of the trade right now on are for, like I just said, 3.5x, like sort of the goal that we put out for ourselves. So, you know, we're going to take that, the only trade we've had on there, and a little bit on SpaceX. I lost 1% on SpaceX, what we made on Palantir. So I think that's pretty good risk management anyways at that point. So we'll just continue to watch out for that. All right, someone's favorite streaming name would not be their favorite today if they have some money invested in it. And there it is. Oh, thank you so much for that one. Yeah, man, we could put on that Iceman glove, and we've got now those diamond. I mean, look, that's what it takes. We've talked about this. It's a completely different market right now. You can get outsized winners, and that's what we've had, you know, on a play like that there today with Palantir. So thank you so much for that super chat. Keep them coming up as we're here all day, except for 11 to 2, where you're going to have the professor and one half of Katina Wilson Capital. Joe Wilson will be there today to bring you guys through the midday. And I want to say big thanks to Joe for holding fort with Neil there on Friday. And it was always a good day with Joseph. So I just saw SMR. Actually, I actually have a warning, and it just didn't. It's right here. Here, I'll show you on my chart here, on a 5-minute chart for SMR. I put this a while ago at $12. And I didn't rearm it, so it didn't like come in to, I'm talking about eSignal. So I didn't rearm it there at $12, and that's exactly where it came in today. So that should have been a trade for me down there at 12 on SMR. I told the story, like this weekend, you know, people were asking me, like, you know, what's going on in the market? And I said, maybe a little overheating in the AI space, but someone's going to have to power it. And I think nuclear has a good opportunity here to get going. And, you know, you never know. You got Oklo last week with the president, or maybe a week and a half ago, something like that, came out and was putting some money into some of these names. So we did see a little bit of a move higher. We did see a big move higher as well in IBM recently off of some good talk. Wow, IBM really faded today, though. What the hell?
Oh, they all did.
340 when we first started talking about it, all the way down to 310, 308. So you're still up 6 right now, but there we go, downside. And then another name that was starting to go today as well was Microsoft, and that's kind of just not doing a whole heck of a lot here, but not bad for MSFT right now, up 2 and a bit, breaking through that 460, a nice little look. Maybe if we take 464, we can get long on Microsoft.
Back.
Oh,
you cannot stop this silly thing. It's spectacular. Dell's now 10% and back into the highs. Again, you just really can't stop this stock. We've gone a very long time without actually even talking about NVIDIA. NVIDIA's up 5 points and is also broken.
Yes, wow.
Pretty clean. So NVIDIA looking absolutely fantastic as well. You can say it's boring. You can say a lot of catching up to do to AMD. So, like, I'm not here to tell you that I'll be doing any celebrating on this unless we see $250 on NVIDIA. Like, I want to see a number like that. Like, give us something a little bit more exciting, NVIDIA. 5% is fantastic. I just think it's a start. I think we can get to that 250, and we should get there. Looks like what is this AAOI everyone's asking about? Apply. Where are we here? It's another 8 points too. Look at this off the 50 period. Oh my goodness. The best thing about an indicator is when the stock that you're looking at respects the indicator that you like. So anyone that bounce played AAOI off the 50 period on the daily, congratulations to you. That's about as textbook as it gets. It doesn't get any cleaner than this type of a bounce, right? Like liquidity grab right off the 150 and then a quick little turnaround. So I've only traded the 3 names. One of them we're still sitting in is this SoFi, basically just holding some Friday levels. Let me zoom over here. It's just riding VWAP, but if we break this consolidation, I'm just going to hop out of it. Haven't been able to get back into IBIT just yet, as it's still sliding lower, but the pops into VWAP still could happen. And the market was just strong, so I was looking for it to get a little bit further, and we could fade that one closer to that 4060 to 4060, 4070 area for a continuation short. We got Adara at the desk with an update.
And then AAOI is applied optoelectronics for what it's worth. They're in the same sector as Lumentum, so that optical photonics type space. They also, and we know that sector has been invested in by NVIDIA in the past, so just worth noting there. What I wanted to talk about, though, was Microsoft, another name with a recent tie-up with NVIDIA. They just announced their Surface Laptop Ultra, which, as we know, was engineered here with NVIDIA. If I get more details, I'll let you know, but they're saying it's going to be available later this year. We also know we're expecting to hear more about this laptop and NVIDIA tie-up at the Microsoft Build event, which kicks off tomorrow. Back to you.
Okay, interesting there. And
Of Microsoft.
I was just like, here's that 200 period moving average on Marvell. I mean, it just came right in. That's a level that we look at there, and we didn't do anything about it. That was $200 even. Now all the way back to 210 now for Marvell. I mean, what a great opportunity that would be for traders potentially to go short if you're looking for a name to think about. We're at the day's high again. It's already peaked out right there, and peaky blinders for Marvell. That was, even though we only had 2% left. There we go, man. And now we just leave it alone. Of course, we wrote down Palantir there at 57. That was the trade of the day. You know, if we're doing those videos, trade of the day right there. That just all the way to the upside and boom, chakalaka, downside. We only had 5% when all of this stuff was happening there, breaking below VWAP, always going to be a good out. And there goes Palantir back down to the downside. And unfortunately, I'm going to say a lot of these names have probably come with it, right? Oh, no, well, no, wrong. CRM, maybe some of these software names were coming back in. Of course, we can always look at something like the IGV, if that was ever going to be in play again here. So that would be something for us to always look at, IGV. But there's CRM, IGV. This is your sales. That was Salesforce. This is your software ETF. And of course, we talked about what names were in this, Palantirs of the world and whatnot. So we'll look to see if IGV gets going here back to the upside. And, you know, I just thought a name like IBM, that's pulled back, now trying to get going again, still up, that's 6%. Rigetti, we went out for, it was my wife's birthday on Saturday. We went to this little Italian joint, and I had some amazing carbonara, some of the best stuff I've had since we were in Rome itself. So shout out to them, and we had a great time there on Saturday night. A very, very small little restaurant, maybe has like maybe 20 seats in it, and we took 5 of them, so it was really nice to go there. And my wife had gnocchi, which was really good, and we had some wicked times there. Not cheap, but there's Rigetti. So Rigetti now up to down 1%, but up right here since we've opened this day. So there goes another quantum play again as well. And
Meta's bleeding.
Yeah, Meta. Yeah, I think I just heard probably the same thing maybe you did there. Yep. Yeah. So here we go, man. I don't know. I know there's a lot of people talked about maybe buying some Meta off of that move there, but oh, there's a headline on it? Okay.
No, I said I liked that headline from last week.
Oh, yeah, so did I, man. That was a good headline, and we really hit it long, right about this price. We hit the long on Meta at 609 last week, and that was just because it came into some levels right into here, and then all of a sudden we had this whole move up, man, live on the show. But that did not last, obviously, more than one day as Meta came right back in. And hey, look, man, we were even talking about it up here, saying that, you know, we were thinking about potentially adding. Maybe Meta's the one that broke out. Hopefully you guys didn't do it. And if you did, it's still, I still don't think it's wrong. I mean, Meta's going to go through its ebbs and flows, and those glasses and everything, they're pretty hot amongst the youth. They got to make money on them somehow. And hopefully now with their subscription service, they'll be able to tie it all together a little bit. But Meta, definitely the short that hopefully some of you had. Look right off the open here. There's your 200 period moving average. So
Apple just broke the bid too.
Oh, all right. The Nasdaq's flat, which is kind of interesting, and all these stocks.
There's enough
hammered.
strong.
Yeah, that's
right now. I think there's enough strong that's holding us up here, but Apple, busting down off the lows. I hate to give you the bad news, but that sort of is what it is. You've got in the middle Alphabet doing okay, but if we just flash over to what's happening with the Qs, like they're back above VWAP and going higher. So like the NASDAQ is flying. Well, you probably guessed it by now. NVIDIA is up 5 points and continuing to drag everything with it. We've already talked about Dell, again, at the highs, up 10% and still flying. ARM, another name, that's back above 400 and heading back towards its highs. Like you thought this was giving it up? Apparently not. 14%, not actually at the highs yet, but it is getting close. Intel, still, it's holding up better than expected. It never really reached the 13 for the fade for me, so that'll be a little bit of a disappointment. Bitcoin's doing the exact same thing it was before. We've only traded the 3 names with Bitcoin, Palantir, and then SoFi. It was just that higher low that we played. You can argue too tight of a stop, but it broke it, so I'm out. I'm not waiting for it either to retest down here at 17.7 or maybe take another shot at this breaking out above the VWAP. And yeah, that's right, AMC. AMC did break trend. Interesting. Like, it broke the trend line and didn't really do much of anything with it. I paid for locates on this. See the wall at $2 right here? So for the last 15 minutes, it broke the trend line, but has been unable to break the $2 even level. So I might only take it if it breaks $2. It doesn't really give you that much room to VWAP though. You're just basically getting 5 cents to VWAP. In some ways, like a trend break is better if it's extended further, if I'm being real about it. But it could be like a quick little scalp trade there in AMC. Strong numbers out of a couple of box offices. There was a second movie outside of the one where, yeah, there's some other movie which apparently was really popular. But again, I don't know.
Okay.
Like I'm like a sci-fi nerd kind of guy. Like I'll do those big blockbusters when they're like sci-fi and like a huge fan. I love that Hail Mary was fantastic. And I'll probably be the sucker that goes to actually watch
There's
Mandalorian and
millions of people
Grogu.
that went to that, I think. That's part of the
Yeah,
story.
but it's still the worst ever. I think, well, maybe, I don't want to say ever. I think it was the worst grossing Star Wars film of all time. Someone correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that's an actual fact. Very disappointing. Very disappointing. Obsession, that's what I have no idea what Obsession is, but apparently
it's a horror movie directed by a 26-year-old YouTuber, and apparently it broke some kind of records, I believe, for horror. I know the budget was very small, and their box office, last time I checked, and I could totally be wrong, I believe was upwards of 600 million. So I know that it did incredibly well in the box office, especially compared to expectations.
Okay, that's pretty cool. A 26-year-old YouTuber with a low budget, okay, that makes me more interested in it. That's just cool. I like hearing a story like that. Like sometimes you get somebody coming out of nowhere. Great. I mean, I'll give that one a shot. My wife hates horror films, though.
About shorting Marvell. Not a good idea. There it goes, man, up through 210, and there it goes, taking out new highs of the day as Marvell just continues to pump higher. I just check the account. It's always dangerous to do that. We last got out at 218, so we'll see if we can get another bump up here for Marvell right now, starting to go upside. And then Robinhood, man. I mean, this is a name where I think it wants to go. I mean, we're hovering around VWAP right now. Good little bottom there at 86.50. We could see if Robinhood wants to continue sort of ascent. It's had a nice, I mean, it's down today, but it's had a nice little pushback to some of these plays, that's for sure, over the last little while. So good on anybody that was able to pick something up there. But again, he asked the same question: do you sell it at 95 again, or are we holding it back through to see if this happens one more time? It's nice to see that although we sit here and we talk a little bit about crypto, that Marvell can go upside no matter what, but that Robinhood can continue to climb to new highs like that as well. And SoFi kind of just hanging out. It did have quite a nice move down lower there right off the open. That always makes me so nervous that people have sort of given it up. But yeah, big time rocket ship there for Marvell. And then the other one was Netflix I want to look at because they had sort of a V shape the other way around today as they made a nice move off the open into 87 and actually no real recovery at all right now on Netflix, trying to base out near 85. Miss Adara, what do you got for us?
What I have here, guys, is an update here with the Middle East. Now, I know people are getting a little sick of these headlines. They are quite numerous, but I think this one is certainly worth noting. So kind of already had a sense of this here from, or at least in Iran's opinion, from what Iran reportedly said earlier. But we know that there have been some concerns here, at least, again, within the actors that are involved, that the U.S. and Israel have coordinated here in some of these attacks. Iran actually cited this coordination as the reason that they would be pulling out of attacks, out of conversations and of discussions for a peace deal with the U.S. So given Iran's concerns about, is U.S.-Israel coordination, they said, no, we cannot discuss peace with the U.S. right now. Well, I have the latest update here. Israeli news, specifically Hayom News, so an Israeli outlet, they're reporting that an expansion of activity in Lebanon, which we know has been happening today, was coordinated with the U.S. So it sounds like, at least according to Israel, they have in fact been coordinating with the U.S. This does not necessarily bode well for the resumption of talks between the U.S. and Iran. That is, if you believe all these various state media reports. Back to you.
Yeah, and that's probably why USO's up 7% and really not showing. I mean, it's showing some signs of slowing down, but not that much. As long as this holds its strength, there would be some concerns. But you know what? There's a certain segment of the market that is doing a very good job not caring, led by NVDA. That's the crazy thing is, remember, when we did the rundown this morning, it was everything related to Jensen Huang's keynote over the weekend, and it was Dell that was in sympathy to the upside and ARM that was sympathy. Those are a couple of strong names in addition to NVIDIA. And then you're seeing you saw some relative weakness in Intel and AMD. That's what was leading the story, and it continues to be the big theme. It looks like Virgin Galactic ended up not falling apart there.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure I saw it go close enough to a second halt down and then catch a bid. So it probably hit off the halt band, which ends up also being the prior day high. So Friday highs. I like where it's bouncing, but if it doesn't get past VWAP is now exactly almost to the penny the initial halt down, which will be that $7.60. I believe it was $7.68. So if it doesn't get back above that, I don't want to be bottom picking this. I want it re-breaking out, get above that halt price, close above VWAP, and then Virgin Galactic looks a little bit more exciting to myself. IBIT still looks incredibly weak. Let's throw up that super chat. We just got a fun one. Well, at least an interesting one. Depends on how the stock is doing. We've got Evil Bliss.
Okay.
Happy Monday. Any thoughts on Hive? Hive blockchain. Well, half of it just got said with the whole blockchain. But you know what? No, in all seriousness, people always ask about bottom pick stocks or like things that have been trending down or that look relatively weak. And it's nice to be able to say, you don't need to have bottoms. It's already made the round of bottom. It's already made the breakout. And it's pulled back off the break, held this 370 level. And now it's in an uptrend. So pretty simple. Now, in terms of earnings, I'm not here to predict earnings. That's not what it's all about. But if you're in an uptrend going into earnings, what that affords you is the ability to pull back. Like it could give up 20% or so and still be above that breakout level of 370. That's actually more than that. That'd be more than 20%. Call it like 22, 23%. It could do that to the downside and still be above the breakout level. That's the power of getting a stock when it's in an upward momentum. So it's one of those, if I was in it, whatever. I can't say that I would. If I'm in a breakout over the 200-period moving average and it's up 30% going into earnings, I'm probably rigging the register because I don't want to get that pullback. But if I had done so, you get a chance to maybe buy a dip into support here for Hive. I believe there was another super chat up there. We can throw the other one up as well.
It's about NVIDIA, but I just, let me get this first. Okay, you got that first, let's go. Yeah, so what do we think about the NVIDIA short? No, I don't think about it because I want to go long on NVIDIA only. Wow, 220 right now, bang. Nice move up there. You don't get 4% too much on NVIDIA, as it's been like, you know, Joe sort of coined Google as like a little bit of an ETF. I think NVIDIA is kind of like the AI ETF sort of, as it just, you know, again, news, obviously. Yesterday with Jensen speaking and talking about, you know, the deal with ARM there, making those new AI chips in the computer side of things. We saw ARM go to the upside there today. So I don't, you know, looking at a chart here on a daily chart, I don't think that there's anything wrong with looking short for NVIDIA, but I mean, I'm not going to do that. If you are going to go short, please, I would think about a stop out there at 222 if it breaks there. But, you know, yeah, technically speaking there, you know, you're starting to make, that was a lower high. So, you know, there's our high, there's the new lower high. You could use your 25-period moving average potentially as a place to start thinking about getting short and then give yourself about $1.50 to the upside on that, or maybe that's just a clean dollar. But yeah, I mean, this feels like there's too much momentum today. The market has broke low already and now starting to break back through VWAP. So NVIDIA can put this whole market on its back, and I'm not sure that you want to be too short of it. But I do think that that's, you know, a great look, and, you know, traders got to take their shot. So I just want to say this because this is very similar. So Medical Marinara, I saw you say that in the chat about IREN. So I made 3.5 times daily goal as well on Palantir. So essentially, you know, we could be done trading until, you know, Thursday ourselves, but that's a great thing to do. Now you're trading with house money the rest of the week. Be very, very conservative, I would say, and congratulations on IREN. You know, again, a stock that, and I was looking at IREN here, I-R-E-N.
I guess it must have been a short.
That's what I'm saying. It's not even looking to me like it was that great, but I think that, you know, my style would have been going long in and around here. That's the great trade right there on IREN. I mean, again, you have to be looking at it. It's not marked down for me today, but there's the move back in, gives you those bases. And if you're looking long, you could take it right there at 61 bucks and give yourselves about 50 cents or so worth of a stop, and it gave you $2. So I don't know, Medical, if that was your trade or not, but congratulations. It's tough enough to make real money in the market. It looks like you just hit your week. So fantastic. There it is, 61.30 long. That's it, medical marinara, man. And I hope you learned, some of those strategies from us here, and especially something that I like to do is play off some of those levels as well. Okay, Adara, I think, has some news, and then we'll get back and see what Neil's up to.
I do have some news. I also have a sector board. Let's start here, though, with the news. Microsoft, I've talked a lot about this Microsoft Build event, and I'm going to mention it again here because I continue to see reports about what they could potentially be announcing. Now, according to The Verge, which just posted this article a couple of minutes ago, they think they are heard that Microsoft will be announcing a new reasoning model called MAI Thinking 1. So that sounds like MAI could be related to their Maya model. Also, some new image models, a Copilot super app, and a developer-optimized Windows 11 experience. Again, Microsoft Build ahead of that event tomorrow. We're going to probably continue to hear reports about what we might expect, and I'll keep you guys posted as I hear new details. In the meantime, we have a very, very green energy minerals sector here. We know that as this conflict here continues to heat up with U.S., Iran, and Israel, and Iran saying they don't want to talk to the U.S. anymore, we have tons of strength here in the energy minerals sector. Tech service is also looking great. You've got Meta, Google, and Netflix pulling back along with Apple 11, but a lot of these other software plays are doing well. The aforementioned Microsoft also getting some love from Wells Fargo ahead of tomorrow's event. You've got Oracle up 5%, IBM up 7%, Palo Alto Networks up 4%, CrowdStrike up 4%, ServiceNow near day's lows and still up 1%. So great look there. Tech services electronic technology a bit more mixed here. Qualcomm and Intel both suffering here after that NVIDIA presentation, likely trading lower in the opposite of sympathy. We'll call it an antipathy play. ADI, AMD, TXN, all to the downside. That being said, NVIDIA, Broadcom, and Micron all incredibly strong today. Micron above that $1,000 mark. Other sectors here looking weak include health tech, retail trade, consumer durables, producer manufacturing, consumer non-durables, utilities, and non-energy minerals. Make sure to like. Make sure to subscribe. We're going to send you back over to Sean and Neil.
And I just put on a new position, and it's already $1. There goes AMD. We only have 2 trades on today, AMD and Palantir. We took a little bit of a stab there at Space, but we've already made on this AMD trade infinitely more than what we lost there.
Infinitely.
Yeah, on Space. So as Space and Beyond there, it goes up to $5. This might not last that long. The spread is 40 cents. Or more here on advanced micro devices. So you kind of got to sit around. See, here we go. You got to kind of sit around and take those fills. So we just basically did that there at 505. And we're going to stop out at 507. So here we go again, man, from a winner into a loser potentially there on advanced micro devices. You can't, this is what we're talking about shorting NVIDIA. Right, some of these plays, man, they just keep on going, and you got to be very, very careful as this space. Keep thinking about space as the chip names continue to rock and roll. So just be careful if you're looking over here. But yeah, lots of stuff happening right now. Microsoft unveiling new things. We heard that from Adara, and maybe AMD gets a bump on stuff like that. So just be careful. I'm stopping out at 507 here on AMD.
Marks, this is a good question. I just want, maybe you can clarify something here. Neil and Sean, can you please explain? I've seen lots of videos, but still confused. What does confirmation look like versus consolidation? I seem to trade chop like Amazon. So first off, there's a subjectivity to some of these terms. Consolidation, I think, is not that ambiguous. And if you can't figure out what consolidation looks like, sometimes it isn't. I wouldn't argue that Amazon has been chopped today. Amazon's been trend down. And the only time it consolidated was at VWAP, right? Where you see, it's a little choppy around the volume weighted average price, but that's still consolidation lower. Amazon's a $200 stock. So these flashes up that are like 50 to 70 cents or so, again, that can be a couple people punching long or short. It doesn't really move a lot. I think a lot of times when people talk about consolidation, it's like, it doesn't have to be a straight line. You can consolidate in a downtrend. See the bottom here in IBIT, still making lower lows, but it is consolidating at the bottom. It's just slowing down and condensing of the tape. But that can happen in a band that goes up or down very slightly. Just remember, it's just compression of price action. That's all. It doesn't actually have to be a straight line for it to be consolidating. And then confirmation is a totally different concept. That's the part that confused me. What does confirmation look like versus consolidation? Consolidation is just the condensing in the tape. I just wasn't sure let me know what that first term means. But consolidation, again, it just has to be any condensing of the tape relative to what it was doing, just say previously. And speaking of, there hasn't been much consolidation until now, in Intel. I still like 113 for a short, but it's double topped at 111 now. If it gets to 117, congratulations, Intel, it'll have gone green. So it's got this nice upward trend, which I'm going to start to, it's going to draw this trend line in here. If it's not going to press to 113, then I'll allow it to be a trend break short for me. So still pressing higher, but if it does break this trend, I want to jump into the short on Intel for the first time here today. That's the only one of 4 names that I had in the list that I had not traded today.
It's $2. Now it's $2.50. Now it's getting even better here. I'm going to take a piece out on the bid, sit on this bid in the 70s, see if we get it right now for advanced micro devices. There we go, man. Huge move to the downside now on AMD, and takes them out at your 25 period moving averages. We're getting lower and lower and lower. Oh boy, man, wow. Now we're starting to get going. This day, that's turned into quite a nice day with Palantir already. Like we said, now we just add on to it. I'm feeling some kind of ways. Like this has been such a good move to the downside and been really starting to hit some of these trades. So yeah, man, I mean, it means a lot that you guys are here with us. And there's the move right back into 504 again on advanced micro devices. So we haven't traded that much today. I've traded 3 names in and out of space as fast as you can right there on very, like I said, very, very small amounts, man. And then on AMD, I was not expecting this kind of a move, so I have exited out. Right now I have less than half on of advanced micro devices, and our stop, guys, was 60 cents. I told you that we were gonna get stopped out at 507. That's where the stop is right there. So the fact that, you know, it went almost $3 there now it's going again. Hopefully it comes back in and we can start to cover a little bit more at this spot, but that's so far so good there on advanced micro devices. So yeah, Hewlett-Packard Enterprise is a good call there. How to play everything into earnings would basically just be pretty simple, man. Get out if you think it's gone a little bit too high on HPE. And I look at some of these names and I think if you're in this name down here, PCs have been super, super hot right now. We can never tell what's gonna happen at earnings. All I can do is give you the exact same advice that I did to myself. And that was, I got out of some Marvell up there at 218. We got out of some ARM, we got out of some AMD, we got out of some Intel, and it's just these kind of moves higher, I would just hate to see, and look, HPE could follow the way of Dell, right? I mean, we know that there's going to be a possible huge move up, but this is already bumping up on Dell earnings. So how do you play it? Is that tonight, HPE? When are they reporting? Okay, so, how to play that would be, honestly, play with house money is always my advice, especially if you see moves like this. And it's easy to say, because you're probably doubled up, or if you've just recently got this, why not just take advantage of the 6% rate now and get a little bit out here today? So those are some little things that I would be looking at there for HPE. Think about getting some out and react maybe accordingly tomorrow if you still like it, because and I always go back to this. SanDisk on earnings went down to $1,000 where we wrote it down as a buy, and then now it was 1,700 or 1,800. That was on earnings. It went down 20% and then caught the bid the very next day, and even actually in the after hours. So what will HPE do? Hopefully big things, but for now, we wait to see what Hewlett-Packard Enterprises comes with tonight. Never a great idea to be sitting on such a huge winner, but you guys, those that have held everything, man, if you held ARM, you're rewarded. If you held Marvell, all that stuff is a big-time reward for everybody, so congratulations.
Well, the other thing, too, to consider with them is if a lot of the move has come via sympathy,
exactly.
Like HPE's had 2 successive moves up on big-time sympathy to Dell. That's the kind of thing where if you don't like looking a gift horse in the mouth, I get it. And there's no one ever went broke taking profit at the end of the day. And that's probably one of the biggest earnings names that's going to be left. But the NASDAQ just went green. It's continuing to go higher. The next one for me is going to be, if Intel either breaks this channel. If the market continues to press and Intel can't break that high, then it's going to be this trend break. Bitcoin is barely off the low, so I can't even say I'm going to short that at VWAP because it's not even close yet. Let's go over to the desk. We've got Money Talks with Adara. That's the right one. Money Talk.
Here's the US dollar. It is still trading more or less within the range that we've seen over the last basically 2 weeks now. We briefly broke below that range on Friday to end the month of May, but starting June with a nice push to the upside, up about just under 0.5% on the day right now for the DXY. High of the session, which is currently we're trading, that's going to be around 99.35. Now, it's worth noting here for the DXY in terms of economic data, we're going to get some later in the week. In terms of today's economic data, you got a slightly higher than expected ISM manufacturing print at 10 a.m. and then at 9:45 a.m. slightly lower than expected S&P manufacturing print. We're going to get some Fed speak throughout the week, including some Fed speakers tomorrow, as well as JOLTS job openings tomorrow morning. Then on Friday, you're going to get the biggest economic data day of the week, I believe, with unemployment and non-farm payrolls, both bright and early at 8. Let's talk about the CME Fed Watch tool. 99% chance we do not get any rate changes in June. That meeting now is just about 2 weeks away. July, 91% chance of no change. So very unlikely things are going to change in any way, at least at these next two meetings. But in December, we're once again starting to see just a very, very tight majority of participants expecting a 25 basis point rate hike. This June meeting is going to be the first under Kevin Warsh, the new Fed chair. So we're going to have to wait and see how things unfold with that in mind. We're going to send you back over to Sean and Neil. Do make sure to like and subscribe.
Always. Thank you, Adara. We got E in the chat and keep your eyes on snow. Here's another one. Oh my goodness. How do we haven't even talked about Snowflake. This is the problem with the market. It's like you have a stock go up 30% on earnings, and within 2 or 3 sessions, it's like an afterthought because Dell went parabolic and ARM went parabolic and Palantir went, I mean, not this parabolic. It's just there's so many things that have gone ham that it's easy to forget that Snowflake just came all the way back and is now testing 52-week highs. That is absurd, as they like to say. We just talked about ringing registers. Another 9 points today, and this absolutely looks like program buying. Like, look at how linear this is. It's just so nice, easy to draw a line of fit and all that good stuff. So congratulations if you got Snowflake as another software name that's able to get a good bounce. I know the cybersecurity names in general have been really good. Just going to throw one out here if we can, because CrowdStrike, that is a nice looking bull flag, another 4 points for CrowdStrike. Maybe these guys are going to do a split. Never talk about them as a split candidate, but it's now crossed $750. And the thing about it is, if you like something that's on the dip buy, sometimes you got to buy it when everyone hates it. And that's the reality. When everyone was throwing out some of those software names, if you just picked 1 or 2 that you liked, obviously cybersecurity probably a little safer than some of the other software names, let's be real. I thought it's easier to have pick bottoms on CrowdStrike than it was on like ServiceNow. Granted, I think that's a little bit easier for anybody. I think same thing true with Palo Alto as well. But hey, you buy something good, you're rewarded. Man, this stock has gone so far. I'm actually considering whether I want to trim some of that. Like, it's almost a double up from that 400 level, which just seems insane, but it's actually true. All right, the market's still bouncing here. And Intel hasn't broken that local high yet, so it's still very much this current trend line that will be breaking. If it takes out the top, then it'll probably form a new, more ridiculous trend that we can fade into. So we'll see. I'm looking for Intel's next trade because Bitcoin, I mean, for all the exuberance today, Bitcoin is just sitting here at the lows. We might actually see that 70,000 break this week. They're going.
Yeah, I think so for sure.
At this rate, it's almost inevitable the way it's trading.
Yep, for sure. I think Bitcoin, yeah, it's not great. I bought it at 66. I might just flash out of that, man. I don't love Bitcoin anymore. That is for sure. But I haven't loved it in a while. But just thought that was a decent price, 66. But it went up to 80 and stopped on a dime. So we're basically flat on AMD now. Yeah, we were short it, took that profit down there, then it breaks higher through, and we got 5. This is how crazy it does on a break. We get 5. I can check the price exactly. We got 507. Well, it's a bunch of different prices, but we got some at 29s and some at 49s. So on a 507 break, we wind up getting 50 cents of slippage there. So putting us still up on AMD, but obviously we gave a little bit back there, and that's why you want to make sure that you always have your stop orders and maybe trailing stops, or else you get hit by one of these glizzies right there in your face. But that doesn't matter because we're going to figure out what we got for lunch, man. The lunch man is back here today after taking a day off on Friday. We're going to be back to talk about it. It's Thai. So the flag is Thai today. I saw some people in the chat saying, bet it's chicken, bet it's potatoes. Today is Pad Gra Pow beef. So it's Thai basil stir fry. It's been actually pretty legit. Sometimes a little oily.
Had this before. It's
Yeah, we've had this. Yeah, we've had this many times before. Steamed rice should be good. Sautéed seasoned veg we like. And then a cucumber salad, which has been good before as well. So it's a very eclectic menu this week. That's the tip I'll give you for what's for lunch. Should be a few interesting things. All I saw were the flags. So I don't want to cheat and see what's coming early, but should be a good week for some lunch around.
I saw
here.
one of the flags.
So yeah, so it should be good. I don't think there's any U.S. or Canadian ones on there. So lots of good action here. My son yesterday, he said, "Hey, can I go and make you guys?" He's feeling like tacos. So I said, "Sure, man. Like, you know, we're out all day. You know, go ahead and make it." So of course, he's 24 years old. I give him the credit card. Blah, blah, blah. He goes out just to Loblaws right next to where we live.
Full fork.
And then I look down and I see he spent $97. So I was like, what kind of tacos exactly will we be having? Anyways, he got this big, nice piece. I think it was flank steak or what it was.
Oh, okay.
He threw that all down.
Close.
He bought some Nespresso pods, of course, even though we already have some. Everything pickled. He pickled some onions up. He made his own avocado whip up like that. It was absolutely amazing, but an expensive dinner. Homemade there. I told him, bro, you can't, come on, man. Buy some ground beef. We could have some same kind of tacos. But that was really well done. So shout out to Baxter yesterday. And he cleaned up everything. He did absolutely everything. He's living rent-free, but I got to make him quite the chef right over there. So, yeah, he's doing it. He cleaned up, and he yells.
Pickled onions.
Pickled onions. He pickled a lot of things there yesterday, so it was really nice. And then he actually tells his younger siblings to do the work. He's like, yo, Baron, you got to do the dishwasher. Gia, you got to do this. And they actually listen to him. So we're having some good success on that one. But anyways, there goes AMD. But that steak was very, very tasty last night. So just I only brought that up because we're having beef here today. So, but I think it's going to be more ground beef.
Well, it makes me hungry. But yeah, it was ground beef last time.
Yeah.
But it's... we've had that a couple of times. There was the one time. I know it was a little bit iffy, but the time after that was absolutely delicious. So I'm pretty excited for this lunch. And then I did accidentally see, I think, Wednesday. So I'm not going to spoil it either. But I think I'm very excited.
Accidentally, I see that.
Well, I looked over. I happened to see the flag and usually what comes with it. So I'm excited for the lunch on Wednesday, everybody. We've got Ozan up in the chat. Can you fix the Strait of Hormuz?
I don't know. He said only I could. Yeah, I mean, I can't really fix it, Ozan. I mean, I wish I could. And I don't know what my solution would be for the Strait of Hormuz. But you could see right here that USO, I mean, come on, man. Can't we just all be friends? I mean, I don't think that logic may not work. But there goes USO up 7.5% today and at the highs. So, Ozan, thank you for your kind words. If President Trump would like to ring me up, he can, and we can discuss that. But I'm sure he has much more important things to do than that. And speaking to a uneducated Canadian about the oil markets right there. But it's 11 o'clock now, so you want to talk about Intel maybe?
Well, Intel, so look, Intel did this topping tail wick, and I got in, and then I realized, hey, you have a rule. This thing is screaming higher. Like screaming higher, and I said I'd wait for the break of the trend line, and I kind of broke the rule by getting in early just because I saw that topping tail wick. I'm like, oh, let's get in. Nah, it doesn't make any sense. I want the confirmation that we're breaking the trend line. This time of day, if it's that strong, let it break the trend, and I'd rather be in it a little bit later in the move than try to be catching what I think is still the front end. Intel being down 3% only tells you half the story. And it's broken the morning highs, and then you look at what the NASDAQ is doing. The NASDAQ is at the morning high. So yes, it's down 3%, but it's actually stronger than the market. And if it's stronger than the market, I got to be more strict with the entry to any short trade. It's 11. We'll be back at 2. We're going to enjoy some Thai food while we send you over to Joey Options, the professor. Go get him, boys.
See this CoreWeave trade, bro? CoreWeave's ripping. Yo, 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 boom. Greetings and salutations, beautiful people. You know where that's from, greetings and salutations?
No.
Your favorite actor's movie, Sylvester Stallone.
Oh, yeah?
It's from Demolition Man. Because, like, he's in the future, nobody says hi. It's like, Greetings and salutations.
Okay. I see
Is
what
this
you're getting at
future
there.
talk? Get it. All right. What's up, everybody? That's your boy, Joey Options. I'm Sharif, and let's say hello to everybody in the chat. I hope everybody had a fantastic weekend. It was absolutely beautiful in the great city of Toronto. And I hope everybody else had a fantastic weekend. Let's say hello to everybody here. Pillsbury's in the house. Adam, James abroad. I'm blocking him for the day.
Oh, yeah.
He's gonna get a 24-hour suspension.
Oh.
Because I know we're gonna be inundated with super chats and messages, trolling me for the loss on Saturday afternoon. Shout out to my Gunners, man. They did real good. We came down to one measly penalty. We'll get him next time, baby. Ichiro, what's up, man? We got Jeremy Newman, Rodney Owens, terrible trade. Shout out to Jacques. I see you. Campione, champione, ale, ale, ale. Shout out to Ryan Hurt. We got Hypercube, Steverns in the house, Lucky Beats, Flupsters, Happy Coder, and Chazzy, No Bag Trader, Ja P. We got Drew Farrell. Shout out to Sip Artemis, Medical, Marinara, and Heart to Heart Media, Frico Suave. That's fantastic. Chapeau for that name there. Shout out to Barry Affleck. I see you, Barry. Cause, we got Icky, we got Dean Allen, and Rage Quit Radio, customer all-time high. Hello, gents, right back at you, Peter G. Dan the Maniac, I love the name, as well as Mac22TH54 and 2 New York Cents. And what kind of day would it be if we didn't have the auspicious turtle? What's up, small cap cappers? What's going on, brother? We got a whole list for you over here that we're going to get to in a minute, but let's say good morning to your boy, Joey Options.
Yo, what's going on, everyone? I hope everyone had a fantastic weekend. As Sharif mentioned, a beautiful one here in the city. I'm not short DRAM, by the way. We are not short any DRAM. We are along a little bit of NVDA. Let's see if this support level at 218 can hold up. We climbed to a high of around 222. We're right around the volume weighted average price. That's starting to come in against us. We'll get all out of this DRAM here momentarily. I'll probably still say that I'm short. Other than that, guys, I mean, let's take a look at our watch list here today. We're going to be Robinhood there at the top of the list. We have Meta that we thought that would see somewhat of a bounce. Gaurav and I planning for this on Monday to find that, but no, it's like, yep, boom, see you later, and gives back the majority of that move. So not too good of a look here in META, and DRAM starting to come back in. So we'll get out at the break even on this bad boy. Trendline broke, so take some off there, and then $67 rejection, not too good. Double top on DRAM. Oh, I was telling Sharif, we sold a little bit more Bitcoin here on IBIT. It's just opportunity cost at this point, and I mentioned this the other day. I'll just pull it up here on the daily before we send it back to our guy. Is this, right? So we had this trend line break. If this holds up, then that's fine, right? But we still have a lot of it. I sold about total about 40%, so we're still sitting on another 60 that I bought during the IPO, which is dead money. It's been at that level exactly from when I bought it roughly, so we're break even right there. In a couple of years after being up substantially on it, did trim a little bit in the higher 50s, and then it just sold off after, and then I sold some on, I think it was like Wednesday of last week at 42, and I'm gonna let a little bit more go right here because I think at this pace we're gonna head towards the low. Could it bounce? Absolutely. Could I be wrong? But just that curl over, I mentioned that it was giving this type of vibe. Boom. Just no extremely strong day here, and then off to the races it goes to the downside is Bitcoin. I think it's going to take another year in order for this thing to get find its footing and get some momentum under it. But what am I doing? Why am I selling some of my positions? We released a little bit of Netflix as well too, Sharif. I know you might be happy about that one. Netflix, we trimmed. We didn't fully close the position, but we took a good chunk off. Why? Because there's a lot of hot IPOs that I want to be sitting on some cash in and be buying throughout the next couple of years, to be honest with you. So we'll be rotating at a certain NVDA, my top holding now at this point, and absolutely monstrous. We're up like 89%, close to 100% on that bad boy. We've been holding it for a long time too. But yeah, AC Slater to Bitcoin and Netflix looking to grab some Anthropic and SpaceX when the time is right, brother.
Well said. Neil, I'm just trying to find that for you right now, but just give me a second. All right, guys, here is the deal. I'm watching. Look, the pickings are slim. Oh, you mean Paulie Ozan? But you see, I'd say it to Joe, but he'd have no idea who I was talking about because he doesn't like the Rocky movies, right? So Ozan is like, why do you look like Paulie right now from
Pauly
Rocky?
D?
No. Paulie, he's Rocky's brother-in-law. He's the brother of Adrian.
Adrian, hey yo, Adrian.
Exactly.
Hey yo, Adrian.
Right? Ozan says you look like him. It's the shirt says Blicky Spears. I don't know, man. I think Joey looks good today, man. I thought he looked like pretty, he was doing his thing there for a double bicep. Get up, Joey. When he was doing the options play. Look, the shirt.
Man, regardless, yeah, I am the ref. Who said that? You want timeout? You go in the penalty box just like
block
that.
this
But
guy,
who
man.
is that?
Block him.
Was it Hernandez?
And it's Adam James Abreu.
Hey man, he gets a pass because he brought us delicious pizza on Friday. So thank you, and we love him. But other than that, man, regardless of what you say, I look fresh every day.
All right, man. Ozan's just trolling you. Okay, Joey, we wasted enough time here. We got to go up to a.
Oh, we're going to there. Let's go.
Keep an eye here, guys, in the market in the U.S. So no massive moves here, but I do think it's worth noting that we're hearing, and again, this is from Iranian state TV, so make of that what you will, but apparently Iran saying that the probability of the ceasefire between Iran and the U.S. ending is high if attacks on Lebanon do not stop. As far as we've heard from Israel, the attacks on Lebanon are not stopping. So again, more indications here that the ceasefire between the U.S. and Iran could end. Back to you.
All right, HKIT is ripping. I'm just trying to organize my screen, so allow me a second. Here, let's go. HKIT just absolutely rocketed to the upside. No. HKIT, let's find out if it's on the NASDAQ. It is halted. I was telling City Boy, I think, 305. I'm watching ABTS, which looks maybe like it's had its better trade behind it. I'm also watching SOAR, but SOAR is also losing the volume weighted average price. And the one that I was holding out for, hope for, I should say, but I was too quick to pull the trigger. Well, I didn't even get to set up on it, man. I'm sitting there trolling Joey. HKIT just absolutely jettisoned off that 5 1/5, 5 1/4 area hold, off that area low right there at 1055.11, and that is now halted. $7.68. It is up 426%, and we're still off from the pre-market high by around 18.5%. So we're not even above the day's high, let alone the official high, let alone the pre-market high. So let's do a little TA. $8.80. That's the official area high. I'll submit to you it's a resistance level of around 8 2/3, 8 3/4. Reason being, look at all these candles. This is a halt, by the way. So it closed up at the high there at 863. It went to 875, best it could do, 880, and then it dropped right back down and held that 5 1/4 as we spoke about. It is now making an aggressive recovery into the area that we're halted in, 768. So again, I need to bring your attention to that 4:05 a.m. candle, which had about 673,000 shares trade hands, and it wasn't much less after, about 322,000 for the candle at 4:10 a.m. So this one was doing a decent amount of volume in the pre. It's not as much as we've been doing during the day. Most of these big candles over here have about 1.5 to 1.25 million shares traded per 5-minute candle. So we need to be on the lookout here for HKIT. ABTS is the other one I was looking at. I don't know why the hell all these ones had such huge outsized pre-market move. ABTS, I don't want to say chief among them, but certainly among the big ones. This one did even more volume in the pre-market, that 420 candle, about 1.37 million shares each. We're still right at that indecisive area in the pre, right around 2.5 to 3. But look at this candle here at 4:20 a.m. Takes us to $5.30. Like, give me a break, man. So it looks anyway like we have some resistance at 2 3/4, 2 4/5. We're coming back to 2 1/5 right now. Looks like we're trying to hold the volume weighted average price. I need to see a trend change here on ABTS because it's an unbroken 3-bar lower high, lower high, lower high, lower low, lower lower, lower low. NAAPL over here, another big mover in the aftermarket yet on Friday. Caught another bid this morning. It wasn't just as good as it gets for Friday afternoon. It was better even Monday morning. Alas, we have been seeing off since that time. In fact, tried to reclaim the volume weighted average price 1050, 11 o'clock, double top into 250, failing VWAP, coming back down, trying to hold area lows. So we're going to keep a close eye here on NAAPL, but it does seem like it is HKIT at the moment that is running the best of the bunch. So if that's the case, let's do a little TA here, Joey. So halt price, $7.68. Tap, $7.68. So we're not really moving here. It's not showing its hand during the halt. HKIT, that is. Halt time, 11:08:27. Earliest this will be open, 11:13:27. Current time, 11:12:32. So I have a little bit less than a minute to go here on HKIT. But I also want to mention to everybody that I am interested in trading ABTS. Should it show me that there is going to be a good amount of support at that 210 area, 2 1/5 area, because that's a volume weighted average price. So we're not long now. We're not long now from the opening here. We're about 30 seconds or so, 27 seconds or so from HKIT. Still showing the same tap, actually 1 penny higher, 769. So we're just going to wait here to see what kind of open we get. On this monster, we have another about, I want to say 10 seconds now from the earliest open. Let's see, 771.258. The tap is moving up aggressively, 790 now as the open time comes back in. Let's see if we can get a pop up here. What did I get there? I got 696. There's 715. There's 725. There's 735. Looking for more. There's 740. Give me my money, man. Oh. There's $8. Joey freaking options into the high there, right bottom. From, what did I got? I got 6 and change. Here it comes, though, into 8. Looking for a continuation a little bit higher. Let's see if we can get back into this one. Good bottom pick there, but resistance again at $8 on this one. So that $8 keeps featuring on HKIT for some reason, even though, of course, we have been above it, 880, the area high, Joey. So continuing to watch this one, looking for a decisive clearing of 8. Perhaps that gets us back in the trade.
Sounds good, my boy. All right, yeah, we got a super chat. The weekly gap on HKIT is, whoa, wow.
Adam James freaking abroad.
Yeah, let's go, man. Way to keep rocking and rolling on those small caps.
We're still holding, my boy.
Yeah, nice, man. Good to hear. Joe, did good on my options on Path. Sold up to 150%, holding just few contracts. Calls end of June 12th. How long do I hold before time decay? Worthless. Well, I mean, if they're intrinsically valued, you won't, but you'll lose that on the contracts. It's always best to just close before the expiration date. Like, what is that, 2 weeks from now? What is UiPath actually up to? Let's figure it out. Let's see if Tesla can get rocking and rolling here. Here it is on the 5-minute, not looking bad. How does the daily look? Big time momentum. You're breaking through a key pivot level. So, I mean, a couple more days. See how it's been performing at the end of the week. Also, just trail your stop so you can lock in profits too, right? Just keep that in mind. So it's just like, okay, we'll trail this. If it comes back to, say, where it opened today, and then you just get out and you lock in whatever unrealized gains you have left. But there it is, guys. You see the positions. I told Gore, full disclosure, I'm in shim until SpaceX IPO. Yeah, I made the
crazy. That's intense.
Yeah, well, I mean, hey, man.
I like the decisive decision making there.
Yeah. Well, I was thinking about it last week, and then I'm like, all right, let's see how today goes. Was up bigly in the morning, and then unfortunately, we just got a bad error on Robinhood, just sent things absolutely array in the opposite direction. So I'm like, all right, let's chill out a little bit. Must be the prison T-shirt everybody's mentioning about. So I mean, hey, man, it is what it is, and I've made the decision. We're just gonna relax and wait for that SpaceX
decision.
Yeah, exactly. We're gonna wait, relax for that SpaceX IPO. I don't know if it's happening on the 12th. To be honest with you,
8. There we go, Joey.
Go ahead.
We're taking out. We're getting back into 8, but there's resistance at 8, guys. I'm looking for more. Okay, I'm looking for high a day here on HKIT. There's a lot of resistance at 8. I either clear 8, I get my print at 888s, or I stop out. Really that simple. I'm not going to let this one go. There it goes. into 833, 850. Looking for a little bit more. A lot of selling though, James Adam, at 8.5 here. There's a lot of selling at 8, period. Look at the tape teleportation. The second this moves above 8, 842, boom, into the high. We'll take 850s there. Not a bad trade. I didn't get, but I got 843. Okay, so that's not the best trade in the world, but it's certainly not bad. Looking for more, Joey.
Okay.
If we can clear 9, this is gonna hit 10. We know how these ones function. They like the $5 levels. They like the $10 levels as, you know, area stops. Then they pull back a little bit deeper. So I want to see another move, an attempted move into 10 here. We're up 450%. You better believe everybody and their mother's cousin who trades these small cap gappers is going to have an eye on this one, right? So we're looking for a clearing of 9. Now here's the deal. I want to give you guys at least my observation about how these ones trade. The move from 9 to 10 could be very quick. And I really do mean that. It could move between 9, you know, in a 10% of the time, it took to clear 8. That's just the way these ones act, okay? So if you're thinking about taking that 9 into 10, use the resting orders, the resting profit takers, or be really good with the hotkeys. I think gamers could probably have some sort of advantage here in hotkey. And you know, with the hotkeys, yeah, because they're quick to react. You know what I mean?
I should get back into gaming.
They're good on the keys. This,
but
and the other.
I don't have the attention span anymore.
Parole officer breathing down your neck. Just cheers, love. That's hilarious. Dude, Zeta, Z-E-T-A. Say less, T-Money. T-Money was trolling me, eh?
What was he saying?
He's like, I had a fantastic Saturday.
Oh.
I'm like, really?
He's a PSG, bro?
Well, you know what else my boy did?
What's that?
The guy that I told you come out the thing, but you were sleeping.
Yeah.
You know what he comes? He comes in a full decked out Jordan Paris Saint-Germain freaking kit, man.
Oh, yeah?
So I guess Jordan and PSG did a collab one year, and it's like purple on white on purple. Yeah? He just comes fully decked in the PSG kit. I was like, yo, I'm not even gonna get in your car, brother.
I wouldn't, man. I wouldn't just keep going, man.
Kick his ass out.
Ooh.
Anyway, shut up. Yeah. All right. Shout out to Mike BD Rider.
With BD Rider.
Birdman. $5 super chat, Joey.
All right.
QTEX, INFQ, both threatening serious breakouts. What are your thoughts, more specifically, QTEX? Great chat. Let me just have a look at that. QTEX, let's have a look at that. Using Stream Deck for hotkeys. Actually, Fluffy, a lot of people do that. So you wouldn't be the only one, Fluffsters.
Yeah, exactly.
I think a lot of gamers do that as well. This is great. This is great from an intraday perspective as well. It's up 20%. It's pretty close to the highs. So this is not a bad look, just simply on an intraday level. On a daily level, if this chart doesn't embarrass me, this is fantastic. Obviously, you're beyond this $2 very area of resistance. And even at the extremities, the $3 area, which we got to a few times, it looks like in late 23, has been breached. We're putting in higher lows, higher highs, essentially since the 22nd of of May. It's been series of higher lows, higher highs, basically off that low to today's current price. You're up 1,000%. And that was a lot more at the high there. You were up 1,275%. This is a fantastic name, QTEX. What is this thing? Quantum. Okay. Well, then we know why, which makes sense because that was the government headline, right? Let's go to the weekly. Sorry, let me just see if this freezes because sometimes, yeah, it will freeze. Okay, so you're not at all-time highs quite yet. And by the way, my chart, bless you, Joey, and not showing any split adjustments. So this is the weekly on QTEX. It looks like there's going to be a lot of resistance at 5. And you already got a little bit of a dose of that last week when this thing topped out at 477. Expect resistance at 5, right? Initial resistance coming into 5, outlying days go into 6. With the highest print ever coming the week of October 25th, 2021, essentially a few weeks before our very good friend Jerome Powell used the words not transitory. And this one got up into like 958 or whatever. So sold out since that time. QTEX, this is a great name. Thank you for pointing this one out to me. I don't actually have a quantum watch list on the side watch list there, Joey, But I do anticipate that one will probably be making its way onto my side watch list soon, given the importance of the space lately. So we're going to be looking at that.
Yeah, all right, cool. Let's head back over to what we got going on here, guys. NVDA slowly starting to work out for us. As you can see, this trend is broken, so that's good. We take a little bit off the top at 67 on DRAM. So let's party on Wayne and let's party on Garth. Good time reload right here. I know my average is wrong on that one, so we take a little bit off, boom, and then now you're rejecting $67 once again. So let's keep our eye out on this specific zone. Anything north, we're going to be prepared to take some off. And now we're waiting for Tesla to slowly start cooking up for us. So the 3 positions that we're in, 2 for 3, are working currently, and not too bad of a start. We'll take that aside from what we had going on this morning in Robinhood and META. FBL, I'll show you guys my trade via live, actually. I told you this is paper, so nothing to get overly excited about. So what happened was we grabbed this long off of the low. I took an additional one, so we took a stop up, grabbed this off the low, and then I take 20% off right here, and then bang, flush city after that. And I'm like, no, this was a big time move, and that's when I was hitting the stone cold and everything, because we were rocking and rolling on that bad boy. Decided to absolutely tank, giving back the majority off of that headline that we experienced last week. Now, moving forward, what was the other name that we were trading, Sharif? DRAM. This was a long off the get. I was also looking to trade Ford, but Ford didn't do what it was doing the past previous session, so we just avoided that. But DRAM
didn't do it today?
No, I didn't do it today. I was looking to a trade. I know a lot of people were mentioning it to me. But here we were long DRAM off the lows. We get this nice move, pulls back, and then we eventually get stopped out, break even. But there was multiple re-engagement levels right there. So not too bad of a look. Let's see if these names, as NVDL slowly starting to pull back, not looking great for us. But hey, as long as we don't break VWAP, then we can continue to climb. So let's see if that holds up. A high of the day of around 223 almost. But this is a dangerous shelf at 219. VWAP snaps. I wouldn't be surprised if we see some more downside. There goes the overall market climbing a little bit higher there, Sharif, so high. And then NVDA to the downside. So we've got to find where the strength is.
All right, man. HKIT is still the one that I'm really focusing a lot on. A little above 8, a little bit below 8, but the same observation still holds true. $8 has been a very staunchy area of resistance for this. It's making me feel like that $10, that $10 target that I have is not lofty enough. Like, I'm gauging this by the coiling effect that we're getting at 8. If you're gonna get this coiling effect where a lot of sell orders are coming in to defend that $8 level, how many sell orders or how many sellers or short sellers are there gonna be between 8 and 10 if they lose out this aggressively at 8? Because the volume that's exchanging hands here in and around this $8 level is requiring a lot of capital. So I'm just watching here. I don't need to be first. I don't need to bottom pick. What I need to see and observe is a clear and a decisive clearing of 8 on a closing basis. And for the moment, there's only one candle intraday that's done that, and that's the one at 10:15. And then it was immediately followed by a halt down. So forgive me for wanting to see a little bit more. Now, so what I'm trying to say is, I don't think if we get above and close above 8 decisively, I don't think $10 should be the only target here. I think we could see a clearing of 10, given the amount of fight back. Look at this, between the buyers and sellers at $8. So let's see which way this cookie crumbles. I'm not getting involved here. I had my trade on this one. If it wants to clear 8, I'll get involved. Otherwise, we'll steer clear. There's really not a whole lot else going on, and that's the sad part today in the world of small cap gappers. There's not that many. Pickings are slim. Make your boy feel good. You.
Is that
Shut up, shout out.
I knew that was Oze.
Shout out to Oze. I was saying, shout out to my man Mike P. DeRider as well. He's kind of echoing a little bit of sentiment that I have here on HKIT. It's just, I don't know, Joey. You know, like it's just, what do they call that in physics? Potential energy. Like when you have that coiling aspect, so not actual kinetic, but potential. Like the potential energy here on the release of the $8 resistance level feels like it may propel us through that 10 just an observation, nothing. Say that again, Fabian? I'm thinking of inertia. There's my guy. That's why he is who he is, man. That's my man, Fabian, right there. Fabian. Joe is a scientist, says angry wife. All right. Niraj, check SWN. Absolutely, Niraj. Let's have a look, see what Niraj has to say there. Shout out to my man, Green Saber. SUUN. Okay. What's with the charts today? Are you having this problem too, or is it just me today?
No, I'm not, no.
Oh, well, it's just me then. That's lovely. Yeah. Okay, so we're going to have to wait here until Mr. There we go. Okay, not bad, Niraj. I mean, what do we got on the volume side of things? 3.1 million shares. Not bad on, you know, a $1.06 name, so it's not great yet. The chart pattern is fantastic. You're at the day high. Nobody can complain about that, especially the longs. SWN is the ticker. I'm going to throw this on, Niraj, just, you know, in case there doesn't seem to be a trade with HKIT left. It's just about who I'm going to take off. Oh, wow, that just ripped into 109. Okay, we're going to take off HUBC because that's looking like hot garbage. SWN, perfect. We'll put that on the side chart, and so that way we can follow along. SWN, good look, good look. I appreciate you pointing that one out. So into 109 it goes. We're going to keep a close eye on this one. Adam James abroad. I think HKIT is going to sky it well over the bar. You didn't see what he did there?
Yeah, because, I mean, is that what happened to one of your Arsenal boys? He just shot it over the bar?
The last penalty.
Yeah.
He's a central defender.
Yeah.
Or Gabriel Magallanes, right? Okay, so you know how penalties in soccer works, right? You get 5, and I get 5.
Yeah.
And then whoever misses or scores after that, it's sudden death.
Yeah.
So if they so first of all, they won the toss for both things. They got to choose the side that they kick on in front of their fans, and they got
PSG did.
Yes, and they got to kick first. So there was 2 different coin tosses.
Yeah.
For that, they won them. So right away, advantage PSG.
Okay.
Okay. Then, because they kick first, right, we have to make sure that we score if they score. So that the pressure is always on you as the second kicker. So then he's like a defenseman, bro. He's a central defender. He's not even a back. He's not a right back or a left back. So this guy's not scoring. He put it over the net.
Oh, yeah?
He put it over the net pretty aggressive.
Damn.
But you know what? This guy's one of the reasons we got there. So there's not going to be an ounce of hate from me on him.
No, yeah, you can't.
Not at all.
I mean, you got to put the ball in the right person's, I guess, foot there, not necessarily hand.
Yeah, well, there it goes.
Just considering. All right, we add a little bit more here on NVDA to see if this volume-weighted average price is going to hold. I told you if it snaps and then we breach that 110, then we'll look to get out. There is a shelf forming at 219. We have DRAM continuing to move a little bit higher, and then also
BTC still dropping.
Yeah, flat on TSLA. Dude, I'm telling you, I'm telling you about.
I'm not selling, bro.
I reduced my exposure. Am I fully out? Absolutely not. But it's now at a reasonable price. It'd be a completely different story if something else happened. What happened?
Bro, are you watching these names today? Like,
and crowds.
CRM is up 10 1/4.
Yeah, man.
Pan-Dub is up 4 and change. CrowdStrike's up 4 3/4.
Yeah, man.
Pan-Dub's gonna hit 300. I'm gonna have to sell some.
Just sell it up, man. Sell it up.
Right, because if this comes back,
easy
come. Yeah, dude, shut up, Adam, bro. I'm gonna block you.
You get 107% off of the April lows. So these guys doubled their market cap in a little bit over the month. There goes DRAM, absolutely going parabolic. Something stepping into the market. Definitely,
USO tanking.
Yeah, USO tanking. Market up. DRAM up. With that being said, we take some off and we send it off to Adara.
Yeah, I'm looking for headlines here in the USO move, so I'll certainly keep this brief. Here is Michael Saylor. He is on watch after his company sold Bitcoin for apparently the second time in their history. The first time since December 2022, they sold 32 Bitcoin. Here is BTC. We're getting close to that 70,000 level, currently breaking below 72,000, clearly on a downtrend in the daily chart. And in the weekly, we're poised for our 4th straight week of selling. I'm going to look for that USO story. Back to you.
Go ahead, Joe.
Yeah. I mean, that's where I stand in Bitcoin. But look at CrowdStrike. This is insane. I mean, there's multiple days. Like, there's no real red candles in sight. We're sending it back to Adara with the breaking news.
More back and forth headlines here out of the Middle East, guys. Axios is now reporting that apparently an official out of Lebanon told the U.S. that Hezbollah is ready for a full ceasefire with Israel. So lots of this person told that person that this person thinks this. Either way here, Axios again reporting that according to a Lebanese official, according to what a Lebanese official reportedly told the U.S., Hezbollah is ready for a full ceasefire with Israel. If I get more details, but just more back and forth here out of the Middle East. Back to you.
Yeah, everybody wants to smoke until it gets hot in that kitchen, Sharif. You gotta chill out a little bit. We got a super chat. Easy come, easy go. These small cappers today, I swear.
It's not easy.
Sometimes it feels like it is. Sometimes it's just like
the word is not easy. It's a pun.
Oh, was it? Oh, Eze come. Oh, there we go.
You know about Eze?
No, I don't know Eze.
Yeah, he's well. You said it pretty good. That's why I figured. His
well,
name
I said easy to start off.
Yeah. His name is Ebreche Eze. Eze is his last name. So he's
Where's he from?
He's English.
He's English?
Yeah, I'm sure Nigerian heritage. Maybe.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
But,
sounds like it.
Anyway, yeah, he's an Arsenal midfielder, attacking midfielder. So.
Okay.
Adam.
I'm all about Vinny Jones, man. Bring back more Vinny Jones.
Who?
Vinny Jones?
Who's that?
You don't know Vinny Jones?
In what sport?
Soccer.
Vinny Jones?
Yeah, man.
Okay. What team does he play for?
He played for Wimbledon.
Wimbledon.
Yeah, at one point.
Wimbledon's like in the second.
This was a while ago.
Okay.
Well, yeah, a long time ago. Vinny Jones. This guy, Vinny Jones. No, this is no joke, man. Look him up. Vinny Jones. He's like an old school soccer player. Yeah.
Oh, wait.
And then he turned to actor.
Wimbledon hasn't had a team in the Prem like in gotta be decades.
Yeah. It was in the 90s he used to play.
Okay, well that probably makes sense. Yeah. Vinny Jones. I don't even know.
Yeah, Vinny Jones.
Vinny Jones, the actor, says Rex Band.
He's not an actor. He was a footballer first, man.
Sharif the 90 says Jacques. So if Jacques says yes, then I believe him immediately. But all class Jacques, by the way.
D-Ram, though, by the way.
He's a very classy individual, man. He's like very respectful, set me. Say that again, Assassino? Actor and a former player. Joey, so you had that bang on.
Yeah, because he's a real
Plays a hooligan, says Fabian. In Euro Trip?
Yeah.
I love the movie Euro Trip.
Yeah, he's like the Manchester United guy.
No way. That's him?
Yeah.
What?
You're pretty damn good.
Okay, now it's starting to ring a bell, man. Guys, I got to bring your attention to the one that, who just told me to look at? Ticker Tantrum, long any 369. You're not the only one to call that out, but a lot of people are calling this out. ANY is making a move. So is SWN, the one that Niraj told us about. Here's ANY. Please don't freeze. Gonna freeze. I can feel it. Okay, let's throw in the. Let's see, ANY is making a big move here. Now I've got one that I really like. Okay, so we're not technically above that pre-market high quite yet. That pre-market high goes to 433, but the current candle high 419. We're on the move here, man. This one is on its horse, taking out VWAP, taking out 4, taking out prior bar high. It's just on the verge now of taking the only level left on the day, which is that pre-market high. It's up a very respectable 116% on the day, and it's earned its way onto the side chart ANY. We're going to take off NOWL. Let's throw that on there. It looks very good. Thank you guys for calling this one out. I don't know what's going on with the charts, guys, but it's not the day for these black charts. They be tripping. ANY, let's load it up on a trading screen. Is this on the NQ? And here comes the pre-market high, and there goes the pre-market high. It is a 459 high now. Now my bias starts thinking we're on the way to 5. So it's about bottom picking here. There's a buyer at $0.33, give or take. Let's see if he breaches. They breach him there. Let's see if we can move back into the third. Right back into the third we go. So quarter to a third, possible buy zone. Let's go. We're going to go long here. We'll give it a little bit of room. What do we get? We got 35s on this. Let's see if we can wet the beak in and around that $0.50. There's going to be resistance along the way. There's no doubt about that. If it loses a 20 penny area, I'm out. And it does look like it will lose a 20 penny area here. Not quite yet. Yeah, so we already got out of that one. So that one stopped me out. Pretty aggressive topping till candle. Let's see if we can set up a little bit on it here, because maybe I didn't give it enough room. Possibly into 4. No, but it's making lower highs right now on the 5-second chart. So I need to be acutely aware of what the local trend is. Still into the teens here. It looks like we could get into high double digits, single digits. The 5-second chart's not loading. Why would it? Charts are all over the map today. Let's just continue to watch here to see if we can get anything in and around 4. Not quite yet there, Joey. It looks like they're picking this one up off the mid-teens. So we'll pack the patience. We'll see how low this can go. And while we're waiting for that, we're going to send you up to Adara.
A bounce here in oil as we now see a post on X from, at least reportedly, the advisor to Iran's supreme leader. This individual's last name is Reza. This person saying on X again that the Strait of Hormuz is under Iran's management and that they will not allow the blockade to continue. They also are saying they won't tolerate the increase of tension in Lebanon and that, quote, the patience of Iran's armed forces has a limit. So once again, tension seeming like they could heat up yet again here is being indicated by the advisor to Iran's supreme leader. Back to you.
Supreme leader.
Yeah,
Remember that movie from The Dictator with Sacha Cohen? That's where the supreme leader always makes me laugh, dude.
It's not pointy enough.
Yeah. Aladdin. That's very Aladdin.
Yeah.
And then like everything.
Yeah, they made
all green.
When he's like,
blue, left, right. They're all Aladdin.
Remember when he gets the blood test and he's like,
you're Aladdin.
Aladdin.
Yeah, but he's like, I'm Aladdin.
He's like, what?
He's like, no. But,
the best part is when they're doing the track running. They're like running the 100-meter, and he shoots.
He shoots everybody.
He shoots them while they're running.
Good, man.
Yeah, it's good stuff. But pull up the old screen, Assassino, right there. That one there, my guy. Good stuff. Fabian seen a good movie over the weekend. Adara gonna go check it out today. Yeah, exactly, GSJ. But anyways, there it is. We take some more out on that pop that we were talking about. We'll post up a little bit higher here on DRAM as it is up 6% here today. And then NVDA is slowly grinding. That's what we want to see. Come on, let's rock and roll on this bad boy. We're gonna wait for the break of 111.50 to take anything off it. And I think that's gonna happen momentarily. Joe, different look today? Hey, man. Listen.
Why are they coming at you for the look today, bro?
You know what it is? You know what? Sometimes people just wish that they could be as fashionable. You know what I mean?
I think you're a pretty fashionable guy, man. I'm not going to, I'd say another statement before I said that, but,
What do you say?
Well, I can't say it.
Well, you can say it.
No, I can't.
From you, I know.
It's usually like a qualifying statement to the next statement that's about to be given. I can't.
Is it bad? A little? So you're saying I have shitty style?
No, it has nothing to do with you. It's a qualifying statement. I'll tell you.
Okay, tell me after. I'm a little lost. Anyways, hey, man, it is what it is. But let's see what we got going on in Tesla. NVDA up 8.4% here today. That means NVDA up 4%, so that's a pretty good look. Bang, 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 bang. Glad that we kept buying some more of this bad boy. We were talking about the break of 111.50. We're going to be looking to take some off at that point, so let's rock and roll as Tesla is starting to work for us. There it goes, Sharif. We like that on this bad boy as we piece a little bit out, my guy.
People are so funny in the chat. I love it. Neil, it looks as if the competing bid is just entirely speculative from some other home builders like Lennar, and they're saying it could possibly be an acquisition. Neil? He's not even with me. I'm even talking to myself here, bro. I'm going to have to send him a message. My days. All right, guys. Continuing to watch ANY. Tough look on this one, man. A major failure of 4. Usually you don't breach 4 by that much. Why are you laughing, Mike Pita Ryder? I was like sitting there looking at it for like 5 or 6 seconds, thinking he was going to turn back and look at me at any moment. I just kept looking at the back of his head. He had no idea.
In, man. He's eating
He's
lunch.
tapped in. Yeah, he's eating. We're going to get a rating pretty soon about.
Yeah, Jesse, I could do that any given moment you want to. And Jodo, I will say hello. I hope you guys are having a good morning. But here it is what we're talking about, the break of 11.50 here on NVDL. We piece a little bit out. Now we're just going to let the rest ride to see if we can continue to move higher. Tesla starting to come back in here, guys.
Here's the other one that Niraj gave us earlier. SWN continues to trend up little by little. It's not like anything like we saw with HKIT or ANY. It's much more stair-step, steady state. So I'd say, this is one of those ones where it could be very good and maintain kind of steady state nature, or it could be one of those ones where a big seller comes in and takes out the 10 orders below you, and you get all sorts of slippage, which is why we typically insist on an aggressive volume profile for some of these. All right. Yeah, just more stuff coming out there of the Middle East. Iran's Central Military Command saying if Israel carries out attacks on Beirut, that they're warning the residents of northern Israel to leave if they don't want to be harmed. More of this kind of stuff, you know, as possibly those that part of the war may be coming to an end. We'll have to wait and see. But more Middle Eastern stuff having an effect, of course, intraday on USO, having an effect intraday, actually more than intraday on crypto, as you know that one continues to sell off, barely a bid on any of the coins. So here's what I'm watching. Back to SWN here. This is one where my first inclination is just to want to follow trend, meaning that if I get in, my stop typically will go below prior bar low on the 5-minute chart. Case in point, we're showing $1.15 right now. Prior bar low, which is the 1135 bar, that takes us down to about 111, 110. So that's kind of my thinking here. But as you can see, 110 also a little bit of a consolidation resistance area. So I'm going to give this one the old community college try. Let's go in. We're going to go 109 out. We'll see what we get. We won't get upset. Maybe we'll ride a trend into $0.25. Who knows? Rex Banner says JZ China stock. Then I'm very interested. Because we know how these Chinese names act. They're pretty much intraday trades and intraday trades only. JZ, thank you for calling this one out. Another one ripping here into $1.60. It is halted $1.61 to the upside. JZ or JZ for, did you see JZ attacking Kanye? And
I thought it was
Drake?
yeah, no, I don't know.
He attacked a bunch of people on that freestyle.
Yo, the thing about Jay-Z, see, the thing that frustrates me about Jay-Z is, like, I get it. He was in his prime. He was this big-time drug dealer and all of this stuff. And he still kind of raps about that stuff. But it's like, bro, you've been richer 10 times, like literally double the amount of time than you ever lived in the hood. So like,
that's actually a great point,
right? Like, so I don't get it. Like, why you can drop the persona?
Yeah, and you're a billionaire.
Yeah, exactly.
Down,
like you've been richer significantly longer than you were ever poor. So I mean,
you were looking like a little Erykah Badu-ish though yesterday, wasn't you?
Erykah Badu with that hair.
Like
I never liked it when he had that. I never liked it when he had that. That's what I never understand, like, with this rapper. As you get older, it's just like, man, you guys have been richer longer than you've been poor, but yet you guys remain on some dumb things. Why? Like, isn't the whole point? Anybody who's actually from that lifestyle wants to get out, but yet these people who are rich want to, for some reason.
We're talking about Jay-Z. He was on stage and he was dropping a freestyle. He attacked Drake, Kanye, amongst others. So we'll probably be commenting on that as the day goes on. There goes SWN. The breakout is on right now, ladies and gents, on SWN. Looking for more here. What did we get? We got 15s there, Joey. We just went the beak at 22. Shout out to SWN. We're looking, of course, for the $0.25. That typically means I'm going to wait at 24. Because 25 usually is a bit of a resistance level. But to bring Jay-Z back into the picture here, I'm the stock, not the rapper. The actual stock is making him, here we go again. Yeah, sorry guys, the charts are a little temperamental today. They didn't get enough sleep yesterday. Here we go, we're still halted at $1.61 on Jay-Z, 208 high as we approach some areas of resistance over here. Neil's laughing. Why are you laughing? But anyway, yeah, the stock, I get it. All right, so let's load up Jay-Z here on a trading screen because we still don't have it up. Let me take this one off as well. ANY, we're probably not going to touch that one again, but I'm just going to let that one do its thing. 25 at the moment. Let's put up Jay-Z on the NQ. Yes, still halted, $1.61, theoretical auction price top, showing 161, 162. So essentially where we closed off. Keep your eye on the top as we get closer to resumption. Resumption time should be 11:46:20 at the earliest because it did halt 11:41:20. Current time 11:45:51. So we should have another 25 seconds or so before this one goes live. Still holding here. SWN showing me 20, so let's see what we get here on Jay-Z. Again, watch the theoretical auction price right there to move up or down as we get closer to resumption. We're about, I'd say, another 10 seconds away, showing 163 now. You know what I'm actually really happy about? Did you see whose desk is over there, Joey?
Yeah, but I felt like I was in high school. I was saying that. I felt like I was in high school with Randy. He's looking at me. I'm over there looking at him. There he is over in his desk. You know what I mean? When those two students weren't allowed to sit together.
Exactly.
There's Randy over there. Yeah, I figured that was
consistently me getting moved.
Yeah.
I would have the French teacher. Yeah. I'll never forget him. This was grade 8, 8th grade French, Mr. Manahan. Fantastic gentleman, guys. I was just an idiot at the time. Big time troublemaker. He used to call me the Wanderer. And any time, right, be like, would the Wanderer please return to his seat? Because I'd be like going to talk to this person, going to talk to that person.
And at any chance you could.
Any chance I could. It's a Gemini thing, assassino, right? Here we go. We're doing real well here on JZ. This one's ripping. $1.80 limit up, guys. We're going to hold on JZ. $1.80. We need another few seconds at this level. $1.80 halt time. Halt level, pardon me. Halt time, 2, 1. Gray out. There we go. We are halted 1147.26. Now up a very respectable 147.25%. Keeping a close eye on this one. We've had a multiple halters today, man. HKIT, we caught that one off the opening. JZ now halted up. We're going to keep an eye on all these bad boys here, Joey, in the world. The lovely world. The very exciting world.
I like that world, man.
Of small cap.
It might be my new favorite world. My boy Adam James is all up in that world.
Passing notes.
All right, guys. So there it is. Yeah, passing notes. Nothing. That was
what happened, bro. We constantly passing notes.
Some good times.
And then one time, the math teacher, I'll never forget this either, Mr. Denby, he caught a hold of the notes we were sending. Read that out to the entire class.
Damn.
Never passed another note again.
Was it between you and some girls or what?
It was between me and my buddy about.
Oh,
yeah.
Oh man, that's ruthless, man.
Ruthless.
Yeah, that's ruthless.
Ruthless, man. Mr. Denby. How dare you?
Yeah, high school was definitely a time of your life, that's for sure. Slow down, Joe. Yeah, I loved high school. It was great, man. And I especially. We'll leave it at that, man. But it was good times, believe that. All right, DRAM starting to come back in off at 67.25. We're really struggling at this level, but what we do have right now, guys, is some higher lows, which is positive. And then Tesla back up on the grind towards the top side. So continue its merry way. We're not going to complain about that, no doubt. Now the market, once breaking out, slowly starting to come back in. The SPY lagging the NASDAQ here, ladies and gentlemen. And I wonder why. I can probably tell you why, Sharif.
Why, Joey?
The financials are not doing their thing, except for this one, and it's Morgan Stanley. I mean, hey, it is what it is. I like JPM, to be honest with you, but Morgan Stanley is the one who just continuously, for the past couple of days, have been putting in new all-time highs, and then we have this little bit of a dog play in JP Morgan. It might be because our boy Jamie Dimon is a little bit of a pessimist sometimes. I never really understood that, but JPM will be fine. It's just consolidating in an uptrend. I believe it's only a matter of time until we see a rotation out of these tech names, whenever that may be, and that's going to funnel into some names that may have been lagging, and that's going to start off with JPM, my brother.
All right, man. Jay-Z still halted, but I got another one for you guys. Shout out to Stuart D. Coming clutch there with the call. AIM, A-I-M, not on the NQ, not on the NY. That makes it one and only. The Amex network. Did you ever use that Yahoo instant messaging app called AIM, or am I just really dating myself here too?
No, it was MSN. MSN was our first.
Yeah. No, I never used AIM either. I felt it was always Americans. Like none of my friends were ever.
I don't even know what that is.
You know, you never? Okay.
MSN was it though.
MSN, AOL, my bad. Thank you, Smurf. It wasn't Yahoo. It was
AOL. Yeah, whatever happened to AOL?
ICQ was me, though. Before MSN became MSN, it was ICQ. Who remembers the notification? Uh-oh. Those were the good days. Keep it down, Ram. I love you. There goes AIM into 79.17. It's ripping. Yes, I love when the chat gets lit up like this, man. You bring back some nostalgia. Everybody starts messaging. I love it. But guys, AIM, AIM on the Amex is on a rampage here, getting through 75 pennies for the first time in a bit. 79.17 is the high, essentially rejecting 80. Let's watch here the price action at around 75 to see if the buyers are going to step in at that $0.75. It looks like momentarily that they are. It's pushing. Get it, Lele. You know what I'm talking about, Lele. Don't even pretend like you don't know what the ICQ notification was like. Come on, girl. Anyway, 80 pennies on the dot. Here we go again. AIM is ripping. This one could be at the dollar sooner rather than later. It's going to be on a lot of people's radars here as it's up 94% and getting close to that dollar. I also want to let you know that I got the hell out of SWN for a profit on everything as this one started failing the prior bar low. As soon as it did that, it notified me again that the trend was being broken. I got out of this one, so the best we did on this is $1.22 at the high. So continuing to watch that. We'll report back to you guys if we have another trade. Let me just look at some of the comments here. My man Zion, Jay-Z, it's The Rock in the building. Exactly. The auspicious turtle. Do you even remember Ask Jeeves? Of course I remember. Dude, I remember a lot of the old search engines. Lycos, Excite, Webcrawler. What else? Help me out, guys. There was obviously Yahoo. There was Lycos, Excite. There was others, man. Ask Jeeves obviously was there.
Ask Jeeves was classic.
Was classic, right?
Yeah.
It was like the original LLM because you asked it in the form of a question, right?
Yes, sir.
There was more search engines that I'm forgetting, but Webcrawler used to be pretty good.
Webcrawler.
Want to see this? GPRK might be light volume for you, says Commodity King. Let's look at GPRK here for the OG, see what that one's up to. But guys, AIM's looking real good here. Jay-Z, it looks like Jay-Z's halted down here at $1.64. So halt up, now halted down. Funny enough, though, this halt down at $4 on Jay-Z doesn't even breach prior bar low. So even though it's halted down, it's not losing trend. So keep that in mind. Let's have a look, though, at GPRK. Good looking pattern, very bull flaggish. Looks like generally there's support at 11 and resistance here at 11.15, 11.20. That is the flag component of the bull flag because this feels like a bull flag to me. I'd just be buying at 11 and scalping into 11.15 if you're insistent on trading this with a view to having that 11.20, 11.25 breakout and then, you know, taking that one for a ride. But as you see, multi-day uptrend here on GPRK. Just looking at this one, let's go to the 15. Probably going to freeze. A lot of consolidation here. Holy moly. A lot of buyers at 960, 950. There was certainly a convicted buyer at that base. You don't create that kind of base by accident, guys. Let's look at the daily super quick. Okay, so you've been putting in a lot of higher lows, especially since, let's just say, to the tail end of October. Since that tail end of October, when we sort of bottomed out at that 5 3/4, we're up a very respectable 100% and change. It's not the biggest move, but nonetheless, a pretty good one. Thank you, Commodity King, for pointing that one out.
Yeah.
RKTO, says Niraj. Niraj called another one out earlier. I think it was ABTS. Let's look at the one RKTO, see what that one's up to, Joey. Throw on the 5 on that. Got 5 on it.
I heard some unk was riding his motorcycle and he had like, I got 5
on it. Yeah, that's a pure unk song. If I'm singing it, it's an unk song.
Wave it down.
Yeah. This one's barely going green. Niraj, I mean, $1.45, $1.46 puts it in Greensville on the day. So this one is just working up into that break even. I'd rather trade something else, brother, but thank you for pointing that out. I want to point out here that AIM is ramping into that 85 penny area. This one is on the way to $1. AIM, traded carefully, 125 million shares, Joey. That's not that little.
Good stuff, my boy. All right, man. You see what we got up right here,
I know.
Sharif. Tech sector. Let's take a look at some of the top performing names here and sectors. We got the top of this tech sector once again leading the way. Right. Energy up 1.97%, and then some of the other larger capitalization names. Salesforce up 10.4%, Oracle up 7.3%, and then NVDA we got 4.25%. 4.25% right there. And Microsoft catching its way, guys. A lot of big time stuff happening here today, especially in Microsoft, right? So let's head over and don't forget, Oops, MSFT. Let's see what MSFT is up to on the daily. That breakout, prime time. This is what we're going on about. You wait for those trend line breaks, and then sure enough, you give a really good opportunity to get involved. So yeah. Bang, 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 wham, bam on that one. So really good look on Microsoft. And we've gone over CrowdStrike so many times, but this is why I'm starting to offload a little bit of flicks. I still have a lot of confidence in this name, just not right now. I think there's going to be a time and a place, just like a lot of things in life, to get involved. Netflix did have that trend line break, boom. So where we're sitting at right now, that shelf is still being formed. So I want to see a little bit more of a pullback here. We reduce a little bit, just like we were reducing some of our IBIT exposure, because we got to get prepared for what's happening. And I don't know if it's going to happen in a couple of weeks. I know a lot of people are talking about it. I just don't know if there's enough. I don't know enough about it. I just don't. For some reason, I just don't think it's going to come out on time. I could be totally wrong. Neil and Adair could definitely confirm, but I just think it's going to take a little bit longer than what we're expecting right now, because I feel like it should be on some IPO listings. Like if I go over to another platform and I look for what's coming out on the 12th, because it is the 12th, I believe, I don't see it. So once again here, guys, we'll head back over to our dashboard and see what we got going on. We went over some of the other names. The worst performing here today is going to be the utilities, down 2.4% on the session, so not too good of a look. Eli Lilly to the downside to tune of 2.2%. But what we are doing is holding on to DRAM and NVDA as shelves are starting to be formed over here, guys. So not too good of a look. Maybe this is just a liquidity grab before it heads a little bit lower. But we're all day riding DRAM because I think we're going to continue to move higher in that one.
All right, man. Good luck, Joey. Can you believe the World Cup's starting pretty soon, man?
Yeah, I'm actually...
Are you excited for that? Your area is going to be so calm. There's not going to be any
It was
traffic.
already so busy on Saturday. No, you know what? I'm excited for the city, man.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Yeah,
the chances of us botching it are pretty high, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Because they only started... So the park across the street from my house, they only started construction like a month ago. And I'm like, oh, but this stuff's supposed to be going on in like 2 weeks. So why are you spending $1 billion and then kicking things up late?
That's a great question, man. And did you see some of the economics here about how much we're spending versus what's expected to be brought in?
It's $1 billion in spend, no?
Yeah, it's give or take.
Yeah.
Give or take, and we're gonna bring in a little bit more. Those are again projections. That's not even money guaranteed to come in.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
And that's through tax. Guys, here we go. AIM, we're in at 84. There's 94 into the high. AIM is ripping. Into the dollar we go, close to 95.14 is the high on AIM. I got the pullback into this one. I didn't announce it. I do apologize. Limit up right now is showing the dollar, so it would literally halt at the dollar should it make it up there, and spend the requisite time at the dollar. But AIM, absolutely him right now, and you're not going to have issues with liquidity. In fact, it's quite the opposite. We're closing in on 150 million shares. We're at 145 and a half here. So I start getting a bias now that we're on the way to a dollar, right? Even if the halt level was to move above a dollar, I still think we're going to probably weasel in and around that dollar area. AIM up 124%. It behooves the small cap gapper traders to keep Neil. Anytime I see Neil in the comment section, I'm inclined to read it, right? And usually he's got like, he's pointing out strategy and stuff like that. But every now and again, he comes in with a little jokes. Shout out to my man, Neil. Reads as follows. One might say you were on target with that entry on AIM. Unlike, of course, Gabriel Magallanes and Eberecheze, who both missed penalties, whom both I love. And I will never hold that against them, by the way. Excellent players, some of the only reasons we even made it there.
Let's go Blue Jays, man.
Let's go Blue Jays. Yo, they came back from a they didn't win, right? They came back pretty good. I was just watching.
Yeah, but they also allowed Baltimore to come back. Hoffman was garbage.
COYG.
Are we going? Yeah, I thought that's what we were doing there. I thought that.
I didn't get the message yet.
Oh, you didn't get the message?
didn't-
I
you
got
get
it.
the memo?
I got it. Oh. You tapped in? That would be right. I thought when
Assassino, you know what?
I thought when we were paused there that we were going over.
I thought I had it open there.
You ready to go, man? I'm
so
just making
sorry.
sure, man.
I didn't even load it up today, Joey. That's kind of,
call me the park ranger around here. Make sure everybody's.
No, I'm locked in. Assassino, can you test my earpiece just before we go?
All right, Jesse. You're looking on a 60-seconder
thing is
relatively
so bad.
soon, man.
Who, Jesse?
Yeah, he's gonna get a 60-second.
Jesse Hernandez is excellent.
He's my guy, but it doesn't mean I don't throw around the old timeout authority.
Love it, bro. I love it. You can't time out Jesse Hernandez.
Oh, I can, and I have.
Don't do it.
You got a 10-second not too long ago.
10 seconds.
Yeah,
That's crazy. He's going to report you again for calling him Hernandez.
Okay,
right?
well, that's it. Sorry, Assassino. We're just stalling right now.
Sorry, Assassino. I got to mention this SWN into the high of the day. There goes 123. I thought I had this one right. I got this one wrong. I should have been buying again at 110. Remember, that was where my stop was going to go below because of the consolidation at 110. Lo and behold, holds 110 to a T. And there it goes again into 124. SU, SWN, AIM, and JZ. All looking pretty good here. We're going to pause. We're sending you to Adara with happening now. Then, of course, Neil's very coveted lesson of the day.
We are going to talk about what's happening now. In the meantime, though, we're going to cover some news which is happening right now. Here is Zoom, ZM. You see a little bit of a spike higher. This is SKM, SK Telecom. Both of these communications companies are invested in Anthropic, and they're moving higher on reports that Anthropic has secretly sent a draft S1 to the SEC for its IPO. Now, a draft S1 is apparently the initial registration form required for new securities that want to go public. So SKM and ZM on watch again, both these companies investing in Anthropic, or they have invested in Anthropic in the past, and Anthropic apparently could be going public pretty soon. Let's get into this happening now and find out what, in fact, is happening right now. NASDAQ here below its pre-market highs quite considerably, but certainly off of its intraday lows. Now, NASDAQ, however, is actually, if I can type it in properly, near those pre-market highs, looking a lot stronger. Now, that's likely because this market's being buoyed by tech strength. We'll talk a little bit more about that in a second, but USO is also going to be on watch, and these Middle East headlines are going to continue to move the market. We did hear pre-market, as you can see, that could be some signs that this ceasefire between the U.S. and Iran is pretty fragile. In fact, Iran earlier today announced they weren't holding talks at this point in the U.S. Again, as I get more details, I'll keep you posted. But I also have to talk about Computex Taipei 2026. We know that these Taipei keynotes certainly buoyed NVIDIA and a whole host of other tech stocks yesterday, with NVIDIA announcing its entrance into the PC space with an ARM-based processor. We know this actually sent names like Intel to the downside, as well as Qualcomm, which did have a comment from its own CEO, Cristiano Amon, at Computex Taipei last night. Now, NVIDIA CEO Jensen Huang set to make another appearance in Taipei tonight, 10:30 to 11 p.m. Eastern. This is going to be 10:30 a.m. to 11:30 a.m. on Tuesday, Taiwan time. But either way here, Marvell CEO and NVIDIA CEO set to have that keynote imminently. Let's talk as well here about TSLA. Lots of growth here in Europe, a country where we know Tesla's sales have struggled recently. You've got registration growth of 29% in Norway, all the way up to 655% year over year in France. This infographic, you guessed it, can be found on X at TTV Research if you want a bit of a closer look. But let's also take a closer look at HPE. Hewlett-Packard Enterprise is reporting earnings after the bell today. Here's a look at how it performed last quarter across its different revenue segments. We also have Credo Technology reporting after the bell. There will be a preview here for Credo earnings, CRDO earnings, coming pretty soon here on X at TTV Research. But you know what's coming right now, right this second? It's Neil and his lesson of the day. Neil, are you excited for your pizza threat-free lesson today?
Actually, I am, Adara. Thank you very much. It's don't have to worry about losing any friendly bets with the viewers. And you know what? I was happy last week because realistically, I feel like I'm only ever going to do this kind of challenge like we did on Friday when it's a positive outcome for everybody else, right? So, you know, it was fun because anybody that was long, I guess people could have been short VCIG stock, and I guess they didn't enjoy it the same way I didn't enjoy the pizza. But it seems like everyone was trading it to the long side, so congrats. And we had a viewer this morning that gave us a super chat and was asking about consolidations and confirmation on entries. And I wanted to go over that a little bit, just to give you an idea of what confirmation looks like to me. I'll use a couple of examples. I'll use one. It's easy to just pigeonhole, like throw up, oh, well, I'll show you what I did that worked out today. But I wanted to be able to show you some stuff out in the wild as well. And one of the examples, oddly enough, is going to be on Oracle, just because it really fits a couple of things for confirmation. And so what I said for when you are consolidating is it can look like many things. A consolidation doesn't have to go sideways. A consolidation can be any condensing of the tape into a tighter range. Ideally, you like it when it's supporting the trend. In this particular case, we're already bouncing higher after a drop in the open on Oracle. And then two things came into play in this consolidation. One, the breakout, and then two, the hold of VWAP. Now I want to get to the difference between these two holds of VWAP. See here, when it does this little bottoming tail candle pulling into the volume weighted average price, and then pops higher for this huge move, that's on a 3-minute time frame, it's a very tricky entry to have. Unless you're just long off of VWAP and on the way down and giving it to whatever stop, like an imaginary stop or like something ridiculous like the low of the day all the way down here. If you try to catch this on the way upside, it's easy to chase. It's not very clean. If you look for a confirmation candle that gives you something cleaner, the second time it hits VWAP, see that bottoming tail wick? Closes really tight to 231, then opens at 231, immediately breaking out. So you can enter on that second candle where it's not this gigantic chase. The risk reward is a little better. That's a decent confirmation candle for an entry. It's easier not to get blown out of the water because you've got something where you've got a little bit more condensate, or it's condensed more, so you don't have to chase that big, massive candle, which involves more risk. I prefer that type of an entry, but you've got to do what works for you. I think the breakout is something that a lot of people, and the example given was a lot of chop after the hold. See, you have this clear resistance from the opening range high. Right? Like you're making higher lows effectively into this top here on Oracle. Well, what happens when it breaks that top? It's a fail. So if you're taking a strict breakout trade, it's really just where did you happen to put your stop? Maybe you drew it like this little trend line and didn't get stopped out. Maybe you just had a tight stop saying, I don't want to lose more than 50 cents, and you did get stopped out. If you had it saying, I want to risk $1, you didn't get stopped out. There's all kinds of chopping in between. But confirmation on a breakout is when there are buyers above. See, like that isn't the confirmation. Even here is not the confirmation. It's this candle that gives you the confirmation of the breakout trade. And if you look at what happens after this confirmation of it breaking out, it never really tests against. You know where your stop is generally going to be. Like it's only two places that I would put it, the prior bar or the prior high, and you never really test either one. And sometimes the confirmation isn't necessarily when it just breaks the resistance level. It's when buyers win above it. If you're trying not to get wicked out, you have a couple of options. You can have a wider stop, or you can simply wait for confirmation. The latter of those two will always be a situation where you might miss it. The same way that if you're waiting for this pattern, you might, if it only ever does this, you don't get it off of VWAP. And that's part of the game. If you don't want to get shaken out as much, or you don't want to get chopped up as much, you have to be more disciplined and specific about your entries. That trade-off comes with missing a few trades because the VWAP bounce might not resemble this, and then you don't get a cleaner entry. And this is all it does, and you don't trade it at all. Or the clean breakout goes, and you don't get the confirmation. It just ends up being a parabolic break, kind of like this one here, parabolic breakout, and the confirmation candle is half of the move gone. This is the trade-off that you're working with as a trader, and you've got to find something that works for you, and if you get chopped up too much doing one, then maybe the other is going to be for you, but you have to figure out what that means for your risk to reward and for your own risk parameters, and then ensure that you deploy the one that you can do successfully. Because there's no point wanting to trade a certain way if it just doesn't work for your risk tolerance, whatever it might be, or just your own personal trading style, your ability to sort of hold a trade. You got to be able to risk what is required for your strategy. You've got to be able to make enough to justify that strategy. And so what your notion of this is the setup that I like trading doesn't really matter. at the end of the day. Sometimes you have to be a little bit more patient, and that will mean missing a few trades here or there, which is fine. And there are other traders who can have that aggressive style, and it works out for them too. Take professional poker players. Like, there are players who will play seemingly every single hand in a cash game, and they make it work for them. Gus Hansen was an example of that. And then there are other more, let's just say, disciplined or slow players who are a little more traditional, and they do well as well. You've just got to find where your pocket is. There's lots of ways that you can absolutely make money. I wanted to give you one other, here, I said I would, an example of where I didn't trade, but I'll give you an example as well for Intel. And this is one of those, oh, what's wrong with, so anyways, this is one of these trades where you might have missed, like I might have, first of all, I should not have keystroked that trade. It wasn't a keystroke. I should not have jumped in on this trade in here because I was waiting for a trend break. And the specific strategy that I will use, that trend break, actually showed up right after we finished the morning show. I'd gotten up, I'm gonna go to the bathroom, so I missed this entry point here. Anytime I'm taking the all-day trend break, by definition, I'm never gonna get the top. Right, like you can, if you do this where like it wicks the high and then enter, you have a really good chance of always, or getting the top or getting close to the top each time. Like it wicks the high, maybe I'm entering on this little break in here. It wicks the high, I'm entering on this little break right here. If I'm taking all of those, I might have 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, like tons of entries, and eventually the short's gonna work. And for some people, that's how it goes. I've heard others talk about how, Luis has mentioned, sometimes you do that style, knowing that each time you take the hit as it makes a new high, maybe you're taking a little bit more, and then you have to, because you have to make it back. I tend to prefer just getting it in, if I can, a little bit after it's turned, or in this particular case, a little bit after it's turned, and just having not a higher probability trade, but one where I'm not fighting it as much, and maybe I don't take as many shots to the highs. Again, it's just what works for me. And one last note, because I'll tell you the lunch was actually pretty good. Like I finished the beef and seasoned pretty well, the vegetables delicious, a little too much rice, but I didn't have to eat all the rice, that's fine. So I can give it a solid 7.4. Solid lunch, nothing spectacular, could have used a little more flavor, but it was pretty tasty. I saw a certain somebody trading AIM. And when it comes to finding strategies that work for you, like whether it's breakout trades, pullbacks into moving averages, or the volume weighted average, all these different types of setups. When you start to master them, you can then start applying them in new places, such as AIM. Now, I didn't trade AIM, so like, why are you bringing this up? Now, a certain somebody also did, and is applying strategies that they use for executing on small caps in a place where a year ago they would not have touched it. Why? Because AIM is only now over $1, and that would be Sharif. Sharif doesn't like trading penny stocks, but AIM is in play, and he's able to take the strategies and execution, I guess, like execution methods that work for him and apply them to even a penny stock. By the way, AIM's halting to the upside at 108. It's at the halt band. And that's what happens when you find an execution strategy or setup that works for you. You can then find other places to deploy it. And then it's not about finding a million different setups or new ways to trade. It's just taking what works for you and applying it across more symbols, more markets. You could apply it to maybe ETFs, you'll find it. And that's oftentimes what you see traders do. And when we show you guys the numbers here at Real Trading, you'll notice all the different markets that get traded. The highest P&L per trader every single month in 2026, P&L per trader trading that market. Every single month in 2026, I think it was second once and first every other one, was Toronto. Every single month, with the exception of May, NASDAQ never made the top 10. Think about that for a second. Where do we all look? The NASDAQ, right? Real Trading, which is the largest day trading firm in the world, only 1 month did the NASDAQ make the top 10 in average P&L per trader. Only once. Now, lots of people trade it, so it's always in the top 5 in terms of the gross amount. But it just goes to show that a lot of times making money is about taking edge that works and then applying it in all kinds of different places. Maybe it's going to be the small caps. Maybe it's going to be on more ETFs. Maybe it's going to be in Europe. Maybe it's going to be in Toronto. That's what it's all about. But you've got to find execution strategies that work for you first. And that's always going to be a trade-off to find your style. If you're more disciplined, less entries, you're going to miss some big trades. But if you're trying not to get chopped up, that's par for the course. So good luck, everybody. Hope your trading day goes well. Good luck on AIM. Now that it's no longer a penny stock, let's see if it can hold it. It might do 500 million shares today, which is pretty impressive. Back to the midday.
President Trump reportedly weighing in here on the situation with Iran, telling an NBC News reporter, again, according to reports, that he's not heard from Iran on reports that they're suspending talks. In fact, he actually further told this reporter, quote, "I think we've been talking too much, if you want to know the truth. I think going silent would be very good." Furthermore, President Trump reportedly added that he can wait out Iran, saying that, quote, "I can wait as long as they want. They're losing a fortune." So once again, here NBC reporting that President Trump was not aware that Iran wants to cease talks, but he actually said doesn't mind, I guess, pausing the talks or, quote, going silent for a bit because he believes that the U.S. can wait out Iran. Back to you.
Right. Back into that he said kind of situation.
I
just want to get this done.
Did we ever get it left?
Can we just move on to Cuba next? You know what I mean?
Is that what you want? Is that how you're feeling these days? It's just like get it over with and then
you're just gonna completely gloss
bang,
over
go
that?
NVDA.
Yeah.
I get what?
Completely gloss over the fact that I just said Cuba there? It's like a foregone conclusion.
Is it that they're going
that
there?
Cuba's next,
Cuba.
right? Cuba. No, I'm kidding, of course. Guys, there's a lot going right now. AIM, as Neil mentioned, halted at $1.08. TAP is showing $1.08. We're not going to know what the theoretical auction price is because it's on the MX, but this one we will know. There goes Sun. I was trying to actually get in over here at the third of $1, and now I feel this is a little extended for my blood. It's going to have to clear 50 decisively, $1.50 that is, because we know how these ones have that magnetic kind of attraction into the whole dollar. $0.50 level, and the high of the day is 147 at the moment, showing 140. Let's see if it comes back into that third/quarter, holds it. Otherwise, I'm going to have to wait for a decisive clearing of that 150 level before I can feel comfortable getting in. SWN looking fantastic. Shout out to my man, Dr. Shuttle. Shout out to Grunfeld. Yeah, Grunfeld, I was talking about any as well. Earlier on, I had an ill-fated trade on any. If I can find it here, I think it took it off. Let's take off HKIT. Even though HKIT looks like it might be moving here, I might leave that one on. Actually, leave that one on, Joey. We're going to look at Jay-Z's halted down at VWAP. Jay-Z's given up the ghost pretty aggressively. Let's look at ANY on the NQ. Still dilly-dallying here, though. Grunfeld right around 4, but a decisive clearing at 4 could have put us back into contention. And after the fact analysis here shows a very aggressive area of support at 360. Comparing that to the lower chart there, it looks like maybe 360 acted as resistance, not as clearly here, certainly as the support area. So 360 support for ANY. Right now, anyway, $4 resistance. Now, we have been above 4 quite decisively on the day into 459, but the thing is, every time we breach 4, whether it was in the pre-market or regular trading hours, it sells off. What's it called is open. AIM is open and it's ramping into another area high, 114. Can't quite see what limit is right now. Let's go right now long. We're going to give this to 108. Let's see if it holds up at around 108. If it doesn't, we're out. We're going to give this one the old college try. There's a monster seller at 15. We can't shake that seller, Joey. There's a huge seller there. Look at the amount of churn. I should flatten out here. That's going to reject at 115 into 50, taking off a lot of the size at the gateway. That's a monster move. Into 17 it goes, posting at 20, showing 18s now. There's going to be resistance here. 19 shows up a little bit. We're going to take the 19. We're going to move it up into 22. Let's see what we can get on this one. A lot of resistance, Assassino, right around that 1-2. What's that, Fabian? Go to Adara. Okay, absolutely. Go to Adara in 1 second. There it goes into 25. AIM is ripping. It's on the MX. It's up 200%. Watch for the halt. We're looking for $0.25. Adara.
VRT here on the move to the upside, reportedly introducing its first converged physical infrastructure digital twin for NVIDIA's Omniverse DSX platform. Now, it is worth noting, I do remember seeing Vertex's logo, or sorry, not Vertex, Vertiv, rather, VRT's logo at NVIDIA's event yesterday. So makes sense here. There's a partnership between Vertiv and NVDA, again, specifically for digital, currently for NVIDIA's Omniverse DSX platform. Back to you.
There's a lot of selling here at 122, kind of in the same way we saw earlier. There's a lot of size coming on the gateway here, man. Tell them what you're looking at, though, Joey.
Yeah, we got DRAM cooking up here, but the only one that matters right now is this bad boy back up to $221. Shout out to Vinny Jones over here, man, as we continuously rock and roll on this bad boy. We were talking about patience break of 111.50. Now we're just getting more and more and more. So a nice little bit of a move here. 5% on the day. Sharif is the big one here. Market capitalization beast. There it is, $112.17. I don't even want to look at the daily chart on NVDA, but the daily on NVDA, a big time rebound. What made us decide to think, this stock's going to be in play today? Wait for that rebound. Takes a lot of cash to move this bad boy, but look, you have 4 consecutive days of selling, but then you print this hammer at a key level, good, and then off to the races. If we can break the high of the day, then I like our chances of putting in that sustained move to the point where we're going to breach this previous all-time high of 236 and head into 240s. And that's what I want to see here, man. I like it a lot. We like NVDA. It's unfortunate that it hasn't been performing like some of the other names, but don't forget, it's had its time in the limelight when you're going through that exponential growth. Fantastic earnings. We're not going to beat around that bush, but sometimes you see a little bit of a rotation. There's fear within custom ASICs, but hey, brush that all aside. You're still printing ridiculous amounts of cash. And shout out to the dividend.
That between Marvell and Broadcom, they hold over 85% of the market for custom ASICs.
No, I didn't know that. I'm not going to sit here and say that.
I didn't know it either till this morning.
But shout out to Jensen. He's got $2 billion in, but no, he also has a $2 billion investment in Marvell itself.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So we like that. And then he's got Grok, and he's throwing money in the shareholders' pocket.
Oh,
that's what we're talking about, man.
I like when money comes.
How long is it until we hear that? Zuck and company. I just don't understand. Zuck, you should have put me on your board. As soon as you started spending all this cash, I would have been like, bang, cloud, Meta Cloud, bang. It's done, right? Because look what Elon's doing. You don't need as much compute. He doesn't have
the need for the compute.
He doesn't need it, right? It's like, okay, cool, bro. Your digital ads are fantastic at this point, but why don't you just start renting out the space? Now you're literally the last one to the dance out of all of the hyperscalers who are building out this cloud infrastructure.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if he can switch some of the infrastructure he's already bought that we're supposed to run the AI for the ads, for Llama, for Avocado, for everything else. He's been doing. Use it for hosting services rather than whatever he was going to use it for, right?
For creating tokens.
Tokens, as well as to make reel suggestions. A lot of that was supposed to actually make reels better.
Like, have you used MuseSpark? We tried MuseSpark, and then we didn't even make it past the home page.
You didn't make it past the home page.
You didn't. Both of us, you and I tried it, remember? We tried signing up to MuseSpark. We didn't even make it past the home page. So if you have individuals like us who use AI tools not getting past the opening page, then, I mean, how many people are using MuseSpark?
Well, that's another.
Put it in the chat. Yeah. Put it in the chat. Like, who's using MuseSpark in here? If we could
Should we do a poll?
I was just to say.
You're just going to say
put a poll up, man.
Fabian, can you send me the link for the poll? Because you sent it to me back in the day, but it's probably really far away from our messages.
Poll, man. I like the YouTube
I like
poll.
the one that he puts up, that we throw 1, 2, because it engages the chat as well.
All right, you get the chat engaged.
Yeah, why not, right?
Yeah.
We'll get that in a minute. But guys, I'm continuing ANY.
I got it if you want me to set it up for
Fabian, I appreciate it, bro. Let's throw that up there. Well, he sent it, so we can.
Good stuff. Joe, you still feel good about that TSLA trade? I'm in it also from the double bottom. To be honest with you, I haven't even been paying attention to it, man. It's just all about this dog right here. Because you know what they say, every dog has its day, and it's NVDA's day today as we are almost up 5% once again as we piece it out at the top. Who cares about, no, in all seriousness, I'm not in love with the Tesla trade, but I have absolutely nada on compared to what we got going on with DRAM and with NVDA. L. Let's go back to Adara.
Keep an eye here, guys, on AI. C3 AI on watch. Looks like Paradigm here speculating that AI could be a takeover target specifically from OpenAI or Anthropic. Once again here, Paradigm apparently hearing that we could get a buyout here for this C3 AI from the likes of OpenAI or Anthropic, both of whom are set to IPO pretty soon. Back to you.
All right, let's get down to work. Here it is, guys. We're going to start the voting right now. So those of you who use ChatGPT, the most of all the LLMs, type in 1. If you're a Grok fan, I use it sometimes, throw in 2. If you like Gemini, like I do, for those really, current headlines, you're throwing in 3. If you're a Claude fan, and I'm a recently converted Claude fan, you're throwing in 4. And if you like that, for whatever reason, you like Muse, Spark, or let's just go with this, any Meta-related LLM, you're throwing in 5. Let's get the votes going on right now. We've got a bit of a tie here. I don't want to say, yeah, it's basically a tie between Claude and ChatGPT. Gemini is in a very close second, coming in at 31 votes. It looks like Claude's taking the cake here. Meta has literally 0.
It doesn't have a single
It doesn't have
vote,
a bid,
dude.
bro. There's no bid on Meta. It's just pure
It doesn't have a single vote.
There we go. Shout out to Byron. He says chat. Yo, man, I respect your opinion, Byron. I still use chat for the morning note, but, I'm trying to wean off it. Let's get the votes in, guys. ChatGPT, number 1. Grok, number 2. Gemini, 3. Claude, 4. And I think the person who put the 2 people who voted for MuseSpark, I think that's just a sympathy bid.
That was pure spiteful.
That was a sympathy bid right there.
That was pure spiteful.
Absolutely. I'm loving how the chat is lighting up right now. Great participation from you guys. A lot of names that I haven't seen ever voting right now. So let's get those votes up. Let's get a quick. This is a really close race between ChatGPT and Claude right now. Okay. What's going on with that, Joey?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So very close race right now. ChatGPT's on the lead. Oh no!
Yeah,
by
man,
one
I think
vote.
a lot of people still using chat, man. Obviously, it was the fastest growing app of all time.
Can't be by accident, Joey.
No, it's not by accident.
16
I think Sam Altman still has a chance. So you're telling me there's a chance, but there's also a chance that NVDA is going to be the dog of the day as it's continuing to move. That's what it was like in the dog pound, Sharif. You know, it is like chain gang over here.
Exactly.
That's what it was like in the dog pound, my boy, as NVDA continues its merry way to the top side. So let's rock and roll on this bad boy. Watch out as we are absolutely on a roll here with this one.
Did I offend anybody by not putting in Copilot? No, I just wanted to make sure everybody was okay with that, right?
I forgot about that, man. That's crazy.
Nah, your boy hasn't used Copilot in a minute. Like I see, what he's been using lately. I feel like you've been on a Gemini kick for a minute, no?
Well, I use it for image generation.
Oh, you're killing that NVIDIA trade, eh?
Well, NVDA, yeah.
NVIDIA's a 5 1/4.
What I'm talking
That's
about,
lovely,
man.
That is a good look. Copilot, yeah, we were just talking about that. Mac22, shout out to my man, Heart to Heart Media. Thank you, by the way, Mac22, for that super chat. Heart to Heart Media, thank you for the AIM call, Sharif. Made my week already. Oh. Can I tell you, I don't see a penny from that, but it really does make me happy that some of my call-outs make you guys money, man. It really does.
That's what it's all about,
That's
man.
legitimate. That's a legitimate statement on my part, man. That's not anything.
Copilot is not popular, hence they give you limitless quota now. All right. Yeah, I mean,
hey, man, tokens are hard to come by.
There was literally
now.
A couple of sympathy plays on MuseSpark.
Yeah, well.
So you think what did Alexander Wang get from a contract standpoint?
We got a lot of money, man.
Right?
Yeah.
It's like, so your intelligence team doesn't get a single vote. I mean, like, hey, we're just one. I'm sure there's people around, but if you have how many people do we have watching? You have a group of around 4,500 people who are watching, and not everybody voted, but I bet you the majority of them are like, I don't even know what MuseSpark is. Like, should we have been generous and put in avocado? Or
yeah,
like
well, I should have put any meta-related AI. That's what I was trying
But
to
no
say
one's
there,
using
but
it. No
yeah.
one's using that hot garbage. All right, there it is. There we are, higher than 10%. Let's go Tesla. That thing's not doing anything. We'll go back to DRAM. We only want to focus on what's hot. Who cares what's not, right? And that's Tesla right now, doing absolutely not, as DRAM continuing to cook up an Oh, phew, that was close there, Shreve. As DRAM continuing to cook up an absolute storm here, buddy. We're posting, but I can't believe I just said buddy like that. Anyways, 67.50 is where we're going to be looking to take some more off.
All right, guys, giving any the old college try here. I perceived there was a lot of resistance at 4, it clears 4, but this has had that mixed relationship with 4 before, where every 4 breach has failed, pre-market, regular trading hours, or otherwise. So we're going to give this a super tight stop. We're in at 8s, showing me 5s. Let's see if it holds up. Not going to give it that much in the way of room. Already got stopped out on a breach of that level, so we'll give back a little bit there on any. But AIM continuing to move up here. We should be looking at that, as this one did hold the 10 EMA. Into 108 it goes. 10 EMA on the 5 is just south of $1, in and around 95 or 94 pennies. See how this one does. AIM looks to be possibly the best of the bunch here. There's also SWN, and I want to point out that SWN is at the 10 EMA, and it could find some support here at the $0.25. So that is another one that you guys could be looking at. Now, to be quite honest with you, the real former area of resistance, what could be support, is that $1.20. And the reason I say that is because we have a double top on the 5 at that $1.20 area. Initially where I got in and then got out. This wasn't the greatest trade. I should have been giving it more room, because look at the run up. So what I'm watching for here is a loss of the 10 EMA, which is showing me 128, 129, a possible hold up at the $0.25, and if it doesn't hold up at the $0.25, I'm certainly looking at 120. Double top on the 5-minute chart at 120, and now the volume weighted average price also pointing at that 120 area. The Katina man has returned now from the gym, so we're going to shout him out. How was the gym, brother? It was very good. He did free weights today.
Free weights.
Rowing machine. Oh, now you're getting to the good stuff, my guy. Here, get it, Katina man. He's coming in with the food. A little ground beef there. That's that Thai ground beef. Thai ground beef.
I like the Thai ground beef, my boy.
Neil gave it a 7.4, Katina man. Be interested to hear what you say about that one, too. I don't know. 6.4.
I think
Randy
that this is
dunking.
I think this is one of the scoring lunches.
Have you eaten it yet?
We've had it before.
Oh, you've had it before, but
Yeah.
not on the day quite yet, right?
Not today. Not on the day. No.
Not on the day. That's okay.
Look at Randy in the back there.
Randy.
Yeah, there he is.
I'm so happy Randy's in the house, man. Because Randy and the IT boys are just like right behind that wall right there, so you can't quite
Oh, they're
see
probably
him,
going to go nuts being in here.
Well, Rob and Mark are in the other room with
Oh, yeah, they're like, there's zero
Michael,
chance we're hopping
and
in.
we get to have Randy around here. I was asking Rob, I'm like, are we going to see you in the room as well? He's like, hell no, it's way too loud in there.
Way
Like, okay,
too loud.
sorry, Rob.
Zero chance.
Sorry.
Randy was just respectively
Get it,
our
Randy.
guy.
Robbie,
The Randy
Rob.
can.
Don't ever call him Robert or Robbie.
No way. Can I? But I see that he doesn't like that.
No, he doesn't. And he's serious about
He's
it
serious.
too.
Don't call me that.
Yeah, he is actually serious.
I like calling people by their full name, so I'd call Randall.
So do I. I
Randall.
like calling people by their full names, but do not call Rob Robert.
Only his mom. Randy, your full name is
Randall.
It's Randall, right?
I'm assuming so, yeah.
It's not.
Giving you the look. Oh,
Is it?
It's not.
No. What is it?
Another.
Is it actually just Randy? I can see it just being.
I love how
Randy.
dark he is there in the background.
I can see it just being Randy. What is it?
Yo, Jesse.
Yo, you're giving me the looks here
chirping.
now. Yeah.
Shout out to Chef
Yeah,
Boy.
someone asked.
What?
It's Steven?
Joe.
What's up,
Sharif. How does he do the gym while being in a trade? Doesn't it stress him? He uses stop losses, my guy.
Yeah.
There's like, I think it's a consistent pattern.
It's actually easier when you just place your
Because then you're
orders
not
out,
taking out good trades.
and then you're just leaving because it's either like literally one thing or the other.
Let's show a screen there. He's going to give an example of exactly what he's talking about there. If we can show the Katina Man screen assassino there. So Katina Man, just take us through it. So that was short there. And he's shorting there, and then he got out, and it's as simple as that. He puts in a stop, he lets it trigger. You know, if he comes back, he's in the money.
You know, man.
Well, it's a loss, so it's all right, Katina, man. But the point is that he uses stop losses to let the trades run.
You're right. Like, look, someone said that this is the, you know how back in the day they would put the old pack of smokes in the sleeve?
Yeah.
Like that?
Like in the 70s?
Yeah.
Yeah.
those are the
What
times,
is your boy doing, guys?
That was the time, man.
What is he doing? Why is he doing that? His zins, man. Instead of the smokes, Katina, man, he's got the zins and the zins. That's the craziest thing I've ever seen, man.
That's crazy.
There we go, having a good time, guys. As always, we're always joking around. AIM is back in business over here, and it's looking at taking out 115er. AIM looking good. It's a 125 area high. So we did hold, as I mentioned, that 10 EMA, continuing to watch that. I'm also an SWN. I'm looking for a $1.24 hold. We'll see how this cookie crumbles, but I'm definitely interested in getting back into AIM. It feels like this one's got a lot of juice here to take out that 1.25, but it's putting in a bit of a topping tail candle now, quite frankly, on the 5 into 109, which is the low of the candle. So some good support here. Continuing to watch this. Just before we go to Adair, let's shout out to the man there, Deep Cheeks AI, dropping a 2-banger in the chat. Sorry there, Assassino. Headline, first name Deep. Last name. Adair.
More headlines here out of the Middle East. Al Arabiya reporting that according to Pakistan's foreign ministry, Iran has requested the continuation of mediation to de-escalate the current situation and support the ceasefire. So now, latest report that we have here, and again, we've had several just within the last couple hours, suggests that Iran has requested continued mediation and they do want to de-escalate the situation and support the current ceasefire agreement. If I get more, I'll let you know. Back to you.
I feel like it's like always Pakistan that's trying to like explain away the aggression from some of the Iranian sides. It's like, no, you know, wait, here's what's really happening, man. I think obviously Pakistan wants to see this conflict resolved. Like everybody else.
Doesn't the average
doorstep?
I'm pretty sure the average human wants it. Resolved.
Absolutely. We all want to pay a little less for gas.
Yeah,
it was nice to pay. I put in for 164 on the weekend, which wasn't bad, right? Always, you're looking for a deal. Again, in the afternoons, it seems to be, or the evenings, I should say, it seems to be a bit better, Joey.
Mazelito. Deal. Yeah, guys, all right, let's see what we got going on.
Jay-Z's halted up again.
Did it?
Yeah, it's halted to the high side this time. 169er, Jay-Z halted at 169. Top showing 179 now.
Damn.
So that would be a decisive move into resistance because there's resistance at 180. On Jay-Z. Jay-Z's up 132%. Good holder of the volume weighted average price. In fact, it has a double bottom, 12.15, 12.20 at that VWAP. And, you know, it's still below the area high at $1.85, $1.84, but certainly something to be on the lookout here. Jay-Z, shout out. Who are we looking at over here? Ozan, I told you, Sean Katina left for Jim, made few calls, and erased the situation. You're starting all these rumors, Ozan. People are going to get the wrong idea over here. But, yes, the Katina man is back in the house. So we shut him out for that, Joey.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's head over to our options chain here, guys. Take a look at this $220 strike price with 80,000 contracts. So maybe that could be our next level here within this week for NVDA. Let's actually make this a little bit bigger so you guys can see. So at this 220 strike price, you can see 50,000 contracts at that marker. Still currently open, and then obviously 61,000 opened and closed on today's session. You can build whatever strategy you want. Here we can rock into all of that stuff. So get prepared, ladies and gentlemen. I reached out to a few, get some beta testers going on. Sharif is in the house, Katina man as well too. So yeah, a lot big things on the horizon. Now let's focus on some DRAM. And then some NVDL. Let's see what we got going on as we pull back there. We were just talking about this name. $225 potentially in the works, but let's see if we can print a new high of the day. DRAM is up another 7%. And we're just like, it's like, all right, man, this ETF has been on an absolute monstrous run. actually head back over and see what we got going on from DRAM. I just can't buy it all the way up here. Even though we might be on a multi-year run, it's really tough for me to justify what's going on. Boom, you have this pullback, goes to the tune of, I believe, there, 17%, and then off to the races it goes. Since this thing started, came to market, 127% in the ETF. Right? So, like, I mean, this is some big time movement. We'll take a look at the actual components of this thing. I remember the cyber, no, it wasn't, it was the quantum ETF, it wasn't even quantum names. And I don't even know if IBM was in that. But let's head over to DRAM. We're going to take a look at the holdings, and then we're going to also look at the holdings of NASA, sorry, NASA, NASA, whatever it may be. SK Hynix, 25% there, Sharif. Samsung, 21%. First American Government, 13%. Okay, that's interesting. SanDisk sitting at 5%, and then Micron is only 2.5%. All right, Western Digital on that bad boy as well. Now let's head over to NASA. As we are almost printing a new high on DRAM, we'll take a little bit more off there, and then we're going to take a look at the holdings on this bad boy. So I did look this up, Sharif.
Okay.
10.7% of NASA's holding here is the preferred. Those will actually, and I'm sure Katina Man will know this, but what I read up is that they'll actually convert into common stock after the IPO date.
Interesting.
So NASA will be 10.7% SpaceX, then 8.11% Rocket Lab, Planet Labs, Filtronic, Lunar, Firefly Aerospace, ASTS, and then SN, Black Sky, and York Space Systems. So that is the holding of NASA, my latest purchase.
I like it, man. I hope you print up multiple storms. You know how I feel about that whole space. And as you were talking about over the weekend, you know, it's kind of, at least the way that I view this whole thing, it's a buy and hold and buy and forget kind of thing.
Yeah. I'm never sell. I'll never sell SpaceX.
So you see, John Ehrlichman, the guy that we had on Friday that Adara interviewed, actually posted something, I think on Saturday, could be Friday, something like that, about how much if you had invested in the Tesla IPO, I think he was saying something around like $1,500, $1,200, how much it would be worth now. Guess who reposted it? Yes, the man himself, Elon Musk. So as soon as I saw that, I messaged your boy Joey Options immediately, and I was like, just a context, you know, for some perspective here, right? And the thing is, I'm not saying, you know, SpaceX is you know, the same thing as Tesla and it's going to do the same thing with the same valuations. But maybe it is. Maybe.
But like 10x, like if it opens up at $1 trillion, we'll say 10x is like that's pretty big, man.
It is, Joey. I'm not going to pretend like it's not a lot of money. Guys, we're ripping on any here. We've got O2s on. Here's 28. We're looking for more. We're looking for 33s. There's 33. There's 34. There's my money. We're looking now for low 40s. We're posting at 41. Any's on ANY is on a rampage here in a clean hold of 4. We're looking for a high at daybreak. High at daybreak takes us into 459. There's 37. There's 40. Didn't get the print at 43. Looking for a breach of 40. None is forthcoming. Shout out to my man Bovin. We all know who Bovin is because I think I've called him out enough times last week. There goes Jay-Z into another area halt. It is halted 193. Halt time 12:43 on the dot. The tap is showing 1 penny higher than the halt. $1.94 on that bad boy. Keep your eye here on Jay-Z. It is above the area high of 180 and change. It is still, though, below the intraday high of 208, but keep your eye out on that. I'm still holding here ANY. I'm holding SWN. Both are doing okay. ANY better than SWN, but I do like this base that's formed here at 130 on SWN. So I'm looking for a move into 139 and then 145. That 145 print on SUUN would be just a skosh shorter than the 147 high a day, and that's a strategic out for me. And there goes any into 43. We take it. We're looking for the $0.50. There's the $0.50, Joseph freaking Options, and there's 60. Looking for a bigger move now. Let's post up at 69. Let's see what we can get. There's 66. Boom, 69. Eddie wrapping up 150%. Be on the lookout for that. That ended my trade, but that's okay. We took a good trade there. Looking for a little bit more now. Let's see if it comes down into 40 to 50. Possible buy zone here, 40 to 50. Sorry, incorrect. 40 to 20. $4.40 to $4.20. And the reason I base that area support is because this area rejection right here. We had the topping tails go into third, but the closing prints all around 20. Let's see if that third to a quarter or third to a fifth area ends up holding again. Bovin calling out DVLT. Bovin says, I look. Let's pull this up on the side chart over here. DVLT is the call out by the OG Bovin. Come on, chart. DVLT. Yo, Uber is ripping today. What is this? Uber's up 5 1/4. I saw the OG Darwin call this one out earlier in the chat, but yeah, I didn't get a chance to talk about it. But DVLT, not up big, Bovin, up 13%, but it does have a good area of support here at 55. I'd like to see what a possible move into 55, 56 would cause. DVLT, not a bad look. We're going to take off who? AIIO. We're going to put DVLT on the side chart. Thanks for that, brother. Appreciate you on that one. So Bovin always giving me the great call-outs there. Still holding a position here on SWN, showing 35s. But as you can see now, there have been 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 candles on the 1 minute chart in a row where we've rejected 135. There's somebody selling up a storm at $1.35 here, at least locally, that we can't seem to shake as resistance. So that is something to concern myself with. And the reason I say that is because if we get that 135 rejection, that sets up the lower high setup that we've been talking a lot about, right? They lure you in as a bull trap with that area breakout, only for that area breakout to end up being a lower high, and then we get the loss to the prior bar low, and then the shorts take over. And then, you know, you're caught holding the bag, or in some other people's case, you're making money because you're shorting it, right? So SWN on watch here for a 35 seller.
Good stuff, man. Let's head over to what we got going on here with DRAM, 6.8% to the top side. And then we also have NVDL on our radar as we're starting to pull back a little bit, guys. So keep an eye out on this one. Double top almost, but we do breach. You get a little bit of a pop-up, right? A whipsaw move through those zones, and then boom, sure enough. But I do believe that 225 is going to be potentially in the works for today. I mean, not today, this week, without any form of questioning. And if that's going to be the case, then I believe it's an all-time high within the next couple of weeks here on, you heard it here first, Sharif, on NVDA, new all-time high. Look at DRAM go.
Yeah, I can get behind that.
You can get behind that new all-time high? Yeah, new all-time in 2 weeks. Yeah. By the time the SpaceX IPO hits, we will see an all-time high here on NVIDIA, but we've already hit that on DRAM. Nice movement there at 67.53. To climb higher, so we're just cooking up storms over here today, guys. Yeah, we'll hit that storm. What are you guys looking at? We'll
Joey,
go over. What's that?
We have a new member of the $2 trillion club.
$2 trillion club?
Yeah, did you look?
Is it TSM? I'm looking now.
I'm looking right at it.
I'm looking now, man.
A new entrant into the very exclusive $2 trillion club. Welcome, everybody. Taiwan frickin' Semiconductor.
Yeah, which makes sense.
It joins Broadcom now. Broadcom's almost at 2.2, believe it or not. See, that to me is an abomination. Like, we don't even have this conversation with anybody on the other side of the screen if it wasn't for Taiwan Semiconductor. Yeah. Every major, you know, advanced chip is because of them.
Pretty much.
Right? So the fact that Broadcom has a higher market cap, you know, to me, speaks to the geography of the matter. If Taiwan Semi was an exclusively American company and they made all their advanced nodes in Arizona as opposed to Taiwan, this would not be $2 trillion.
You think it'd be in that top contender, in that $3-4 trillion mark?
At least. I mean, Broadcom doesn't even make chips; they design.
They design them, yeah.
Right? Like, come on.
Yeah, like, come on, man.
So yeah, well, that's what it. That's kind of how I feel, Dave.
We have to really zoom out on this bad boy. Let's go DRAM. Why did I like? Anyways, aside from that, man, let's take a look at what Sharif's mentioning. It's just been steady.
Look at that thing,
this is a good investment, if you ask me. I mean, a lot of good stuff happening in the span of a couple of years. Oh, and guess what, Sharif? If you didn't notice, 94-cent dividend on this bad boy.
94.
94 cents, my boy. So
Did you see the message about Jensen paying himself?
What do you
It's
think?
like
Oh,
because
yeah,
of the divvy.
man, yeah.
Because the divvy
That's what
went up
he's
from
doing,
1
man.
penny to 25, and you know what that 1 to 25 means for him on the year?
Bro, how much-
Another $200 million, given how many
Dang.
shares he still
But
has.
think about Zuck, too. How much is Zuck making?
Isn't that crazy?
Zuck's making big-time money.
Katina Man said
a
Zuck's
year or a
making
quarter?
700 million.
Another 700
in the
million.
divvy or dividend
Yeah.
alone, Zuck is
700
making
million.
700 million.
So you know what I mean? It's just like, hey, you need a boatload of shares. There's no questioning that. But if that could happen, that'd be absolutely ideal. If you had, so Sharif, if that opportunity, would you just sit like, so someone's like, hey man, I'll give you a couple 100,000 shares of SPY. Would you just sit back and collect the divvy and not even do
Be a
anything?
dividend aristocrat. You
Yeah.
just want me to say that term,
So
don't you?
yeah, of course. Like, so you could just go chill and like
Of
go
course,
to.
Joe, who's
Asia.
going to say no to passive income like a divvy, man, through huge shares? Nobody's going to say no to
I,
that,
well,
man. That's
I would.
beautiful.
I would hope not.
Yeah, no, you're not going to hear a no out of me on that.
Who cares
That's
about?
certainly
Who
not.
cares about the capital appreciation? But see, the thing.
I care about capital appreciation, but I also care about the dividend, right? Because, well, you got to look at the tax structure, though. The divvy is going to cost you a bit more.
Yeah.
So at least in Canada, dividend is recognized as income, right?
Yeah.
So if you were to earn income here and you're in that tax bracket, the progressive tax system, then you're going to get clipped on the divvy. Capital gains, though, is 1/2 of 50%. So it's essentially 25%.
It's a little bit more now, isn't it?
No, but they tried to clip you a little bit with that, but your boy Trudeau had it blown up in his face, right?
Yeah, well, that's why there was no Canadian investment. Because,
Daisy halted again.
What was I was going to mention something here. Now it slipped my mind. Oh, yeah, DRAM, new high of the day, 7% on this bad boy. But yeah, no, in all seriousness, for me, it's just like, that stuff is cool. Oh, what I was going to say, actually, Sharif, is you don't have to pay any tax if you go to and you lived in a place where it's tax-free.
Yes, but then you'd also have to register as a non-citizen. Or what is it called, a non-resident citizen. Dude, you have no idea.
Whatever.
Just pause for a second. Do you have any idea what the exit tax in this country is? If you
No,
wanna,
what is it? What is it?
It's ridiculous. It's like in the 40-some-odd% of.
Really?
Yeah. If you want to sell everything that you have in this country, talking real estate, talking bonds, stocks, the whole list, and to become a non-taxable, or what they call a non-resident.
Yeah.
I remember the exact term. It's a lot. It's like 40-something%.
Really?
Yeah. So a lot of people don't do that, and they go to a jurisdiction that has what they call a mutual tax agreement. We have one with the United States, some Caribbean countries, meaning what? That if you get taxed at their rate, then you don't get taxed at the same rate here. But if we don't have a treaty with that country, you're going to pay two sets of taxes.
That's
you're going to pay here and
there.
And there. So
wow, I did not know that. Did you know that?
Well, can I say something to you?
Yeah.
Canada has to protect its interests. It's like you have free education, you have subsidized higher education. So if you're a doctor, you go to the States, how much loan are you taking out for those 4 years? It's like $250,000 more. Right here, you're paying something around about 20 a year. Right, 25 a year or whatever it is. It's heavily subsidized. So you want to pay for all those doctors to get an education, and then they flip you off, and then they move to the States. So you end up paying the bag for them to get educated, and then they go and they make all the money down there. So you have to protect yourself some way. That's what the country's
that's
doing.
fine, but I'm no doctor.
But you see what I'm saying?
I know. I totally understand what you're saying, but I can't believe like you just put a whole basket of people into the exact same category. There should be a tier system, right?
That's a fair point.
It's like what? Okay, I understand that you want to protect your investment, but what about the people who are just not doing what Sharif was just explaining? And it's like, okay, you're still going to tax them at 40%. DRAM 7 1/3. We got NVDA heading back towards the high. Let's go on these ones, $66 there. We're still sitting in this Tesla trade. What is it doing? Not too much here, guys, as it is forming somewhat of a bottom. We'll head over to the 5-minute time frame and see what we have. I mean, Tesla not participating in this little uptick. The financials holding up the SPY a little bit, but once again, the NASDAQ, are we at all-time highs on this bad boy, considering? Yeah.
Something just happened with Bloom Energy.
Yeah, so boom, NASDAQ. Okay, you want to see Bloom Energy?
It just ripped up from 274 to 282. Something's happening.
Blue Energy, all right.
Bloom.
So Bloom Energy. Yeah, nice uptick
as well?
with the volume in there too, brother. So a nice little breakout on Bloom Energy. It's beautiful stuff across the board. We should see in the chat. Does anybody own DRAM? Put it in the chat. Yes or no? It's just a standard question. And then we'll also do this to get the chat engaged. How are you doing on today? Red or green? put it in there, red or green. You got mine. Oh, no, hold on. Oh, whoa. I put the wrong thing in there. We're going to send it off to Adara. But other than that, let's see how you guys are performing on today's session.
Still looking for info here in Bloom Energy. Last post here that was tagged on X was from about 9 minutes ago. No one's really discussing this, but I will continue looking into it. Market here pushing higher, USO pushing lower as Israel's Channel 12 reports that Hezbollah told President Trump that it would consent to a ceasefire without any precondition. Now, if we get any more details on this or any more context, I'll let you know. But either way, again, Channel 12 of Israel reporting that Hezbollah has said that they'll consent to a ceasefire without any preconditions. Back to you.
Let's go, bro. Let's just end this, man. Bovin, I want to know how many. What are you doing over there, Bovin? How many shares are you buying? Jay-Z is halted again. Now it is clear 200% on the day. Get it, Bovin. Happy for you, brother. I know you're all the way. Bovin has this from like the single digits, I think, 1 and change. We're halted, guys, and we've now breached that 1020 area high, which was 208. The halt price is 225. We're up a little bit less than 210% on the day, 209.07 to be exact. I don't want to say this is a blue sky setup or anything like that, but let's set up here on the daily just to get a quick gander of what kind of resistance levels we should be anticipating if this one's going to start ripping up. And I do apologize, guys. The charts have been temperamental all day. Okay, here's the deal, Bovin. Locally, we're looking now at 2 2/3. Reason is, look at that outsized wick that we had on, what day was that? September 8th. 265 on the dot. We haven't been up at that level since September 8th. Moving beyond that level, we're then looking at around, I want to say 3.5, 3.25 to 3.5. There was a base that formed there in May of last year to June of last year. So we haven't been up here in a while. And I also want to mention that there was a 1 to 10 split back in June of last year. So almost a year ago, this company did split. I'm not sure if they're bid non-compliant. They were trading below the dollar essentially since January 26th. We could check the NASDAQ exchange to find out if Jay-Z was bid non-compliant. Thank you to Luis, obviously, for explanation of that concept there. Jay-Z, one to watch here, looking fabulous. Shout out to my man Bovin, who's printing up a storm on that. And you know what I'm doing? I'm taking some prints here on SWN. This one took out that 136 seller. We are now at 139. I just got the beak wet there. The high of the day, though, is 147. My next out goes 145, specifically to front run that 147 area high. So if there is a short seller earmarking the high of the day as their entry point, I'd wet the beak a little bit before that. Needless to say, I would save a piece for the dream through that 150 level in case we do catch some sellers offside. We're up a very respectable 61% today. It's a slower mover, SWN. Like S-U-U-N. I shouldn't say it W because people will think I'm talking about W. S-U-U-N over here, slower mover, less shares traded on the day than, typically a $1.40 name would do. Only about 13 and change million shares traded on the day. I want to mention the other one that the OG Bovin was calling out. DVLT, Bovin, you called this one out as well, and here it is again into the high of the day. This was a little bit cheaper. Sorry, guys, the charts, as you can see, they're super temperamental on the day. These are not the work charts, by the way. These are my platform charts. They're from my brokerage. So DVLT, 57.20, knocking on the door of 57. Look at all these bottoming tail candles. To me, that means one thing and one thing only. The buyers are aggressive. They're picking this up at area lows. Let's throw DVLT on the side chart there. So 57.20. It hasn't done a lot of volume quite yet relative to the name, nor is it up big on the day, 14.4%. But hey, you're not going to complain with something that's at the high of the day right now. So continuing to watch that. And while I watch that, I'm also watching some of my gains dry up here on SWN as it rejects $1.40, moving back into 133 here. My perception is we're still putting in higher lows. And so long as we do that and we hold the $1.30, I stay in the trade. Shout out to my man Bovin. Bovin says, news on a $2 billion non-binding finance deal. That's specific to the DVLT trade. Shout out to the OG Bovin. Thanks for pointing that out, brother. Give people context exactly what's happening. Sorry, just before we send it back to your boy Joey Opsh. 2:55:16, Joey, is the halt time for Jay-Z. Current time is 1:07. So this one may open up in about 10 seconds. Let's take a quick look. Tap showing 20 pennies higher than the halt level. It dropping now. Here we are. We're dropping here into 2 1/3. 254 is the high of the day. We're going to halt down here on Jay-Z. 224 halt perimeter initiated. We need another 6 or 7 seconds at that level before we halt. 32 million shares. It's going to be a halt down here for Jay-Z. Halt down initiated.
Good stuff, man. Look at this go. This is big time.
What is that, Joey?
Micron, insane, another all-time high. Like this is, and what DRAM's doing is up 8%.
I hate this stock.
What, Micron?
Yeah, it just makes me feel so stupid.
Yes, you have no idea how like ridiculous.
It's so
like if you've been in this, man, same thing with SanDisk. Like it just makes you feel like like sitting here. We should have been. I should have been in at least DRAM as soon as it came out. That's why it's like, hey, man. A lot of people not liking the SpaceX IPO, but we're ready to party on that one. Same thing with Anthropic filing apparently as well too. ARM is up 18%.
It is, man.
Yeah, I heard Katina.
You know what ARM is up on the year, Katina, man? 277%.
This is crazy. Yeah, but like 90% of this
Katina
is
man
held.
bought it at 201.
I mentioned this. I'm like
$200 in the money.
Yeah, man.
That's infuriating, man.
Listen, you know what the thing is, though? I'm not going to sit here and say that there's going to be another move like this because I think what we're going through is just complete structural change. And we can say, I'm sure you'll find it in some manner, but what we have right now is that if you've been in the right place at the right time, you're absolutely cooking up an absolute storm. And this is how you really change your life around if you've been in Micron, SanDisk, ARM, DRAM. Those are some big time moves, man. And I'm really looking forward to what we got going on. Some of these, you know what I don't like though, is that the valuation of these companies heading into their IPOs. They've done so well in the private market. I don't have enough knowledge on what's happened or how that can potentially impact the underlying asset itself leading into the IPO. But coming in at $1 trillion, I think that's pretty crazy if you ask me.
I don't know, Joey, and you and I were going back and forth on this as well, and you know, I was trying to tell you about SpaceX, and you're like, I'm excited for the Anthropic IPO too, and more in agreement I couldn't be. But I feel that the cyclicality of who's in the lead in the AI race, especially the Gen AI race, changes, pretty quickly. I think SpaceX much harder to dethrone as the leader. We just saw what happened with Blue Origin last week. And then Elon, saying rockets are hard. It's a lot easier, I think, in my submission, to become the frontier premier LLM/AI company than it is to be the premier, front runner in the space race. I think that's a lot harder of a task to dethrone.
I think so. I agree with you on that one. I just think, and it's significantly more expensive.
Way more, yeah.
Way more expensive.
Absolutely, it's like a double the price here.
You know what I mean?
So I want to mention a couple of things as well. So a new one here that we've said very little about, and because it was doing basically nothing, ABTS. I want to really stress that you guys should be careful with this setup here because these setups have proven to be kind of great shorts as opposed to longs. What I'm talking about specifically is a prolonged downtrend, a hold generally of a certain level, whether it's 2 in this case or VWAP, and then a big move back up. This big move right here, only to have this current candle, I'm talking about the 1 o'clock candle, have its prior or have its low breached by the next bar. So the 105 candle breaches the low of this candle, which is currently, what's the low here? Sorry, let me see. What's the low on this candle? 215. So watch out, ABTS making a big move, but it could be a bull trap to suck in the longs. Now, simultaneously, DVLT still making a big move. Any still trying to hold trend above 420, but it just lost prior bar low. So be on the lookout for that. And SWN, the one that I'm involved in, bless you, Ram. This one did zig and zag. Oh, God, these charts again. Zig and zag a little bit below 130, but I'm continuing to hold this one. I've got 131 on. What is it showing me right now? Where is it? I can't even find it, man. There it is. Yeah, it's still showing me 133, 134. So I don't feel like we've lost trend. I'm still holding out for 145. We've got to pause for a second. President Trump is saying things.
Yes, indeed he is, Sharif. He's saying quite a few things. He's reportedly telling CNBC that, quote, he's not worried about oil prices. He's inquiring about the situation with Netanyahu, I'm guessing, with regards to the conflict and if Israel is, in fact, attacking in Lebanon. Also, he's saying he's just unconcerned about the end of the peace talks with Iran, saying he, quote, doesn't care if the talks end. If we get more details, I'll keep you posted. But it's worth noting this is kind of par for the course for what he's already been saying. As of late, again, President Trump saying he's really indicating basically in these comments to CNBC, he's A, not worried about oil prices, and B, not particularly concerned with getting a deal right away here with Iran. And further hearing comments coming or being specifically, Iran's foreign ministry saying that a ceasefire violation in one area affects all other areas, and that the U.S. is directly responsible for ceasefire violations with Iran through Israel's violations in Lebanon. Back to you.
Thank you very much for that, Adair. Yep, as with the back and forth continues to go on, you guys got to stick with us here, because we're going to give you the news faster than anybody else literally gives it to you. You know that. We'll break the news 10 minutes before CNBC, 15 minutes before Bloomberg, 25 minutes before Yahoo Finance.
Or
they can't hang, bro.
Axios.
What Axios?
Yeah, I know exactly. I can't stand Axios.
Let's check. Jay-Z's open, guys. Let's have a look at what Jay-Z is up to. Still zigging and zagging here, finding support at 2. Limit up is 224. Currently, limit down is 194. Continue to watch here for a hold of 2. 2, in my submission to you guys, is a key area of support. If it loses 2 and it loses it decisively, this one could see $1.75 or even worse, $1.50, where the volume weighted average price is hanging out. I'm getting in here, Bovin. I'm going to give this to a little bit above limit down, because I don't want to be caught with this one. Limit down. There it goes into 20. Boom. What do we got on? We got 9s. We're looking for a little bit more now. Let's go ahead and wait at the $0.25, and then above that, we're going to look for the 3rd. Seller at 18 that we can't shake locally here. Be on the lookout. That's the second time we've rejected 218. Now yeah, there it is. It goes back right into 18. And again, they're selling at 218 for whatever reason. Look for the bid to move above 18 for confirmation that that seller has been removed. There it goes into 25. And now it's going to halt up here, possibly. Looks like it could be a false halt. 25, 224, sorry, is going to be the limit up here on Jay-Z. We've got 9s. 3, 2, 1, halt. Perfect. I did that one right this time. So we're caught in an up halt here, only having wet the beak a couple times. The tap now showing 2, 3, 0. So we're going to continue to watch this. There's my man, Bovin. Get it, Bovin. A good hold of 2. That should have been your tip. Right there, that hammer candle that wicked into 2, only to get bought up quite aggressively, should have been an indication to you that that was a key area of support. Let's see what this one has to offer upon resumption, Joey.
Absolutely. So here it is, guys. NVDA up 5% on the day. Microsoft putting in another good one. Apple down to the tune of 2% here. I wouldn't really say that, man. What's the divvy on that bad boy?
It's like any day Apple's down, I'm going to hate on it.
Yeah. You collect 27 cents on that bad boy, Sharif.
We're talking about the 25 earlier, Katina Van Web. What's his name, man? Just paid himself $200 million a year, just like NVIDIA increasing the divvy from 1 penny to 25.
Just like that, bang. And same with Zuckerberg doing the exact same thing. We were talking about that one. Amazon down 3% here, but we love Amazon. How do we look from a daily? I thought we were going to tap into all-time highs relatively soon. Failed to establish a new one, but Meta, this thing has not been performing well, Sharif. We don't need to really clap on it anymore, but yeah, I mean, giving back the majority of that move on the paid tier systems here within Instagram. Sharif, a victim of that.
What?
Off the paid tiers.
Yeah. So I got a free 30 days.
Those ones are nice.
And then, right away, what I do is, as soon as I get the free thing, so then I go right into my
you go to your subs and
and then you go into where's it called, subscriptions, and then I just cancel
and
it
then
immediately.
You cancel it right there immediately. That's crazy. Cisco doing pretty good, but yeah, I mean, come on, man. We need Meta to really get this ball rolling. We're holding up on this bad boy. We're gonna stick with it, right? Like, we know the digital ad. Everybody's worried about Zuck falling into the metaverse one more time with all the cap. No real ROI when we're starting to see the other big names like Amazon and Google really starting to turn a profit in their cloud business and via their AI tools. We're not really seeing that. Well, like, what does Zuckerberg have? Who's buying the Oakleys, their glasses, their Meta glasses, or whatever they're called? I don't think very many people. I haven't seen them. So this guy's spending a lot of cash, and we're just afraid of what happened before with the metaverse because no one was really using that. It was a fad for a little bit, and then sure enough, no one talks about it at this point. Now, Netflix not performing well either. Verizon, Disney, some of the other comms, AMD down 1.5%, but I believe that's small potatoes, right? Like, that's nothing substantial whatsoever. Now, we went over to our terminal and see what we had going on with this name, DRAM. Not too much open interest as we continue to climb higher. I mean, watch out for us to go on a big time move. Let's head over to the June 18th expiration cycle. This is where we've seen the majority of our size, and there's nothing really. $65 already under the water at 13,000 contracts, but now 70 in the works. I think that's totally reasonable. It's really tough looking at this chart. For me, it's just like, hey man, boom. Yeah, see you later. And then NASA hasn't been performing very well for us here today. But that's all right. I think this is going to be a good buying opportunity. These companies may not be anything like what the memory storage is, but hey, we're going to remain forward-looking and continuously buy up a little bit more. I literally bought like 0.25% in this stuff. I'll buy some more if it ever falls down into $32. You're now down, what is this? You're down 13%. Off of the highs here in NASA, and we already went over its top holdings. But let's head back over to the trades that we are in. And we're just letting this one ride here on the day. And then also NVDL starting to hover around the highs. Can we breach and hold? That's the objective. And break that 5%. Maybe we can head up into 12% on NVDL. That's going to put us at 6% on NVDA in itself. So 114 is going to put us at that marker. We like this name. Actually, let's do this right now, because if you want to get all upset about things, this is something that it's just like, there's a time and a place. There's a time and a place to buy these leverage products. Hey, Randy, you ready for this? AMDL is a leverage product from the lows of the end of March to where we are currently trading at from a percentage metric. How much are we up?
Shoot in the dark. It's triple digits.
Yeah, it's triple digits. 543%. Yeah. Just like that. Yeah,
just
exactly.
like that.
Literally. You go boom, and we're going to do it on NVDA now. From the same time to the peak. Oh, you can't cheat, man. That's cheating. We got, I'm only playing with you, 96%. So you get 100% return here in NVDL from the end of March to where we're currently trading at right now.
Okay, so here's the deal. We're in a hold down on JZ, but funny enough, we're still in the money. And we took a beak wetter there because I had a resting order at 231. So just before we get to that, Randy, I have to show them this because ABTS is absolutely rocketing. Has it cleared the pre-market? That's not even the pre-market high. Calm down, Sharif. No, it hasn't cleared down the pre-market high. That's still $5.30, and this is at 285. But what it did do was it took out that 1055 high, the high of which was 282. It is officially at 285, high of day now on ABTS. This is the one that I was crapping on, right? And forgive me for crapping on it, but I've just seen a lot of these patterns lately where they have extremely prolonged downtrends after a big move up, only to lure you in. Now, you know, if the winds of change are going to come and these ones are not going to be bull traps anymore, but real breakouts, we'll trade them like that. But if they're going to be, you know, just sort of a transient thing and not hang out, I'm talking about these patterns, then we won't. And there it goes into another high of day. 293 ABTS moving, looking like it's destined for at least a 3 touch. Now the thing is, it's such a big chasm between that $3 area and the high this morning, which is essentially, as I mentioned, $5.30. That's $2.30 there of a gap. Now, look, we didn't spend all that much time at 4:20 a.m. at that level, but the fact of the matter is, level was hit. That is not a dark pool print. That is a real big boy print. So we're going to continue to watch this one, and we'll see what the trade is on ABTS. I've got that. I think the last screen here, Assassino. There we go. So this one's done 62, almost 63 million shares on the day. The tape is picking up. The volume is picking up because it's at critical levels. So you need to be watching this if you're a small cap gapper trader. We're definitely going to watch it and keep you apprised of this. No, I didn't, YV. I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, I had no idea what was going on over there. What's going on, Randy? We got Randy behind us. You know that, right?
You know he's still there. How's it going? Yeah? How's the weekend? Was it chore-laden or, yeah? But like good, in a good, I achieved kind of way, right? Nice, very nice. Very nice.
What's the lawn care spot? How's that put?
Lawn care.
Is it? Nice. Do you compete with your neighbors?
I feel like it's that kind of a neighborhood because Randy lives a little bit outside the city, right? We're not going to say exactly where.
A little bit outside of nowhere.
A little bit outside of nowhere. Yeah, no, it's
That's
not.
how we like it.
So there's obviously a lot of community involvement where you live.
A lot of great community. I love small towns. My daughter's 21st birthday today. Happy birthday. She's been here a couple times.
Yeah.
That's my younger daughter.
That's your
my older daughter. Yeah.
Older daughter. Got it.
So we had a big birthday bash yesterday, and a little lawn care, some yard work, and it's so dry out. And
Customer, this is in America. You can drink at 19 here.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's 19 in this province, and then if you go over to the French side,
18.
It's 18.
Yep.
And that's what we used to do when we were.
I used to go when I was like 16. Yeah.
Good times.
And the funny thing is, though, everything is on the table, except, God forbid, you should move alcohol from one province to another.
That's a no-no.
The restrictions on that is just
Don't
insane, right? It's like two different countries
Don't go
almost.
there.
Yeah, don't go there.
No.
And they've been trying to change that, actually, because of the whole trade tensions and stuff. They're like, oh, let's do more interprovincial trade.
Yeah,
what an idea.
Yeah, what an idea. Yeah,
Who
thought of that one?
Yeah. Who thought of that one? Yeah. I love it. We always got something to say about Canada, man.
Yeah.
Shout out to Randy. Oh, Adam James abroad.
Bro,
you're not that far. You're not that far, bro.
Don't ever disrespect Bradford like that.
Yeah. He's from Bradford, by the way.
Ever.
You can tell your boy Joey Option is a little sensitive about that Bradford comment there. Adam James abroad dropping 2 in the chat says, I'm going to say Randy lives in Oshawa or up in Bradford. I'm going to say you are a lot closer with the Oshawa thing because it's along those ways. Adam James abroad.
Yeah.
Yes. Can I tell you that, this guy, all he does is just travel. That's his modus operandi.
What do you mean? He's a digital nomad.
Digital nomad, right? Super
You should just change your name to Adam the Nomad.
Super. We got a super here. Oh, Joe, that's all you right there, my guy. Go ahead.
Yeah, someone said they make their own liquor. Nice, man.
Why not? That's actually pretty
Can I
cool.
get TA on KN and VSH? We're obviously messing around with you, but shout out to Bradford and the Bradford Bulldogs. You know. All right, let's see what we got. Ooh, this is looking pretty good.
Is that the select team or is that the junior A team?
The Rattlers. I don't know if the Rattlers were the junior team. I don't know if the Rattlers still exist. But yeah, the Bulldogs were the real dogs. KN, Knowles Corp here, or Knowles, Beyonce Knowles over here. I mean, these things are looking really good. I'm not even familiar with what these guys actually do. Let's go over to our overview and see what we got going on. KN. Foundation overview, corporation and manufacturer of the specialty here, electronic components. The company is engaged in manufacturing high-performance capacitors, radio frequencies. Okay, I think someone mentioned this name before. Now that I read up on it again, I mean, hey, listen, if you're going with the trend is your friend, and it looks absolutely fantastic. We'll go over, your other name here. Continue to hold. I don't know if you're positioned in this name, but like, there's no point. Continue and let it ride. It doesn't look like there's any form of stopping this. If the trend breaks, then maybe trim a little bit and then maybe buy some on the dip. Now, for the other ticker that you're looking at, VSH, see what this bad boy's up to. Vishay, okay, here's another one. Like, what? Vishay. Whatever it may be. Anyways, 223%. We'll go over that. Again, this is more parabolic, so you'll see a trend break a little bit quicker. And when you're just going straight up at this point, things happen. So be aware of that. It may get some form of continuation, but it's crazy to think that I've never heard of these names. I don't know if Sharif has, but you can find places outside of this tech trade. Yeah, VSH.
No.
Yeah, no one, and same with the other one, K, and I have no idea. And let's see what they do, VSH. There's so much, they just follow the money, apparently. Intertechnology is engaged in manufacturing a portfolio of discrete semiconductors, and passive electronic components. Now, with that being said, does it give us holdings? No, it's discrete. That's why. Read the description in the overview. But yeah, those things look absolutely fantastic.
Shout out to Peter Hope. Good afternoon, rainy in Florida. Thoughts on ONDS? I think that would be one of the only times, where we, no, I'm kidding, of course. We have had a lot of sun here lately, and we're going to continue to have a lot of sun if you believe the 14-day forecast. More pleased I could not be. But let's look at ONDAS. Shout out to Peter. Thank you for the super chat. Look at ONDS. This is a former convict. Know this one. We've been watching ONDS, I think now, goodness, I want to say for months, as a name that we've been trading intraday and sometimes even, looking at it for multiple days. Consolidative, I want to say over the past few days since the 28th. Look, it sold off quite aggressively on Friday, but look at that V-shaped retracement. Recovers back into that consolidative range. So if I can, I perceive, generally a $13 range at the low end. Of course, Friday was a bit of an off day because this one dipped down to about 11.5. So about 13 area support with about 13 3/4, 13.50 area resistance. At least that's, my perception of things. Let's look at the daily. The wider time frame certainly showing 8.50 to 8 support, and then $12 resistance at times, but it's above that now. So I'm saying the next level you're probably going to be looking at is going to be around 15. Should we clear these levels? So be on the lookout there, ONDS, and you can just see how many times we've loaded up and looked at ONDS based on how many times I've had to throw the ticker on the chart there because they don't generate on their own. Continuing to watch here, just 1 second. SWN looking for 145. It's going to be a 10-minute halt, if not longer, on JZ, and that is not boding well for my position. The tap has been stuck at $1.86 now for, I think, for about 5 minutes. This is trouble here. JZ, 186, theoretical auction price, halt time. 13.23 current time, 13.23.02, okay? So we're gonna open likely in about 20 seconds. Just leave that Assassino on there from Adam. Let's just see what JZ has to offer here. Tap showing 190, it's getting bought up. Let's see what we get. Do we get an open at 10 minutes or are we gonna have to continue to wait for 15? Doesn't look like it's gonna be 10. Oh, it's open. There's a buyer at 94. It's losing the bid here. If it loses 90, I'm out. Buyer at 93. It's losing the bid, it feels like here. And now I'm going to end that trade. So we'll give back a little bit on that one. Will we be positive, though, on JZ? Let's just look. Yes, but barely. like barely. So JZ, give back a little bit there. Loses 2. There is support here, by the way, at 180 to 175. Adam James Abroad, drop in 2 in the chat. Last week, I called ZETA to $30 this week. Flying, say less. Let's look at ZETA. All right. Oh my days, this is ripping. What are you laughing at, Fabian? Yeah. No, what? You still here?
Oh, he's still there. Oh,
wow,
I didn't even notice.
I came back.
Man.
You came back. I was like, what
June
the hell?
9th.
Go ahead.
Rivian R2 order books and deliveries are open. That's 1 week, folks.
Canada?
And the U.S.
And the U.S., so we're both at the
June
same time.
9th. Delayed orders in Canada, but the books are open. So they won't be delivered as soon up here,
Okay.
but the order books will be
The
open.
order books are open. Deliveries are going to be
They said
states
within
first.
2 weeks in the States, and then later up here.
So we're talking about the first R2 finding its way to the customer within 2 weeks.
Within 2 weeks.
That's
of,
huge.
of June 9th.
And this is coming out of Georgia?
Yes.
Wow, that's going to be big.
Georgia.
If we start seeing these en masse, I told you, and they're trying to get ahead of it. They opened up a store at Yorkdale. I'm assuming, obviously,
We're
with a
going.
view to having that retail, that post, right? Especially if the R2 is going to be feasible now for a lot of
There
people.
will be demo drives.
It's going to be great. I'm
We're
definitely going
going.
to take that.
We're going.
Yes, thank you for updating us on that. So hold on, Katina. No, but we're serious here because Marissa's wanted a Rivian for a long time. Katina, man, I know that you're not on camera, so I'll just echo what you're saying here. Is the R2 making it to the Katina household? Yes. There's going to be an R2 in the Katina household. There will be a Tesla, and there will be a Rivian. Boom.
Rivian.
I can't wait to see what that thing looks like on the inside, man.
It's going to be very
All right.
nice. It's going to be extremely nice.
It's going to be extremely nice.
Yeah, of course, man.
Have you seen some of the videos of that bad boy?
Pull them up.
Yeah, we can. But let me do a little bit of a thing here first, Joe.
All right, do your thing.
We're gonna look to take a little bit of a beak wetter here at 4.4 on S. There it goes, 4.5 on SUN. SUN continuing to trend up here, guys. 47 is the high of the day. Look for a move into 50. I think we probably get a bit of resistance at that 50 penny area. Let's bring in the YouTube stream over here and have a look quickly. See what that R2 looks like.
Yeah, while you pull that up, let's go. We're going to go over a little NVDA to see what Katina Man's R2 is looking like. Now, as for Robinhood, a nice recovery here on the day, guys. We almost broke through some of these pre-market zones. You see this high at 91.73. Hopefully this just doesn't get established as a lower high, but there it is. DRAM still hovering, and then we're starting to form this consolidation around these highs. So as long as this trend line holds up in NVDA, then I think we have the ability to break out. As soon as it cracks, be prepared for that double top, and then sure enough, maybe that move back in towards VWAP. But we're going to continue to climb on this bad boy, I believe. So that's looking pretty good. Tesla breaking down, and that's Robinhood, and we're looking at DRAM. Now, as for the overall market, the NASDAQ performing significantly, well, I shouldn't say significantly, but performing a little bit better than what the SPY is. That's going to be led by some of the financials. Let's pull up, boys, and see what we got going on. The XLF, we can go through some of our sector ETFs. It's going to be the XLF. Not doing too much, man. This thing is not good whatsoever. And XLP, our staples, not doing very well either, as Walmart and Costco slide off of their all-time highs. So we'll keep an eye out on that. And we'll do actually XLC, because that's Google, I believe it is. Yeah, Google and Meta are in this one. Yeah, $115, that's not too bad from an all-time high standpoint. We're just consolidating, but once you get that breakout, I think a lot of it's being held up by META.
Yeah, here it is, Assassino. So let's just play little clips of this so we don't get dinged. So this was basically the R2 before, production. So I don't know why they put these markings on it. They think it's gonna, trip people up in terms of design. I don't know why they mark it like this. Doug DeMuro had the same issue. This is basically the same thing, shape-wise, Joey, as the R1, just obviously a lot smaller, right? It's like saying, I don't know, the Explorer and the Expedition, if that kind of makes sense to anybody.
Those lines are those.
But here's what I like about it, man. Let's look on the inside here, because the quality on the inside is ridiculous. Let's get into the inside here. Shout out to Marquez Brownlee. Where's the inside, bro? Let's go. I'm just waiting for this. He compares it there to the Tesla. I'm just trying to get, there we go. Now we got the look on the inside. So I like this. The screen is a little bit smaller on the R2. So it's a bigger screen on the R1, but it's the same functional, what's it called? It's a little bit smaller, right? 5.5 inches smaller. That's it. That's not that bad. That's not too bad. But it's the same UI, which a lot of people do like on Rivian. Like it has it's much loved. Very similar on the inside, if we can kind of show this super quick. Obviously, again, a little bit smaller, but the back is kind of have that same look with the Rivian seats. You can see it's narrower, it's shorter, obviously. But the beautiful thing about having an EV, think about this. there's no front engine. So what you can do is you move the two seats, the front seats up more into the hood, and then you give more room to the rear passengers. So you always have more room in these SUVs.
Yeah, that's a
EV
fair point.
SUVs. You see what I'm saying? So yeah, I think this is going to be a needle mover for them. If they can get the production right, this is going to be definitely big. Guys, there's a lot going on here in small cap gapper world, so I need to bring your attention to it. ABTS just broke 3. It's ripping, okay? It's got a lot of support here at 260. Not sure why, kind of don't care. But there's resistance at 3. It's a 310 official high. I have to bring your attention to the left side of the screen. That is the 420 print at 4:20 a.m. this morning. That got to $5.30. So I'm not sure there's going to be bag holders en masse or anything because we only did about 1.3 million shares on that. But we are moving here on ABTS. Last but not least, Joey, DVLT, also another above and special, really moving up quite aggressively into about 58 pennies. You said something's going on?
Yeah, so, but I mean, I don't think it's anything crazy because you see a little bit of an increase. So there it is, DRAM hitting the new high of the day, and then you've seen the tape and the fluctuation within the price action. So there is some form of catalyst, but it's just clearly not that heavily weighted at this point. I like what Neil said the other day. We'll bring that up here momentarily. Let's see what Adara has for us.
Keep an eye here in this Truth Social post from U.S. President Donald Trump saying, quote, I had a very productive call with Prime Minister Bibi Netanyahu of Israel, and there will be no troops going to Beirut, and any troops that are on their way have already been turned back. Likewise, through highly placed representatives, I had a very good call with Hezbollah, and they agreed that all shooting will stop, that Israel will not attack them and they will not attack Israel. President Donald J. Trump. So President Trump, you're indicating through a couple phone calls that there could be a de-escalation here in the Middle East. As such, you do get a spike higher here in the market. Back to you.
Good to hear, man.
Yeah, it's good to hear. That's what you want. It's going to take a while. I mentioned this as soon as the conflict started. It's going to take significantly longer than what we're anticipating to get a deal done because these guys aren't just going to roll over and do everything that the States has wants them to do. Now, as for Robinhood, is that going to be the juice that gets us past this intraday pivot and into $92? You can see that DRAM put in that high, and then we're still hovering around this consolidation, this bull flag here from a secondary trend standpoint on NVDA. Tesla didn't do anything on this off of that news. So, I mean, other than that, to the downside, back-to-back red days for Tesla. It did find somewhat of a rebound, but the price action has not been that clean or orderly, in my opinion. One day you're up, one day you're down. It's not like trading any of these memory storage names.
And it's funny, too, like with the recovery in Europe with respect to sales. We talked about that this morning, triple digits in a lot of these jurisdictions. You think it would get a bit of a bid, but none really. Do you think that that's more reflective of the market really looking through the EV business for Tesla, that a recovery to the tune of triple digits on a continent that, you know, had basically all but cut off Elon doesn't move the needle? In fact, it's down 3.5%.
I mean, I think... Sharif, I'll be honest, I think like it's like to the tune of triple digits, but like what is that coming from, right? Like, so it's
coming
like,
from bad numbers.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it's just like, okay, yeah, even though there, whatever, I forget the percentage metric that you mentioned, but it's like, okay, it's not great, but it's better than what it was before.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Like France, something like 600 something percent.
Yeah.
I read that correctly this morning. Like,
let's see what we got.
It was ridiculous. Bovin, Jay-Z again. I'm watching it, Bovin. It's right here. I've got it up on the trading screen. It's just a little consolidative, Bovin, a little above two, a little bit below. And the halt levels, the halt bands, are super close given the price. So we got limit up now at 207. We're showing 202. Limit down just flashed. I couldn't see it. I think it's in the 80s. 207 limit up for anybody watching this, flashing 202, 203. So I'll continue to watch that, but Outlaw Trader also pointed up a good one. It's going to halt here, guys. Jay-Z flashing 207 now, but the band moved up to 209. So halt band, limit up, 209, flashing 7s and 8s. NUAI, another one to be on the lookout for here. Outlaw Trader calling this one out, and oh, God, these charts. Sorry, just let it, go through its little temperament there.
As we're waiting, you got it?
Yeah, so, sorry, Joey.
Yeah.
So 575 or thereabouts is a 10 EMA on the 5. It felt like NUAI was a buy program right until 6, because once it got into 6, you started getting these resistance candles, topping tail. indecision candles. Anyway, I'd be looking for support at $0.75. If that doesn't hold, look for the $0.50. And the volume weighted average price is right about that $0.50 anyway. So NUAI, another one to keep a close eye out on here.
Yeah, I mean, so it's just to get in a little more context from what Sharif and I were just talking about, 5,400 new vehicles in France, right? So that's where you can see a substantial jump. If you're looking at 113% in Denmark, so like, I mean, that's just a little bit over 800 vehicles, you know what I mean, from before. So, I mean, that's...
I think we can probably pull up from chat or something what the all-time high sales are, kind of compare them to those jurisdictions, right?
And like, where's Norway? I know Adara had her infographic this morning. Norway was one of the better performing. Yeah, whenever you have time is one of the better performing. So, I mean, I don't think that's horrible if you ask me, right? Like in May, 1,700 there, 5,400 in France. But we talked about the diversification away from maybe the Iranian oil. Is this going to be one of the ways? Is that you just go electric?
Electric.
I don't know. Maybe potentially. Yeah, pull that back up for us one more time, SSC, France,
yeah, there we go.
There we go. Denmark, España, Sweden, and Norway. There you go. 29%. And they signed that deal, I believe, for FSD in Sweden too, wasn't it?
So, yeah.
Right.
They're launching it incrementally in China as well. So we'll see how that kind of all happens there. The China headline was really misleading because it made you think that it was already available there, and that's just not the case. So. All right, Bovin says he's holding NUAI from 4, so he's $1.83 in the money. Shout out to my man Bovin on that one. I'm running out of patience with SUUN over here. It feels like it may have rejected that general area of, one. It's a double top at 147. It's coming back down now into the high 130s. I've got 131 on. I'm going to end my trade here so I can focus on NUAI because that one feels like it may be coming to the 10 EMA and have another attempt at 6. Shout out to my man Bovin. What I want to see here on NUAI is a clean hold and then on a smaller time frame, a breach of the prior bar high. So I'm going to continue to watch NUAI for a possible move back into 6. I could be certainly interested in getting into that. DVLT still making area highs as well, so don't forget about that one. It's been consolidative, though, a little bit here south of 58 pennies. It's had multiple attempts at that 58 penny area and hasn't breached it, so that's a little unusual there. Of course, JZ still in focus, ABTS as well, but this one did reject 3, but it's still holding trend above that 2 2/3 above the 10 EMA, so ABTS in focus. And then there's SUUN
there we
coming
go.
Back down. Go ahead, Jay.
There we go. There it is, NVDA up to 222.60, breaking through that high of the day. So a nice little move right there, ladies and gentlemen. We'll look to take a little bit more off on this bad boy. We waited for the breakout, it came to us, and then now we have to capitalize on it. So not too bad of a play. We'll post up and we'll catch that fill. Yeah. Nice, good luck. Let's head over to our watch list. We were looking for that breakout. The trend line held up, and then sure enough, you get in. With that being said, you have to take some. Now, Broadcom, what have you been doing here on the day?
I've never seen you in so many positions in my life.
Well,
I love it.
Sometimes I
really?
do that,
That's like a Katina Man roll right
Katina Man,
there.
3
bro.
of them.
Like
Yeah, smaller shares there, my brother. Amazon, look at Amazon on. Oh no, this was Microsoft. Was that Microsoft? Yeah. So a couple of days of strong running. Now you're at some key support levels. Watch for this to be the support level to be breached, which is currently doing that right now. From a 1-minute standpoint, doesn't look that pretty. Multiple retests. You gap up here this morning, so you're going to probably start to fill some of that. And then I think at some point you'll just continue on your merry way as NVDL. What's that? Well, I mean, it's paper. It's not. Yeah, it's not. Yeah. Don't get it twisted. QUBT. That's not doing anything. And then, sure enough, we were talking about the quantum names not too long ago. Sand. It's IonQ 70. Nice breakout. We're not too far off of the all-time high on this bad boy. 17%. Think about it. We lost about 80%, close to 70% of its value not too long ago.
You notice that mic in front of you there?
I did. It's hard not to.
It's hard not to notice the mic. Yeah, the Katina Man, the Neil's got the mic. I guess I'm next. Fabian, update us. What are these? Look up. Above my monitor. Oh, there. So that's where that's going to set up.
What is
so
that?
What are these for, Fabian? Like, obviously, they're mics, so they're to pick up audio, but is it for when people are not wearing... Just testing. Okay. That's cool. Yeah, just wondering what it is. Why are you answering, Ram? I was asking him, bro. I love Ram, bro. Just teasing, eh? OLOX says Andre. Not our Andre, of course, but we'll look at OLOX. By the way, guys, Jay-Z is trying to make another move up here, by the way. Back into 210, 211. Let's check out OLOX. Going on with that. Sorry, guys. The charts today, they are what they are. Today, I know. Yeah, they were good last week, Randy. I mean, I didn't have too many complaints last week. I got a lot of complaints this week, though, because every single time I've tried to load it up, this is what I get. I get the black screen of death. Yeah, so we're going to have to wait. There we go. OLOX. Light volume, brother, on this one. 711,000 shares traded on the day. The 5-year average is 2.15 million, so we haven't even gotten to half the 5-year average here. But, hey, man, who can complain about a name that's up 11.5%? It is a very small market cap. Less than $10 million market cap right now. OLOX, the one I'm looking at. Also, I got a new position here. NUAI. Oh, I'm out already. It stopped out. So lost 582. So I was supposed to give it to the prior bar low. So it did lose prior bar low right now on NUAI. So we'll give back a little bit there. But I'm still interested in this one. If it holds up above the 10 EMA, starts giving me a couple of candles there to show new highs, we'll get back involved. And let's not forget about Jay-Z. It is halted up again. $2.25. High a day, 254. But good support there, Joey, off 2. Oh, NUAI, you little bugger. Ooh. You're going to move up again? That's crazy, NUAI. All right, that's man, crazy. Let's keep an eye out on this one. Might have to give it to the 7.
Let's see how our good friend Bitcoin has been performing here today, as some of these names are just continuing to climb. I mean, 5% plus here, 5.5% on NVDA. Let's see how we've been on Ethereum and Bitcoin. ETH. Hey, Ethereum, how are you doing today?
How you doing?
I mean, not Friends? Horrible, not great. No, I never liked Friends. No. There's Ethereum. Let's see how Bitcoin's been performing, IBIT. I do believe there's more downside. With that being said, there probably isn't. So watch out. Continue to hold on this. Michael Saylor selling some. I wonder why.
Why, Joey?
I don't know. That was a genuine question. I wonder why Mr. Saylor, he raised some funds with it, did he not? But for what? But I thought you were just going to buy more Bitcoin. So
Joey.
What was the point of that? I don't know. Let's figure it out here. Executive chairman sold Bitcoin last week. The sale may have spurred a drop in the price. Now, how many did he sell? His strategy sells $2.5 million worth of Bitcoin in the first time in 41 months. So that's nothing. That's like chump change for what he's been spending on it. I mean, he's sold 32 Bitcoin. Is that even really worth it at the end of the day? It's like, I understand that we're going to write that in there, but what did he sell 32 Bitcoin for, to fund like his yacht or something else along those lines? I think that's more or less what it's for. If I was going to add a little bit more, I'm going the strategy route, and that's the leverage play. Right? So instead of going on the actual underlying itself at this point and the value that MSTR is trading at, I think you go with this.
All right. Some barbell work that we smashed this weekend. So we ended up getting in some. So I love lunges because the variations that you can do on lunges, step backs, incline, decline lunges, step forward lunges, fixed place lunges. So I hadn't done the step forward ones in a minute. And I find that you put a little bit more pressure on your knee when you do these ones.
Big time. I was doing them on Saturday and
Sunday. Step forwards. So you know exactly what I'm talking about there. Time. So I do like these ones, but I'm always careful not to
something going on in the market here, Sharif. Big time spike up there, brother. In NVDA, in the overall market. There's the SPY, there's the NASDAQ, some big time stuff. We're going to send it over to Adara.
Yeah, I'm only seeing one headline here. If I get more context, I'll let you know. But President Trump apparently indicating that talks are continuing rapidly with Iran. So President Trump here, again, reportedly, as far as I can see, once again, indicating continued agreements here, or continued conversations, rather, with Iran. If I get more details here on what this actually entails, I'll let you know. But in the meantime, back to you guys. If I see more, I'll let you know. Once again, headline, President Trump saying that talks continue at rapid pace with the Islamic Republic of Iran and that Hezbollah and Israel have agreed not to attack each other. Back to you.
Rapido. Oh, yeah, absolutely. That is obviously good news there. I mean, we'll see how the whole thing works out. All right, back to the workout of the day. So we're doing some front lunges. Joey put about a 185 on the bar there, which is not that much for the lunge, but specific to me in this case, I want to notice like how slow I'm going down. And the reason I'm doing that, for one specific reason only, I'm trying to make sure that the initiation in the glute is where like that's where I'm trying to initiate, because I always have the problem of initiating from the quad because I'm so quad dominant.
Yeah.
And then that's not why I'm doing this workout, right?
Do you put more pressure on your heel?
So absolutely the opposite.
Okay.
I'm finding the pressure on my hip,
on your
right?
hip.
So whereas before, if I was trying to push off my quad, I'd be pushing off my heel.
Off your heel?
So that's why I'm trying to catch it in my glute on my hip. And then that's the rotation up, and that's what I'm pushing. And then supersetted with these push presses, which I absolutely love. Obviously, it's a lot of momentum. We're doing 185 on this one as well. But the whole point is the negative here is also really good. And then we did the barbell rows. I did pretty heavy here, 225 barbell rows. And then these ones are bad.
Windshield wipers?
Absolutely.
Try
Your
hanging them.
obliques will light up on this
Yeah, I
one.
like those.
And very functional too. It's like doing it off a machine is kind of like
we like the windshield wipers.
you like the windshield wipers. Get it, Joey?
Yes,
So that's
sir.
a workout of the day. And we are throwing in a lot of barbell work lately because, well, that is the move. So continue to watch NUAI here. We just took a beak wetter through, got right back into this, back into 88s. I've got a bias that this one probably rips through that $6 area. So I did land rest my orders at these key levels. The highest one I've got is about 607. It's a 612 high here on NUAI. But JZ is back and it is halted up again into the high of the day. It is, close to the high of the day. 250, the halt level, high of day, 254. Want to keep a close eye here on JZ. This one could be absolutely very, very rocket chippy, if that's a word. This one could see 3 sooner rather than later. SWN as well, continue to trend in to that 143. I got pushed out of this one because it did reject the 147 level, so I didn't want to be caught on the double top. So continuing to wait for a print here on NUAI. Really looking for 6 though. Good
stuff. Need I talk any more? I mean, 5.5% here, and a little bit more on 5.6% almost on NVDA. To the top side, we have the NASDAQ and the SPY both tapping into all-time highs once again, guys. So it's just been a big-time run that this market has been on. And I mean, just be patient, right? Like we had some nice moves in Robinhood, PDT rule. You get 20% in the SPY. Meanwhile, you're also collecting $1.80 on that dividend. And then we also have the NASDAQ too, right? Like the NASDAQ, big-time moves, a little bit more, I think, is to that 33%. So that's a couple years of returns. If you're trimming on the way up, I don't think that's anything horrible, but it's another buy the dip scenario. We experienced that for how long? Like look at this from April. I believe this was the tantrum lows. Any form of a dip that you can get, you look to get involved, and I think that's going to be the narrative. You got a couple of percentage points right there, 3.7%, and then you just climb another 10%. So it's a big-time movement, and I like what we got going on, but zero chance I'm chasing all the way up here. Let's send it back over to Adara.
Keep an eye here in KOPN. This is Copan Corp. This company just shared a post on X a couple minutes ago calling themselves one of the biggest AI bottlenecks. So nice self-promotion here on social media, sending KOPN to the upside. Separately, I do have some more here out of the Middle East. Al-Adath reporting the U.S. is pushing for a real comprehensive ceasefire with Hezbollah. This is citing an Israeli official, and this backs up the post that we've seen from President Trump over the last couple minutes. Back to you.
Good point, brother, because expect this to happen, especially when you get right back into talks that weren't going well. Donald Trump was apparently in no rush. Now things are happening quick. So it's funny how that switched up in the span of an hour and a half or 2 hours, roughly.
Yeah. Like, you're trying to predict what President Trump is going to do at any one point is, you know, kind of a futile experiment. I mean, his biggest strength isn't unpredictability. You don't know what the hell he's going to do at any one point. But hey, man,
let him know your next move.
Yeah, so goes the old saying there. But man, yeah, wow, what a sell-off there on NUAI. We were just ripping up through 6. Candle high there into 603, just dropped down 10 pennies right into 594. I was trying to set up for a profit taker in the high 6s at no continue right on 4 highs here, and especially a rejection of 6. This is the second attempt that I have at 88s. Let's see if this one can work back into that area high. What else is ripping? BlackBerry? Really? Again, BlackBerry's ripping? No, it's not ripping. It's at the high of the day, though, to be fair. 982, BlackBerry's back. And Neil, BlackBerry's up another 9%. Something's going on. $5.75 billion now. Not bad, man. BlackBerry's been okay lately. So we'll keep tabs on that. What else we got over here? Still Jay-Z is halted. We mentioned that to you guys. Still halted up at 250 halt time. 146.02. So the earliest it'll be open is 12:51:02. It is currently 50:31 or 50:35. So yeah, another 30 seconds or so before this one opens up again. What's going on, Joey?
No, I'm just watching the DRAM go, man. It's just, I had that trade here earlier today. Anyways, it's over now, Sharif, as Robinhood. I tried to long on it this morning, and it stops you out off of these wicks here, and then boom, off to the races it goes. But this thing is just absolutely monstrous. Once again, it's just it's the exact same thing. I'm comparing this trade, and I think it's even better than what we had in that silver trade. Right, like I remember when I first started trading it, Gaurav was like, hey man, silver's on a big time run. We take multiple opportunities on that. And then sure enough, you go on this multi-month. But DRAM has been better, if you ask me. Some of these memory plays have been significantly better, if you ask me. So yeah, really good look. And if you have any opportunity to buy some dips, I think you're putting probability in your favor as we continue to climb in so many. Another big update, Sharif. Volume with 13 million shares.
Wow,
Continuation, man. I was talking about snow so long ago.
Oh my God.
Baby.
I don't want the answer to that.
Do you know okay, actually I'll do this.
What are you gonna do?
I will give somebody a special something if they can tell me who and where Curtis Snow is from. You have a time limit and you got a minute. That's it, because you could just look it up quick, 30 seconds.
Hey Siri, ask ChatGPT where Curtis Snow is from.
They're probably not going to give you the right answer.
Chat
knows. ChatGPT asks.
Yes.
Sorry, but I couldn't find
yes.
an individual named Curtis Noah.
I didn't say Noah, I said Snow, you stupid.
Yo, Siri is so hot garbage. Anyways, Flower Films wins. How do you know that? Curtis Snow, the greatest, one of my favorite movies. No. You don't know Snow on the Bluff, brother. Yeah, that's what it's from. It's just about this dude from Atlanta.
Yeah?
Yeah.
From a TV show?
No, it's like a documentary.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
About?
Snow on the Bluff. This gangster. He's like a gangster. Yeah.
You know what I watched on the weekend? Old documentary.
So garbage.
Have you ever watched Cocaine Cowboys?
Long time ago, man.
Oh my days! I ran into that on my computer. I had a bunch of different movies on the old hard drive that I used to stream off. Man, Cocaine Cowboys, what a documentary that is. That's next level. And I heard that there's a really good one as well called Cocaine Cowboys 2, and it's supposed to be about the, what was her name? El Madrina or something like that?
Was that the godmother of
the godmother?
Yeah.
She was clipping everybody, right?
Yeah, she was psychotic too, though.
She was nuts. Like, you couldn't get in a relationship with this woman, otherwise you find yourself dead pretty quick.
Yeah, how do you guys even know about
my neighborhood says RD Inc. So I'm assuming you lived in Griselda Blanco. Thank you.
Griselda Blanco.
You guys live in Florida, obviously. Yuppie mullet Sharif just trying to get hyped up for the Colombia trip. That's not even like that.
Is that what you're trying to get hyped up for, Sharif?
Not really, man. It was like I wasn't even. Like,
are you excited?
Yeah, I am quite excited. Yeah, I am.
That's good.
And the cousins are pumped too, man.
How long is the flight?
6 hours.
Okay.
Leaving here, basically at like a little bit after midnight on like Thursday night, Friday morning, technically. Get there, 6 a.m.-ish.
Yeah,
it's
oh yeah, full day.
We have
That's
the
good.
full day,
Yeah, that's
right?
good.
And then we sleep on the flight. No time wasted, right?
That's good. That's
Yeah.
good. That's good.
Great to work.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that movie was hilarious. Or that documentary is actually really, really interesting, man. It's
Yes.
really interesting. I'm gonna sneeze again.
Okay. Blow is definitely one of my favorite. If
Very
we're talking
sad
about
movie
that.
though, man.
Blow?
Yeah. Are you talking about Johnny Depp?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Extremely
Which one?
sad movie, man.
Which part is his first girl?
Wife walks out on him. He has nobody. He comes out of jail. He's like a shadow of himself.
Yeah.
That's not sad to you?
Well, like, you're gonna sympathize with a dude who's.
Well, he's obviously had some problems there with his old man and his moms and stuff like
Well,
that.
yeah,
Nobody
his
has a
mom
perfect
is-
life,
no.
right? But that movie is super sad to me. I think it's.
I think
it's an
how
excellent piece,
I think
but-
how his first wife dies is the saddest part.
Exactly, man.
But
And then he meets her, and she has no loyalty to him whatsoever.
Yeah, well,
like-
obviously, because she's just doing. What's
Yeah.
that actress's name again?
Penelope Cruz.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
can't stand her.
You can't stand her?
Yeah, I don't like Penelope.
like her.
I don't
man.
like Penelope
I like
Cruz.
Penelope
man.
Cruz. What's your
Well, I don't like her
problem, bro?
because of that movie.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
Her
you know what I
character in the
mean?
movie.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Was
His
young.
dad was the only one he could ever trust. Exactly, the real Gary F. Man, Gary knows what's going on.
Even his mom on him, man.
Yeah. That movie is just.
Would you
sad,
do that to
sad.
your
I don't
child?
like it. I don't like the whole thing. The whole thing I don't like. May the winds always be at your back and the sun upon your face. Thank you. Very sad movie and one of my favorites. Ozan,
Dang.
we see the same thing, brother. We see it the same way.
Yeah, you guys see
It is what it is, bro. It's just, anyway.
West Side, the bluff is no joke.
Joey.
Says T-Rob. Hold on, we got a $5 super chat, my boy.
But
Thank you. Yeah,
Jay-Z's
I heard,
ripping.
man. I heard, man. Thank you very much for that, T-Rob. Sounds like you're from Atlanta there, my
Get it,
friend.
Buvin.
As we got new we got new highs there, 223.96, almost 6% here on NVDA. DRAM, need I go over this anymore? It's just going absolutely parabolic. Trend up on this. Buy the dip if you can. Are you buying it all the way up here? I'm not.
Did you see what the code named Ed said?
No, what did he say?
He actually met the George Jung,
He
at
actually
the
met George
Cannabis
Jung?
Cup once he got out. That's amazing.
That's cool, man.
That is cool, man.
That is
Did
real
he
cool.
have any stories like that?
How would he not? His life
I mean, like,
is
I don't know. Did you get to
story.
talk to
Yeah,
him?
yeah,
Like,
yeah.
that's the thing. Did he like convey any stories to you that you could share anything interesting?
You know what's funny about that? It's like that movie, I watched that movie in high school. Like me and my buddies would always watch it in high school. And it's like, yeah, he gets out in like 2024, 20, whatever, or like 2020 or something. But that seems so far away. And then when it actually happened, you're like, oh, he's out and he's free.
Yeah, well, because it took place like in the 70s.
Yeah,
He was getting weed first
80s or 80s.
from the Mexicans, and then he switched up.
Yeah.
Right, that was the whole movie there.
Yeah, that 50,000 I promised you, couldn't get it. I brought you 75 instead.
Yeah, you remember this?
Yeah.
Look at this guy. He's got the details. I love it.
that.
But there goes NUAI through 6 back into the high of the day of $6.20, showing 6.10 right now. NUAI has been a good one here. I know you're holding this one too, Buvin. So shout out to you. And by the way, Jay-Z is halted up at the high of the day. It is now up 305%, having done a little bit less than 37 million shares on the day. It is halted at $2.95, and the tap is already showing 303, 304, zigging and zagging. The halt time, 13:56:18. The earliest this will be open is 14:01:18. So be on the lookout there for Jay-Z on the NQ. Shout out to Ozan. This quote breaks my heart in that movie. But once I force a smile, knowing my ambition far exceeded my talent, there are no more white horses or pretty ladies at my door. Yeah, man, that movie, bro. It's a tough one for me anyway. Shout out to TT Mask. Great segment, fellas. We love you. Thank you for joining us as well. MF Dangerous, I am not selling Joby. Is it down again today, though? You know what, MF Dangerous? I'm going to go down with this ship. If Joby takes me down, then I paid the price for it. Where is it at?
Where is it?
I'm going to find out right now. I typed in job instead of Joby.
No, I was asking.
It's up, man. It's up 1% at $12. You know, I'm not that far out of the money anymore, but it is still, that is one of the 2 positions that I'm still out of the money on. That's BM&R and Joby Aviation. I have a lot more ambition and hope for Joby than I do for BM&R. I'll take BM&R to 0. I'll take the hit And I'll be better for it because I'll have learned the lesson. But
Neil, you're good. You have
I'm
to look like
continuing to
under
hold
there.
Joby, I
So something. Sharif and I have been looking for it for a couple of days.
Neil, it's not. We can't seem to find it, so
Yeah.
that is a bit of an issue there. All right, Joey.
Yeah.
It just might be a little bit of an issue, Katina, man. But leave him with a thought, brother.
I was gonna try to think of a quote, but I don't have any right now. And with that being said, you don't need to force things all the time. Just allow them to come to you. And when they do, it'll be the right time and it'll feel fantastic. Hope everyone has a good Monday. It's a beautiful day here in the city.
Man.
You're gonna be catching me outside. As they
How about
typically,
that?
How about that, as they typically do? I'm outside people in the summer, man.
You are outside people.
Yeah.
Are we?
doing it
yeah,
live.
let us know when you're ready.
You're
Katina.
doing it
There's
live.
no rush.
Yo, you're doing it
not like,
live,
Not like we
Katina,
got
man.
like 5 minutes last week or anything like that, right?
Katina, man.
Katina, man, he's wondering what's going on over there.
Yeah, no, I heard that. He's funny, man. The high reach, have to hit
All
that.
right, guys.
Oh, our boy, our Obi, I don't know if Obi was listening, but remember how we were talking, we're like, yeah, he hasn't cut his hair in a while. We cut, so
Did he?
Yeah.
Okay,
cut
good.
it, yeah.
Because his hair was growing there.
Well, man, all
was
like, I
growing
mean, to
there.
him, man, he's been grinding on Blue Ocean.
Good, man. Good.
Yeah,
That's
he's
fantastic.
been up, like-
Neil was looking at some of the biggest moves from last week, and one of them was on Blue Ocean.
Did you
am I
see?
correct?
Did you see?
Oh.
Did you see? Someone made 230K
on TSX?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I don't even want to talk about this on camera, but
Why?
like your boy Wainers and Mateo were talking about that at the Jays game. There's something's going on.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
All right,
Yeah.
guys. The boys are ready, the big boys, that is. I want to mention that NUAI is at the high of the day. We're still holding into 88, so watch for this one into the $0.25. But Joey and I, we're going to be back. Same bat time, same bat channel. See y'all tomorrow, man. Enjoy. Peace.
What's up, baby?
All right, great. Thank you guys as we still continue the hunt for the mystery remote here. So I'm going to wait. There's Fabian in the background. We're going to have a nice little lesson coming up for you, and it's going to be on scanners. So get ready for all of that. Neil will take you into that as soon as we get the thumbs up. Maybe I'll put this back to my ear so I can actually get some sort of a thumbs up there. We had a good time, man. We went to the gym in the afternoon, and I'm just going to actually load up the chat to say what's up to absolutely everybody who's joining us again. It's 2 p.m. The market just continues to want to go one way, it looks like. We tried to short Palantir. Palantir's up 4% right now. We went long there. We tried to short there, and someone asked, how could you short something or have a trade when you go out to the gym? And I don't put on very many shares, right when if I'm not going to be here. So we shorted it at VWAP. We gave it to the 200 period moving average. And then boom goes Palantir. So that's a nice little downside move that didn't last for too long. We went all the way to 156 there, and now Palantir starting to get a little bit higher. I'm going to pop up the chat right now, and why not go through a little bit of roll call. Let's just say hi to who's here. Yo, we've got Dane Generous coming out here. We got Boosted Red Sport. Okay. You know, it was a good movie when I was younger, Bloodsport. You guys ever watch Bloodsport there? That was a very, very sick movie. Yo, what's up, Ozan? We can't say what's up with Ozan without blowing up some money on a cow over there. What's up? Lettuce Go TV is here. Capote One is there as well. Green Saber is in the building. Yadira Oliveras, we want to say hi to you as well. Jesse Martinez. Oh my God, there's a lot of people here. All right, AMC. Britt says Ape, AMC, and Diamonds. This is reminding me of 5 or 6 years ago when we had some AMC action. Look what AMC's actually doing here today, man. $2 and change. 80 million shares finally starting to go through on AMC. The volume is back on this one. And yeah, this has actually been quite a nice runner over here for the theaters. I mean, we talked about Obsession is out, I guess, this weekend. And there's another movie called Back Room, I think, there. And then we also had the Star Wars movie out as well. That's starting to go. And yeah, summer blockbusters. This is supposed to be a pretty decent year for the movies, that is for sure. Now, where did I even put that chat? It has now gone missing. There it is right here. So we say what's up to everybody that's here again. What's up, fellas? What's up, Manny Fresh? MF Dane Generous is here as well. We've got a couple goats or bulls right there from Johnny TC. Wall Street Bets. Yeah, back rooms, I think it's called. Let's go, says Roger. Big 40 nephew. Big 40 Print Fest today. Yeah, it's been a good one, depending on what you've been doing, but I think the longs still continue to be strong. How about NVIDIA? Yeah, let's get IBM. You guys know we just bought some IBM. Yo, what's up, T-Money? Hope you're doing well as well. Meta's on the back, on the back as well. Meta's getting ready to go. Manny Fresh. What's up, Manny Fresh? Hopefully you're doing good there. That's a little bit of a run through on roll call as we're just waiting to get all set up in the back, and when we are, then we will be good to go. So apparently we are getting better and better right now. But that's AMC, so I want to thank everybody for tuning in once again here today. So look, everybody, most traders, we always talk about preparation, and what we're looking for is preparation today via scanners. But what exactly are you scanning for? I mean, every single day you call up a scanner, whether or not it's on E-Trade, it could be on whatever broker you're using. They'll have a scanner for you, but it's going to show you like 100 symbols, 200 symbols. What exactly are you looking for? Often traders can be paralyzed sitting there looking for something to do. Neil, right here behind me, is going to go over some key aspects to how we can narrow down that scanner list to give you the trades you're looking for. Let's throw it back to Neil.
You got to think about how to get rid of market noise. You're going to have hundreds of alerts, up to 200 raw alerts, things that are gapping, things that are moving in the morning. And what you're trying to do is narrow it down to a few true opportunities or symbols that you're willing to trade, that are important. And it's all about how you can do that in a quick fashion with tools that should be readily available to you on any broker. Now, the first one, it's a no-brainer. And any trader will tell you this, it's going to be RVOL. You don't just want a stock to be moving in the pre-market or have a story. You can have earnings, or you could have a new press release about a new drug that just came out. But if it's doing the same volume it did the day before, the week before, that's not a big deal. RVOL is going to take a 20-day rolling average usually and then tell you what number it is doing relative to that. So if it normally does 1 million shares and it's sitting at 1.5, you'll have RVOL of 1.5. Now what you want to do is set that to something like 2, so that you know when something shows up on your scanner as the gapper, you're not thinking about raw volume. You want relative volume. Relative volume means it will move more than normal. Relative volume means it'll be extra liquidity for you to be able to express your trades. An incredibly important thing to pay attention to. And the second thing you want to look at, it's a couple. Price and ATR, true range. Now the price is important because for most traders' strategies, you might have a certain account size that you've got to be able to control. If a stock is $1,000, maybe it doesn't fit within your parameters to be able to trade it. So oftentimes you want to make sure, and maybe it might be $5 to $100. It's just whatever works for you. There's no point having a bunch of names out there if, let's say, you can't trade penny stocks with your broker, or you can't really effectively trade anything over $300. There's no point in being in your scanner. So that's a simple thing you should throw out there. And then ATR, you want the average true range. Now, at the end of the day, you want something to be able to move enough. So if you set that to at least 0.5, I think you're going to make sure that you're in things that are going to give you enough opportunity to go so that you can get a large enough opportunity to win on the trade. It's not just enough that it's doing volume. It needs to be moving as well. Now, when you've done these things, you're then going to be able to whittle your list down from hundreds of symbols to less than 10. And once you've got it in single digits, or maybe just a little bit more than that, you move on to the structure. Because you can have any kind of gap this far, ATR good, RVOL looking fantastic, maybe it's got a news catalyst, all these things that are right. You still have to pull up some charts and find things that give you structure. Maybe it's breaking out of a downtrend. Maybe it's got an obvious resistance level that it's breaking out above. Maybe it's coming into a gigantic support level. You can't do that over 100 symbols. You're just not going to be able to do it. What you can do is go over the chart and go over those types of metrics and ideas on a few symbols. And that's why you whittle it down, so you can get down to the nitty-gritty of finding the best opportunity. So the first thing that happens is you want to make sure, run your scan filters, run those 3 settings that we talked about. Those are the most important. Well, from there, you've got to build your list. You want to whittle it down to single digits, 3 to 5 tickers. A lot of times you might have a few more than that by the time you get down to the charting, and then you whittle it to the best ones, your 3 to 5. then you find some kind of a driver. You want to make sure news, earnings, if something that came up on your scanner is purely technical, well, it's not a bad idea to see if it has news on it. Does the news confirm the move or is it against the move? You want to be in the know of something fundamental that could be going on in the stock. And then, of course, map your levels. It's important that it actually has technical reasons that you want to trade it. That's a great tiebreaker. I'd much rather be trading something which is gapping into a new range with a big breakout or breaking a trend than something which might be moving, but it's inside the same range it's been in forever. So you map those levels out there, add it to that final watch list, and this is how you can whittle down from hundreds of opportunities to just a few, narrow in on the best trades.
There we go. Thanks, Neil. That is how professionals whittle down your scanner so you can find the highest quality trades. Hopefully tomorrow you'll be in those positions that you want, not just what the scanner gives you. Get it down to those key aspects, and you too will have a professional scanner. So thanks, Neil, for all that. And I think that's important. Like, that's how we break down our sticky note. That's why we write our posts. That's how we have different ideas every single day, right? And it does start with figuring out what exactly people are asking. What was ATR there? Average true range, of course, as I think you mentioned there as well. So yeah, I think you probably did. Okay. So thanks, Neil, for all that. And that's kind of stuff that we do. And even on here, just a simple hot list like by eSignal will give you many different. And that's why we said you got to whittle it down yourself. But some opportunities here for different programs above VWAP. They have just some things that are already filtered in here. Volume rate, we talked about that. Unusual volume. If you're looking for gaps, that could also be something on the weekly. If you're more of maybe a swing trader, you want to look at weekly percent gainers, weekly percent losers, and whatnot to get going there. So yeah, lots of different things happening. I like to set mine. If you're on the eSignal platform, I like to set the hot list to trade rate. That way you'll be able to see which names are actually blasting off here at a faster pace than normal. Wow, NVIDIA up 6% today. Talk about something that's really got us excited over there. Oracle, wow, that's 10 points on Oracle today. Wow. 10% to the high side. Microsoft up 2.5 as well. What's going on with Amazon there, Bezos? That's down 3%. Maybe we'll get a story there. We did indicate, we had written down, again, on our list that we liked Intel for a short today, so that's down 4%. And again, part of that comes with our early morning scanners, right? We scanned, we saw that Intel was down. We know the reasons why. We saw the NVIDIA presentation, didn't mention NVIDIA, or didn't mention Intel. You know what it did talk about was ARM. And you can see today, ARM extending its move up 15% right now. It was higher, man. It got to that magical 420 level. There for ARM. Please enjoy at your own discretion. And wow, even Nokia up another. Some of these names that just keep on going. There's Space. The Final Frontier was up another 27% today as well. And of course, that's going to be Virgin Galactic, not the heralded SpaceX. That should be coming. Is June 12th even official yet? I mean, I know it's coming out soon, so we'll official updates. Yeah, we'll get some official updates on that. We just want to wait for pricing, right? As soon as that comes out, then we know it's the very next day. And the most recent pricing, I think it was 1.75 trillion was the most recent market cap. So if it's 1.75 now, it'll probably open up that day at, I'm going to say 3 trillion probably valuation that day. And Joe is buying it at that valuation, holding it.
No, he's not.
Forever.
Well,
he's buying a little bit. I talked about it earlier. I don't mind that idea.
Like, get in like 10%.
Yeah.
And then buy 20% later. And
I mean, I just don't know where it's going to go. I mean, we've seen so many days where
they're changing so many rules.
And then we had Steve Heilman. Remember, we asked him, and he was like, "You don't want to buy an IPO until multiple years later." I don't know. I think we can always look back. We can have some examples where we can look back at Tesla. Maybe we'll do that later on. Robinhood. Yeah. A name like Palantir opened at 11, went to 7. I think.
But if we're being real here, they're forcing this one into all of our portfolios.
Right, yeah.
Right? Like, they're forcing this thing as rapidly as they can into the S&P 500, get it into the indexes, so all the passive funds are going to be buying it, and then that's going to be the exit liquidity. This is not normally how IPOs go. So understand, if you're one of those core position in the S&P, this is a big weight that's going to be thrown in there, and everyone's going to be just buying, tracking it. This is where they're getting all the extra buy liquidity. That's not how normally things have gone. And whether you like it or not, this seems like what's happening with SpaceX. And to me, that just sort of means everyone's going to be nibbled in if you own the S&P. You'll be buying the first month.
And the NASDAQ.
And the same thing with the NASDAQ.
Plus what they might do with Tesla. Well, so if you have Tesla shares, they might all get wrapped up into one.
I can live with that more if they merge it than sort of this force it into the index.
Yeah, but it's just if you own Tesla shares, you're basically going to be, those will probably get, I mean, I don't know what's going to happen, but depleted a little bit because you're going to all of a sudden have to have an aspect of SpaceX in there, and it's going to change.
I just think that that goes more with the spirit of what's supposed to happen in the capital markets than what goes with the spot. Like, you know, you like it, you own Tesla stock, fair enough. It's a one symbol risk, but not in the S&P that quickly. But again, that's just opinions. You know what else is interesting in terms of updates? Not just SpaceX. Come on, you also got updates out of Origenics, ticker OGEN on the NYSE American. The company's activated its phase 2A clinical trial in Australia, with its first site fully operational and patient dosing expected next. They're developing ONP-002, an intranasal treatment targeting concussion and mild traumatic brain injury, an area where there are currently no FDA-approved therapies. Alongside that, Origenics has spent the past year strengthening its balance sheet, raising capital, resolving liabilities, and restoring exchange compliance. The focus now shifts to execution, with clinical progress underway and additional CNS assets under evaluation. And you were saying what was going on with Amazon.
Yeah, I was.
You know, I didn't look at that. I didn't really look at Amazon this morning. Again, you're whittling things down on your watch list. It was not something that was involved positively with the NVDA story and Jensen overnight. And I suppose if you're not involved with that, that's enough reason for you to go down, I guess, because I'm looking at the level that it bounced off of, this 261. You better not lose that, because that was big support the last couple of weeks. For now, it looks like we're bouncing off of it. But the only thing, look, the only order I have right now is to look for a continuation short in Bitcoin. Obviously, we've seen a lot of weakness out of IBIT. You know, Bitcoin's sitting at what, 71.5. Couldn't hold the 75 level. The daily chart looks like a short. You look at what's going on with the NASDAQ up top pulling back. Well, if the NASDAQ's at the highs pulling back and you're at VWAP pulling back, that means you're relatively weak. So I want to short this one at VWAP. Just give it above, just barely above the volume weighted average price for now. Just looking to get picked up in front of VWAP for a continuation short there. And obviously, we have another day where, I don't know, the dip buyers in this market, spectacular. You know, when it looks like it's going to be a reversal kind of day, this NASDAQ pulled right into Friday's lows. I mean, right into Friday's lows and said, no, we don't care. We don't care, we're going higher. And that's in the face of USO ripping faces off in the pre-market. Just absolutely ripping faces off in the pre-market. Now things are looking a little bit more calm with oil prices, so looking good to go. But I still favor a short in IBIT, maybe Intel actually. That's the other one that was, like, it got into VWAP. It finally filled in the gap to 113 or close enough to it. Now losing the volume weighted average price. This feels like it could be a continuation short this afternoon. And lots of small cappers I see being put in the chat.
You talked about buyers not stopping. I mean, they flushed Virgin Galactic here early. We tried it at 7, got out there once it broke, and now it's at 8 again. So there it goes, man. I mean, they're just not letting these names go. And yeah, another successful day, successful launch for Virgin Galactic today in the stock market, up to $8. So we want to say what's up to that. Rivian Randy was talking on the midday show all about this name, and I don't know anybody that bought the dip, but it's been a nice dip there into 13. Now it's up to 17. Again, there goes Rivian. So yeah, man, it's been dead money for a very long time, and we'll just wait to see, like, at some point stocks go, right? We saw what Ford's been doing. Ford's been an absolute rocket ship to the upside as well. So we'll have to wait to see what winds up happening there with Ford. I made more money on Ford than Rivian, so we're happy with it. But let's just wait to see what winds up happening. I think we're still long around $11 here on Rivian, but a small piece of the pie in the account, just kind of play money there. But look where it comes down into, right? It lands right into the lap there of $13 again. Goes Rivian. So that was a really nice sort of look there for any traders that were still on that look. And that, of course, is Rivian, waiting to see what winds up happening here now as we get back through 18, June 9th. I already got the emails. That's why it was June 9th deliveries there in the United States. And then we'll see what that means for Canadian orders. And up to $17 right now goes Rivian. You know, that's the tail there. You know, Tesla's going to be under pressure. We talked about that June 11th date where hopefully pricing goes out for SpaceX, and then we'll see if Tesla reacts positively or not to that. Tesla falling back in just a little bit here. And we all know that this is obviously a car company with tons of cars sold, but you know, they're not going to be releasing any new models or anything. They still cyber cab, you know, on, and once that's rocking around, I think that could be the next sort of level there for Tesla to get going one more time. But they're down 4% here today, and to our surprise, to my surprise for sure, I want to get out of this name, so not too much higher, and I think we could dump some Uber on the market, but that's up 5.5% today as I'm worried about Waymo. I am worried about cyber trucks, the cyber cabs as well, robo-taxis, sorry, as those start coming through from Tesla. So it's all kind of in the same ecosystem right there. But hey, maybe, once again, there's been a bottom found and formed here in Uber. Like, we've already touched down near the $70 mark 3 times, so once, twice, thrice. And here we go, right back up to the upside again for Uber. So we'll see if that can get going. Would love to get some out north of $80. You know, even for a loss on this name, I'm fine doing that. So if that comes through, we'll try it on, I was gonna say Saint Hubers, but a lot of people in the chat may not know about that Canadian.
There's never been any in the States.
Like Swiss Chalet, that's not an American thing either. So,
I always used to think St. Hubert's had the better sauce than Swiss.
Yeah, they have a good sauce.
Legit sauce.
Better fries.
I'm curious what the record for individual halts on a single stock.
It's not there. I know what you're getting at. I mean, Jay-Z today, I mean, it might be. How many times has it halted?
I'm gonna eyeball it. All right, I'm not counting these, but let's just 24, maybe more. This is just a halt scanner here, Pete Pro. Maybe more, 30?
Can we sort it by? No, we can't do anything.
Yeah, I don't know. This is not, like, it shows you the halts in real time, but like, there's not really a good scan here. But there's still an hour and a half left. What is going on with this thing?
4, 25, 26, 27.
At some level, don't you think that like the whole system is broken a bit if it can do 40 million shares but can't stay open? Like, there should be some way that you can just allow it to trade. Because what's the point of it halting however many times?
41. I'm at 41, 42.
Get out.
Yeah. 42, 43, 44. 45, 46. This is how many times? 47, 48.
I wasn't even close.
49, 50.
I wasn't even close.
That's 50 at that marker. So we're going to go to Jay-Z here and show you guys what we're talking about. This is the stock here. Halted again right now. I think it's Chinese, but I don't know. It's a Chinese education technology group. So what was that at? 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55. Oh my God. So, you know, when you're sitting around your dinner table tonight and they want to know some weird facts, 55 halts at this point, and it's 220 right now on Jay-Z, from what I can count. I mean, I might have skipped over, you know, a couple there, but it's in the 50s, I would say, at least. If I made a mistake, it wouldn't have been that much, but there's Jay-Z. And this is going to be the case, right? I mean, you can come up here, and we can call this up, and we can see exactly what the short float is.
Nothing.
So, yeah. Well, not that. It's this.
It's the float.
Well, no, the float is still 46 million, so I'm not really sure. This might not be right here. Our trading higher after the company announced it has entered into an agreement with C-Art AI. Okay. All right, so again, another AI sort of collab right over there. So we'll wait to see what this means for Jay-Z and so on and so forth. But it's kind of funny because you can see, where did it go? You can see that it did trade through, it's haven't even traded. Normally, you know, you have 38 million, unless that number is way off that I just read to you guys, 46 million.
No, I confirmed that at a second.
Kind of doesn't seem like it should be halting that much. But again, educational names in China have been actually pretty good trades. Sometimes we did get, there used to be a couple of different public names there, and then they went private and so on and so forth. And then last week we had the Chinese shipping names that were going up and down there. TIGR was one, and Futu was another one. And what is actually, it's just so funny because we go and talk about them for a lot, and then we stop talking about them. Yeah, so there's Futu downside 160 down to $80 or something that day. Now back up to 102. So we'll see if that gets going as well. But yeah, you know, a name that I almost traded here. I'm going to look for some trades because I just don't want to sit here all day and do nothing. I should have shorted Robinhood at 92. That is still available right now, but they just made, again, it looked like sort of a top right into here from that pre-market. And then I was looking at the 5-minute chart, and we had taken out this level right there of 92. So I was thinking, like, on a break back down below right here, maybe have something with a stop up around 92.50. So that, you know, could be something there on a 5-minute chart, just looking at this level. That's kind of the stuff that I'm trying to figure out. there's something that's maybe broken from a key level and now heading southbound. Now the market's up 0.8, you know, and this has been quite the July hey, it's June, quite the April, May, and then starting off here in June.
Don't put us in July yet. We can't skip that. Can't skip June.
No, we can't skip June. We won't be doing that. But the market, again, another all-time high today, ES, NASDAQ, everything. So it doesn't seem to be anything slowing this thing down. And so far,
Goggin is asking about Virgin Galactic.
Yeah, we're talking about SPCE.
I was thinking, like, maybe VWAP here. Because that halt, while we're talking about halts, that halted down in the about 768, reopened 750. So you're getting that range plus VWAP for potential pullback. The only thing that would be iffy about this would be if you're buying it at VWAP, you're buying it after it loses the trend from the bottom. That I'm not a huge fan of. But like VWAP is VWAP. If it shows the bounce, it can be worth a shot there. But it is, yeah, it would be a B trade because it would be breaking trend. The other thing is this range is where resistance was going back to November of 2024. They had a while back there to find this area of resistance just underneath the $8 level there on space. But Virgin Galactic, it does deserve to be on the list, above the volume weighted average price, trending up this afternoon. It's what you want to see. I know you mentioned AMC was up. That's going to be breaking out. It turns out that ended up being a good short when it broke the trend, but it's back at the highs. A little bit of a double top here on AMC, 20% to the upside and holding the $2 level. Maybe look for a false break of the high. There was something last week that didn't give us that look. We were looking for a false break of the high and then a dip buy, and then it didn't do either one of those things. But that's a potential today for AMC. You know, let it take out the top, maybe a pullback into the $2 even level, which would be a good zone to look for something. So I got that on the mind. Still this IBIT, which is, I guess it's
you
not
mentioned
really.
the short flow. Was there a short flow on AMC? I didn't.
Oh, AMC? I think it was down to 7, something like that. But that's like a couple weeks ago. What do we got? 8.5% short float on AMC. That's just not what it used to be. Like AMC, a lot of these meme stocks, that's just not where the juice has been lately in terms of looking for short squeezes. Like you wanted things like, I bet you Virgin Galactic is much better. 22% short flow for Virgin Galactic. You know, like that's where you're going to get more of a squeeze potential. That's nothing against AMC. Like if AMC was 25% short float, I'd probably be more interested in this one as a breakout long. And look at the daily chart. It's back above the 200. Actually, this does look pretty solid. Above the 200 period moving average. Breaking out above prior resistance just underneath $2. This actually does look pretty solid on AMC. But I'd rather buy the dip, failing the break of the high. Like don't chase it. Let it pull back a couple points back into this too, and see if it can go from there. So I'm feeling the same way about Virgin Galactic and AMC this afternoon, if either wants to come on. Come into play.
I was checking out Benzinga here, and I actually closed it by accident. But here it comes back upside again. I wanted to see, because I was typing in here BBAI, like I think there must be something wrong. Oh, there it is. Okay, good. Yeah, so they just didn't adjust it. So there it is right here. This is another one with a short float, as you guys can see here. We'll zoom in just a little bit to give you that look. 26% short right there on BBAI. Now, we're not worried about the float, almost 500 million shares, so it's not going to run for any reasons like that, but that's another name there, Big Bear AI, that you can see here today is up quite nicely. And this is another one of the plays that, you know, I've made and sort of been holding on to this one for a minute. We're long at $4.20, right now $5.40. And, you know, I was even telling you guys we're long at $4.20 when it was down here at $3.20. So we did hold this one against ourselves. We'll wait to see if Big Bear AI can go. But right now it's finally crossing the 200 period moving average. So we like that stock. I like the stock. Let's see what winds up happening there with Big Bear AI. It's one of the names that I was pushing on January the 12th when we made our picks, right? And so see if it gets going here. I really feel like we are in this whole little sort of world right now where a lot of these names associated are starting to go. We've seen SpaceX, we've seen Virgin Galactic, SPCE. It's so funny because SPCX is going to be SpaceX's symbol. So I just wonder how much, you know, because we used to get it wrong on Tesla or Twitter. There used to be different symbols that were very close to all of that. So I just wonder, SPCE, will that get a little bit of false love maybe come SpaceX
Especially
time?
on day one.
People putting in, potentially the wrong symbols. So we also did have someone in the chat there. I'm going to shout you out. I'm not sure, where was it over there? I'm sorry, I missed your name, but you mentioned Sony as them potentially being an AI play. So just wondering what the AI is involved with that, maker of various electronics, I guess there's Sony Pictures as well. Maybe they can take advantage of a little bit of an AI there. But electronics are getting more and more expensive to make simply because even a TV, has got some memory in it. And they need to figure out the component inputs to all this. The glass is becoming more expensive. Like everything that some of these producers make is getting more expensive. So just wondering about that one there. So maybe it was you, Top VoIP, asking me about Sony, the charts?
It's probably similar to the AirPods, wouldn't it be? Like they got.
No one's buying Sony AirPods.
But I'm saying it's got to be wearables. How else are they integrating AI other than?
Well, that's what I was wondering. Maybe we could find out about that. But yeah, I think the chart looks good. I mean, bouncing off the 21 period. I'm not sure, when they're going to report, but Sony down there at $21. Not horrible. And if I can just call up some of the details on Sony here, just to have a quick little look to see what's going on with their PEs. I'm not worried about their short flow or anything. So PE of 16, pretty good. We're looking for multiples underneath the market. So that's definitely underneath the market right there with a 16 PE. So we think we like that one. The short flow is not existent. Obviously 6 billion shares outstanding as well. Market cap of only 127 right now. So maybe you're on to something and we'll just figure it out. If there's anything, Director sold 400,000 shares, not great, but that's okay. As we go along there, no news for a while on Sony. So yeah, good call out there. I think the chart actually looks good as it approaches its 200 period moving average. Look, not everything is going to moon, but Sony, I guess, right there. Good look, and maybe there is something to do with that. Good potential. And if it was you, start talking in the chat and let me know where the AI play is with Sony. And right now we'll go back to Adara.
Keep an eye here in VFS now. It's worth noting volume on this is not massive, about 850,000 shares traded on the day, but it did take a steep uptick in volume and, as you can see, in price. A couple minutes ago, the company posted on X that they have achieved level 4 autonomous driving in conjunction with NVIDIA. So autonomous driving partnership with NVIDIA, at least being implied here by this VFS post. Good look for the stock. Again, volume minimal, but it has taken it up. Back to you.
Okay.
VinFast.
VinFast. Yeah, we used to be a sponsor of the show. We really like to see some VinFast going on there, and that's a part of it, right? Getting that all those autonomous driving. If the vehicles can achieve that, then maybe they hit the road, and more and more people will make that move over to autonomous. And we talked about Lemonade giving different values and a table now for insurance. If we already have so much data about the Tesla full self-drive, that if it's proven that you're using full self-drive, you'll pay much less of a.
That was a good partnership for Lemonade. And then what Waymo's doing with their new, I guess like the van or whatever. Saw that one getting rolled out, and they're continuing to expand because they're the leader ultimately. Is going to be Waymo, at least for now. First one, we just came into VWAP on IBIT, so it broke the volume weighted average price, but basically been shorting it underneath. So another retest of VWAP. I got this little green bar here. It's like a 40, 56 area will get out if it breaks any higher than that. It's a relatively tight risk. And then AMC. So AMC is making it's not going to pull back, I guess. AMC is just making a clean break and run for the border there, AMC, as we are now 212. I think 214 is going to be the high. So I want to try to play a dip, maybe back into the prior high here. Didn't really want that afternoon breakout. The volume is picking up. That's good. So you're getting the volume picking up. Maybe not as big as it was in the morning, but you don't expect anything to do the volume it was doing in the morning. But I want to look for that dip buy there, or potentially space. Although, space really isn't moving. Actually, Virgin Galactic pulling back from that $8 level. It's got to be something else in here. What's SMCI?
Maybe some Robinhood.
SMCI is breaking out high of the day. Let's see where this is at. But still underneath Friday's high. So double top breakout potential on SMCI at 48.34 I have as Friday's high. So that's a potential breakout, but like double barrel, like double top break here on SMCI. I might take a shot at that.
So I have a new position right now. I mean, we talked about missing Robinhood, and I did miss it for sure up there at 92. We sort of broke down what we were looking for with Robinhood. So I'm just gonna put it on now. It's very, very light. Like if I can have one unit by the time it comes to 92, that would be sort of the plan of action right here. So we'll start to build this. Again, crypto's to the downside. We've seen Robinhood have a huge move over the last couple of days and then come right into a level that, may or may not get supported right here at $94 to $95. Now, we're a ways away from that. We're not going to hold it all the way back up. In fact, we will try to build a position into $92 there and then watch to see if that is eventually something that we want to trade through into the close. But right now, we're just going to take a little baby short. And I do have another offer in the 60s, basically right where this 25 period moving averages, and then up to into the 50 period, and then we'll wait to see if we can hold 92. But a little bit of a start there for Robinhood, and a name that I, in my own account, and we talk about this often on the show, different decisions that we make. I bought some 16s, but I also bought some 18s as well. So on the way down in, bought 18s on SoFi, just bought 16s last week, or I think we were just sitting right at 16, so unfortunately we didn't get the lows of 15 and change. We got 16s again, and here's the bump up on SoFi, and it's nice because it's all the way back to where it was in February. So it's been a struggle for a minute there on SoFi. It's also already hit 20 during this sort of struggle bus, and it just fell all the way back down again. So we're going to see if SoFi wants to break itself out. Tokenization was talked about there. The SoFi token came through on Friday, so that could be another play there. And just reminding me of another name, we bought some IBM on the quantum news, and that's straight upside as well. So that's been working out for us here. IBM up 7% today. And I was worried about it running rate. Like we had bought down here. Now I was worried about it running into this area, 265 or so. And it said, no, thank you on Friday, and said, don't worry about that. And we closed in and around 270. So that already breaks sort of that top resistance potential, top there. We blew out the top. So now where do you go? You go higher into $300. Sorry, that was Friday, into 300. And then now today, you're right up to all-time highs, I believe now on IBM. And I know Joe must like IBM. This is the biggest dividend pretty much of any tech name out there. IBM in and around that 4% marker. Might even be higher, but again, with the value, it's based, dividend percentages are based on where the stock is trading, of course. So that if it was,
it's a lot different now.
If it was 4% down there, maybe it's 3% now, but you'll take that, 40% appreciation in stock price over a 4% dividend, of course. So
I'd hope you would.
Well, actually, it'd only be a change of 1%. So yeah, dividend again, depending on how it's taxed, you might want to watch out for that. But there it is. So we're in the money now, 20 cents on Robinhood, and we are going to take a piece out near 91 if it comes into those levels.
I think we're in a second, might be going to Adara, but this pullback is happening potentially here in AMC. So as long as it holds on to the prior high, which it looks like it's doing, confirm the close above 209 on this candle on a 3-minute. Going to take it somewhere in this 11-12 range. Maybe we're not going to Adara, and then get out in front of that 209. But I do want to see that. I do want to see that confirmation there on AMD. Luis just said they're thinking of long Tesla at 420. Well, 420 has never mattered for Tesla. That price level, what? No, it's never mattered. There's been some accumulation at the 420 level here for Tesla, but it is pretty weak relative to the market. It's pretty undeniable. So I usually like it if it shows you that it's breaking a downtrend. If you just go from the first pop at lunchtime, it's definitely consolidating to a potential breakout on the 15-minute here, but it hasn't really happened yet. Now you sort of have a round number that's been holding in this, still very much in the midst of this downtrend. I believe now, well, you guys can see. Adair's at the screen. Let's go to her.
It's no SpaceX, but we do have a pretty big IPO coming through here on Thursday. Neil's already mentioned it. I think Sean's also already mentioned it. Quantinuum. Great quantum continuum pun here in the name of this company. They're going to be trading as QNT here on the NASDAQ. Now, again, this isn't until Thursday, so it's very likely some of the pricing will change. I will update this visual accordingly if this does, in fact, take place. But either way here's some info on the company. Their CEO is Dr. Rajiv Raj Hazra. He is, again, president and CEO of Quantinuum, and he also, I believe, was a prior Intel exec, so he does have some Intel connections. Not sure how far back those go. This company was founded here in 2021. It was a spin-off here of the merger between Cambridge Quantum and Honeywell Quantum Solutions. This company back in September of 2025, so not all that long ago, they actually achieved a record here for quantum volume with one of their computers. Now, it's worth noting tons of underwriters on this IPO, more than I've ever seen. The two lead underwriters here were identified as JP Morgan and Morgan Stanley. They're offering 26.5 million shares offer amount here, $1.46 billion. They just raised their IPO range from $45 to $50 up to $53 to $55. And once again, this is set to go public here on Thursday, June 4th. Now, if we learned anything from Cerebus, it's very likely that we'll see this price uptick here ahead of the IPO. So as I said, if we get more info, you'll get a new infographic. In the meantime, you can find this one on X at TTV Research. Back to you.
any meaningful IPO, you're going to see 2 of 4 names on those underwriters: JP, Morgan, Goldman Sachs. They're like, you're always going to get a couple of those bad boys in, and they just win. I saw there was a joke in the chat about when can we get enough of this tech? When can we get back to trading boring banks and energy? Well, trust me, the financials never stay boring forever, and well, energy's been moving, so yeah, you can't really make the argument there. But there's nothing bad. Look, forget about J.P. Morgan for a second. There's nothing bad about Morgan Stanley and Goldman. Those two have been absolutely fine. Is this a boring stock? That chart looks pretty good to me. I'm a fan. Like, you look at this, you look at Goldman Sachs and these IPOs, the IPO market heating up and getting, a little bit absurd in size, as we're going to see with SpaceX, and then we're going to see again with, I guess, Anthropic next, and then OpenAI. So we'll likely get all 3 of those. I'm pretty sure we'll see all 3 this year, and the winners are pretty profound, and it's just fantastic for these guys. They just play the game, they set it up, and they rake, and they win. And you can't go wrong there. But it has been much better specifically for Morgan and Goldman because of the trading side. It's the trading side, the IPO side, the more focus you have on that, the better you're doing relatively. There's nothing against JP Morgan. That's just how it's been, if we're being honest. We said that to begin the year. Like, if you're looking at the XLF, there's just better places to be by picking specific names. It's that simple.
All right, so yeah, good call on those banks. We've been talking about those for a minute. I know Joe likes JP Morgan. I like JP Morgan as well. I have a little bit of Goldman, no Morgan, but bang. All right, so Robinhood, a couple outs there at the 200 period moving average. Took some, it's so funny because I took some 11s and I took some 7s. So not too bad here on a push down into the 200 period moving average. We want to take some out. We are trying to build a much bigger position if it came up to the top side there, but we kind of just fell back in right into our lap. So let's take the profit where it lies right now for that. So we'll have to wait to see what winds up happening with $91 coming into play there. What else is hitting? So PayPal, Rob, we're already on Robinhood there, Affirm coming through. Guys, put in the chat what you want us to look at, because there are a couple names that we can go over the visualizer as well to see what's popping through. And by the way, there's Jay-Z again, halted one more time. We're not going to cover this too much. Like, it opens up and then halts right away. Each one of these candles is 1 minute. So, it's opening and halting, like not even staying open. I'm really kind of surprised. Like, why would they open it? And I guess it's just all automatic now, right? So there's actually nobody physically in charge of this, I would imagine, not this stock anyways. Like, why, when it opens at 3:30 or whatever it's going to open, right now it's saying 3:17, like, that's already, like, the 10%, it's going to hit that 10% mark in, again, like a couple seconds once it opens back up, right? We weren't even open too long that last time there. So if you look here, well, let me see if we can even, no, we don't even have it, but it closed, it looks like maybe we opened at 39 and then halted at 46, maybe it was open for 7 seconds. Like, I don't think that this is going to be one that ends well, but for right now, I don't know when it's going to end. So let's wait, pay attention to this. And if you're looking at a chart, yeah, I don't blame you for just rolling this. Every single open has created better opportunities. Here we came back in, but it wasn't that much. We came back in from 270 down to 240, then right back up to 3. And right now the tap, you can always ask us what it is, $3.17 right there for the tap. So once that opens back up, and it should open up soon. That says when's the last halt there? 240? We got a little bit of time now, so it's only 2 minutes. It's halted, so we'll check back on that one. The summertime trade maybe is in on Roblox. I think that more and more kids, we talk about the dangers of Roblox. Fine, I understand all that. But, right now, maybe it starts to creep back up. So, a lot of these stocks continue to get beat up down to the downside. We've seen Meta. Some of these software names, we saw Take-Two take it on the chin a little bit there when they delayed their trailer release, TTWO. But here's Roblox. Again, like the stock, some of the names that they put out, just huge play. And they do make a decent amount of money, but you have to watch out for the fact that, the jurisdictions and all this sort of the legal side of it here on Roblox. And some of the countries have even limited, some of the age groups and all that kind of stuff. I think it was Australia got rid of some of the stuff with Meta, Instagram and TikTok and all that. And, you can see what Meta's been doing. Wow, 606. Meta down 4%, man. That was a what an afternoon that was just a couple afternoons ago where we had Meta long on that announcement, and it just kept on mooning. And I think we all thought that it was a great opportunity to buy some Meta, but it's fallen right back in now.
Bad reaction to good news.
Yeah, exactly. Right back into $600 again. So, we can be definitely wrong on that. I mean, all you have to do is, rewind a couple days, and we were like, well, yeah, maybe we buy some of this, maybe buy some of that, and now it's just falling right back in. So if you liked it a couple days ago, and you're probably loving it now, it's fallen back into 600. But
the problem is it's exactly the same. If you were a dip buyer in this stock, you're
still there
at any point this year, except for that one dip under 600. Like there was 1 to 520. It's the same place it was the last time you bought it. It's not giving you that breakaway. And we got Ace Deuce on TikTok asking about Meta.
Oh, we do? Okay.
Yeah, and shout out to our viewers on TikTok. Ace Deuce 8, I think it was, or when I see Ace Deuce, I'm like, you must be a poker player.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's not a bad hand.
Well, I don't know.
Bring people in.
I've never liked that hand as a starting hand. I just find.
I mean, I always like an ace.
Weak. If you're heads up, that's one thing, but weak aces can get you into some trouble. It's an easy way to get into trouble. And if you're heads up, or if you're playing at like a loose table, there's some good spots for it. But I don't know. You're really just gonna play. Sometimes you're looking for that wheel here or there. Like you're always gonna be outkicked in a lot of situations. It's what it is. But Meta, you better not lose 600. You really better not lose this 600 level after telling us that you're going to monetize Instagram, telling us that you're going to monetize AI. That's pretty much what everybody has wanted to hear from Meta. So when that happens, it loses support. Bad. Very bad, Jerry. That's Babu. Give him the Matumbo finger wave. Oh, it is the Matumbo, but it's also Babu from Seinfeld, which was one of the greatest shows of all time.
Seinfeld, how many seasons? I feel like he didn't have too many seasons.
It's not.
Was it 9 or something?
Was it as many as 9?
Many as 9?
I think it was. All I know is I don't love Seinfeld, but I do really like Curb. And I know the whole thing they did with the last season of Curb is they were trying to reclaim how badly a lot of people felt Seinfeld ended. But yeah, I mean, like I said, I haven't seen much Seinfeld, but go Larry David, go Curb.
I didn't mind the ending of Seinfeld. I didn't mind it. I don't know. I thought it's a great show. They left while they were still on top. They didn't play it out too. They didn't play the string out.
No, yeah. It was
so
all
that
good.
you completely jumped the shark, which I think that's a good way for a show to end. You don't want to just keep. Money's there to be made, but sometimes a show will just go way too far. Trying to play out the string. I don't know, so we're at first support, so just starting to take some out of IBIT. Not really seeing much of anything on that SMCI. The breakout through Friday's high never got there, so that's not even close to getting past the breakout. Virgin Galactic is going. Well, so much for dipping into VWAP. Maybe it's just an $8 hold and break. So this one's really starting to go. Again, well, some people think that Roth is the best stock ever. Curb is the greatest show ever.
It's not. No. It's a good show, but not the
It is.
best ever.
It's a great show.
We're going to ring the
I love Kirby.
register. There's Robinhood. I mean, hello to 50 cents, We're in the club with 50 Cent. And there it goes, man, down from 91.40, just making moves down. We're out of half of this one already as, it may be our birthday, and we are celebrating it with this one, and it goes to the downside right now. So we're in the club, and it's a nice move. So we'll see if we can get into that dollar club, but I don't really care about that at this point. We're just trying to find some good opportunities. And I told you, I missed the trade right here. It should have been probably put on somewhere in here once we broke that 25 period moving average, then broke the 50. And I don't want to say it's out of boredom because that's not true. We're always going to try to make a little bit of money here. But then once it broke right into here, 91.40, that's when I sort of said, okay, let's just go for this thing. And there's a nice downside play. So I'm pretty happy with where it is right now. I'm going to take a little bit out right here. We did get, and it's interesting, we did get an OpenAI defense right now of Anthropic because Anthropic today apparently files anyways, for an IPO. So I don't know why. To me, Amazon is the largest investor in Anthropic, so I don't really know why it's down 3% there. The next most public company that's invested in Anthropic is Alphabet, and they're also down today, or was down a lot more than they are now. Nice move higher there for Google. I remember this morning I was like, hey, at one point are we buying some Google? I was I remember when 280 was a kind of a cool level to buy there for Google, and the reason why 280 because it came right back into some of these November bunch ups there when we went from 280 there to 350. This is the thing. There's going to always be opportunities to do something. And then there it comes right back into 272. And I think you might be getting a small opportunity right now. You know, Google from 410. Wow, like some of these prices there, man, that some of these names got to, absolutely unreal. I mean, Google, it's not like it's a brand new story or anything. This is a very, very storied company that we all knew about. And just back in last May, like let's just go back to a year ago today. This is June right here. 168 where Google was a year ago today. Did we know they were working on Waymo? Yes. Did we know they had a monster cloud? Yes. You know, everything. Did we know that YouTube was huge? Yes.
What's the percent up?
Oh, the percent up is monstrous. I mean, we just went from here in 1 year. Let's take it. We'll roughly go from right now. It's 127, but that's just from to where it was there to where it is today, let alone up there. So you're about 130% on this kind of a name. So anybody that wants to hold their money in their mattress or anything like that, wrong move over the last couple of years, that's for sure. As the NASDAQ.
What about in rubber bands? Is that okay?
Yeah, it depends. I don't have a thick enough rubber band, but yeah, you can do that there. Hold that in there, and then make sure when you go to the club, you got some singles. What's up, Fabian?
Yeah, as long as you got that. In that
Fabian's
same
working
time,
on some new mics.
Anthropic in the private markets has gone up 4x.
Yep.
In the private market.
Anthropic is Anthropic. I mean, they have the Claude, and
Claude.
they don't pull the same weight as Google. Like Anthropic, will it go 4x its first year being public? Maybe. You know, I mean, if it does do that, then you will have the richest, most valued company in the world. You know, if Anthropic goes up 4 times next year. So, you know, does it deserve it? Probably not. But, you know, we're paying for future worth. You know, and if everybody's going to have all these AI agents, it seems like Claude right now has the heads up on the commercial side. And I think that's what everyone's looking for.
Everybody's telling you that that's the best one. And I think I feel with the big 3 IPOs, that's the one I most commonly hear that people are more interested in having when it opens. At least, this is all anecdotal, and some people I'm talking to. I don't know anybody that wants to just go, like let's just say your initial starting investment on an average stock when you add to your portfolio is 10K. I don't know anybody that wants to put that into SpaceX. I don't know anybody that wants to put that into OpenAI. But I know a couple people are like, yeah, I'll just buy I'll just buy Anthropic and hold. It's just a little bit different. We do have a super chat in here. I want to quickly. Oh, wait a minute. That's not the. Why do I not see? Okay, you can throw it up there because I'm not seeing the latest one on our little widget. 140K in E-Trade account and was offered the Quantum IPO. To be told I don't qualify. Do you have to?
Quantinium or whatever.
Yeah, I thought it was Quantinium or what is that?
It's Quantinuum.
It's a pun on obviously in continuum and quantum, which I love because I love puns. But yeah, there's the 2 U's, so it's Quantinuum.
Not that Quantinuum. Okay. Not that it really matters. I mean, every broker might be a little bit different in terms of the rules that they do, but to say that, that's the best way to say this. To say that the rules, regardless of who your broker is, are geared to allow the everyday average investor the best access to IPOs at the issue price would just be untrue. That's just, the markets aren't set up that way. It's getting better. There's no question about it. There are a lot of places, and Robinhood's an example. There's plenty of examples of where they're trying to make these things more accessible. But then the other end of the spectrum is like that's all opening up at a time when we're now getting more mature companies. Not maybe in this case, but certainly in the case with SpaceX, and certainly in the case with Anthropic when it comes around, where things are private for longer. So by the time they come to the market, you're missing out on so much upside as opposed to when we were kids. Well, when we were younger. I mean, I think about where Facebook was when it came to market. You could have bought that and felt pretty good about the valuation and the chance for growth when it came out. It wasn't even that popular on day one. As a matter of fact, it was pretty. I mean, if you just punched long on day one of Facebook, you lost money. But if you bought it, it was astronomical. Like, I don't think you get that opportunity with SpaceX and Quantinium, whatever. These smaller ones still give you the massive.
There's 2 U's at the end. There's no like inium.
I keep looking at it and just saying it wrong, so I'm just going to stop saying it. Zach Spider, we got this from TikTok. You always tell the gifts from TikTok. What do we think about Hive? I think we mentioned this going into the report tonight. Was Hive tonight?
I don't know.
Adair, was Hive report reporting tonight? Or is it
Yeah, I mentioned it. I put this earlier on the screen as well when someone asked about it during a super chat. Hive is reporting tonight. So is Credo Technology, and last but not least, HPE Hewlett Packard. I have infographics for 2 of the 3. Unfortunately, Hive is not one of them. That'll be coming out in X at TTV Research.
You know, earnings are such a gigantic risk in terms of the volatility. Like this could pull back significantly and still kind of hold structure, let's just say, if it holds like 360 to 370. It's also almost doubled up in a couple of weeks here. You go back to the middle of May and this was 270. It hit $5 today. That's almost a double up. I mean, you know, like when you take breakouts like this and you try to hold them through earnings, sometimes that can be, it's just like a waste of an opportunity. And you know, when you say all that, and if you take some profit, like I usually do, if I'm swinging into something and it shows me a double up going into earnings, I'm almost certainly taking profit before that print, because I don't want it to give back 30% or whatever is possible when it comes to Hive. I'm not here to talk about it fundamentally, because if it breaks the trend on earnings, it can do so with a gap and not necessarily intraday, which is a little bit different if it didn't have that kind of a catalyst. So just, you know, be careful with it. It's been a fantastic runner, no questions asked for you. If it pulls back into the 50 to 200 SMA, that's even still pretty reasonable on the structure of the trade. So give it some respect as due. Another stock which is continuing to break out. AMC just keeps on going. It's pretty wild. 25% for AMC and Virgin Galactic. Like it's almost as if we're back in 2020, except in 2020 GameStop would also be doing things, and it is most certainly not. They got all this cash.
I asked
and it's like, what are we doing with it? What are we doing with it?
What are they doing with it, Neil? It's on the website.
Oh, that's right. It's on the website.
It's
on the website.
Just go check it out on the website. They might be buying eBay apparently as well. I asked everybody in the chat there, you know, what are you guys actually using Claude for? Super chat from Shane B. Smoking over here. He's smoking some Claude, it looks like. Uses Claude code to build a production quality trading bot. Okay. That is making an average of 3% every single day. So we say, oh my God, that's a nice little number there. If you can keep on compounding that.
3% a day is tremendous.
That would be absolutely unbelievable if you did that as well. Go find me on, the best way is probably Twitter. Just if you have a Twitter handle, go find the right one, at TraderTVSean. And, you know, let me know, put it in my DMs and we can have a look together maybe at it. And that would be awesome for that as well. See if we can fine tune that, get that to 4%, 3.5%, something like that. I mean, any little bit helps. So here we go. Like, you know, I might need something like that as well. Here it comes right back in to Robinhood. I'm just going to put a bid. Like for me, it would be like putting out bids and offers at the right level, so I don't have to sit here and always do it. Because when I do it, I get excited and sometimes get out a little bit too early. But right now we're already out of 60%. We got some good fills here on Robinhood. It's underneath the 200 period. Looks like we might have just stopped pretty cold turkey there at 90.70s. So we're going to wait for another bid down there. I'm bidding 80s. So if we can get 10 cents lower or so, we'll grab another fill and then we'll wait to see if it wants to sort of collapse on itself. Because we're holding this area right now on the, and look, we're going to be a show, okay. Did I get 82s there? No, I did not. That hopefully we can give you some entertaining thoughts and also give you a couple of trades and explain why we're getting out and why we're getting in on them. And then you guys can judge for yourself the legitimacy of the legitimacy of those. There it is. So we just get an 82 right there. So we go bang, 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 bang. Legitimacy of those trades, and ask us at any point what we think of a chart or why we're into a trade or whatever. And I sort of mentioned that because of what IBIT was doing, because Robinhood was pulling back in today, felt like the market, you know, wasn't really going to do too much. We wanted to find a name with a little bit of juice behind it. So we get Robinhood. We definitely miss it all the way up there. We were waiting for many more shares, but right now it is downside and looking to stop out now. We got another piece out, so we only have 30% left, but it's Robinhood to the rescue on the downside. And then the other banks here, JP Morgan, not doing a whole heck of a lot. Often, I know you're going to talk about space, Virgin Galactic. We'll get to that in a second. I just wanted to say, like, sometimes we're doing the show and we can actually forget to talk about the broader sectors, right? And I mean, we talked about that already, 11 or 12 sectors inside the S&P 500. And today it's interesting to look because there's Amazon retail really getting hit. Like, I don't think it's a very strong consumer out there. We sort of talked about, wow, okay. Walmart, like, you want to talk about a pullback right now? Walmart is on one. I don't remember the last time Walmart daily chart actually looked like this. You're probably going to find it somewhere, but there it is now cracking. Wow, Walmart getting, good thing I'm in Target here. Walmart getting hit pretty nicely down into 114. We were thinking about this at I'm not even in this. So right now I get all the value back to last Christmas right now. So sitting around for the last 6 months in Walmart netted you nothing. And now you're all the way back down into 115 again. So let's wait to see how far Walmart wants to fall. But right now, breaking through the 200 period moving average is Walmart. Really interesting there on the daily. I just want to talk about that quickly. Is the whole retail space today, Home Depot is not looking great either, down 3 to 308 right now, down 3%. Target was still down, but it was still, we sold it, I don't even see Target in here anymore. Oh, there it is, down 2.5%. We sold some at 121, so that's still up, which is nice. We're long in the 80s on that one. And then just quickly, and we'll be done. Tesla down 3 and a bit. Energy, XOM upside there, CVX up. So XOM up 2 and a bit. Same with Chevron there, up 2. The financials, we looked at that as a little bit of a different day, depending on what you're in. So Morgan and Goldman there with upside. And then Visa, JPM, Berkshire. Berkshire is a weird one, man. It doesn't pay dividends.
They did a deal today, so that's the reason they're down.
Yeah, well, the reason they're down, I don't know what the reason is. I
No,
mean,
literally today they announced.
No, I know, but it's been kind of like.
Well, because it's, I just think
it's this whole time.
It's basically a huge cash position.
Yeah.
While the market's been blasting, and then obviously.
I mean, look at this.
Warren Buffett out and Abel in, and they're looking for, like, what's the reason to be in this anymore?
I mean,
no dividend, like.
Yeah, like this is from 500 all the way down to 470 right now, and looking to break lower. So I don't know. I'm in this small, but I'm not digging myself into Berkshire anymore. I mean, you know, they do have that big Apple hoard as well. So Apple's been doing okay, and Apple actually today, I think, was down a little bit, right? Down to 307 here.
Yeah,
Apple,
but so's most of the mag. That's not a big.
Yeah. Actually, battled back nicely there, Apple, but still down on the day. And look at this, man, just near all-time highs. So Sharif better watch his mouth on the dead one because Apple has arisen. And we have CrowdStrike and PanW later this week. Those are big ones.
Yeah, well, they've run so much. It's going to be. It's just going to be hard for them. I don't care who you are. You can't make the move that CrowdStrike did and expect all things to be roses, even if you have a great print. It's just going to be. It matters how you've moved into the earnings just as much as what the earnings are. And if you're priced to perfection, then that's going to happen. Virgin Galactic really rolled over here, so there was a crazy candle, lost $8. It's broken that trend line. It did bounce, but it did bounce off VWAP, but I can't ignore the fact that this is a bit of a trend break. So I want to see this hold underneath $8. Look for a fade there. Tried reloading on IBIT, but it didn't quite come into VWAP. To get a reload, so no reload on that bad boy. But yeah, trend break happened on Virgin Galactic. I just paid for locates, and we had to pay for them, but they were effectively free. So as it comes back into this 8 area, we'll look for it to put in a lower high and maybe a head and shoulders look, and then play this one to the south side. Gotta show me that south side. We're sitting here looking for the IBIT reload and haven't really gotten it just yet. So we've held for support, just looking to get a reload and then a breakdown trade on this one. Oh, the other thing to keep in mind, after we get window dressing or month end, SMCI, all that crazy stuff that we saw on Friday, remember, sometimes the following day you'll see some residual nonsense. Not nonsense, but like big imbalances on the first of the month. It could be some of the ones that move the most. Now, a lot of times you might see some extra action, and the big ones were NVIDIA. Like the largest imbalances were Intel and NVIDIA. The biggest movers in the big cap space was those two plus AMD and I believe Microsoft as well. So those should be on watch for this afternoon. Specifically for myself, I'm going to be looking at NVIDIA and Intel the closer we get. And remember, you don't know what imbalances look like for the NASDAQ stocks until 350. That's what makes them the most explosive. New York, you get an early look. Amex, you get an early look. NASDAQ is a surprise until the number comes out there. So those are the ones you need to have it up because it's not like you have any idea that it could come out big.
Before we look at this, I just want to show you that there it is, man. Dollar. And there's Robinhood. So, now I only have 20% left as there it goes right to the downside. So we're looking for a trade for you. If you're looking for trades, hopefully you found the right spot right there. There goes Robinhood back down to the downside in a good little one right there. We do want to thank our sponsors because volatility creates movement. And for sophisticated traders, movements creates opportunity. And Beta Pro by Global X offers Canada's first and longest running suite of levered and inverse levered ETFs. Built for, you guessed it, sophisticated investors who understand the risks of leverage and the importance of precision. It's triple levered bull and bear. ETFs are tied to the NASDAQ 100 index. They are designed for daily tactical trades, providing amplified daily exposure and giving traders tools to engage with both upward momentum and market pullbacks. These strategies are currency hedged, seeking to offset US dollar exposure back to the Canadian dollar. For those navigating short-term market moves, both up and down, Beta Pro offers the flexibility to act with conviction, whatever that may look like for your individual strategy, objectives, and risk profile. Trade tactically, and of course, learn more at betapro.ca by scanning that QR code right there. Please go visit them, betapro.ca. We had them on the show. It was absolutely fantastic. And I realized that I was in a product that I did not know was theirs. So shout out to Beta Pro. They're all over the place. Adara's got something for us.
Keep an eye here in Apple, guys. By no means is this story groundbreaking, but kind of interesting here. Bloomberg reporting that Apple is planning a new bill-splitting feature on the iPhone. So basically what you do is you take a photo of a receipt, you assign items on the receipt to different individuals, and then you can generate payment requests. So bill-splitting feature here in the newest iPhone. Apparently now we'll have to see if we get any more AI updates with said iPhone. But once again, this update being reported by Bloomberg, nothing massive, but kind of interesting story here as we start Power Hour. Back to you.
The Hour of Power won't be started with a big, huge move on Apple, but yeah, good, interesting there. I mean, we were waiting for Apple's idea of AI and what exactly does that look like for Apple. And, you know, it's a neat feature, but I'm, wondering if maybe they're going to be getting into some accounting software, maybe if they're going to be doing stuff like that, things, and being able to account for them. But again, like, I just know that being able to potentially choose either Claude or some sort of an agent to assist you with your Siri, with your experience there on Apple, many of those platforms, of course, would be able to bookkeep. And we actually, someone in there had mentioned bookkeeping that they're doing with Claude, and that was something that is available. And of course, everything's available over there now. And do not get, I think that was good advice, do not get into accounting if you are young. That's advice that I would give my kids, of course, and I would be very, very careful with that. I just think that all these kind of professions right now are getting the gun turned at them. It doesn't mean that they're bad professions. It's just AI. I think you need a couple years to settle it out. And they're going to need people to code all this stuff. So coding obviously is pretty important, even though that's becoming easier, that the average person can now code something. Google 370, not really moving too much off there, but just want to show you, like, there's a VWAP hold. Give us a little bit of love there at 2 o'clock. So I chose Robinhood, which gave me the dollar. I couldn't be happier with it, but at the end of the day, Google off of VWAP there would have been nice, even better probably to the upside, because then we wouldn't have to fight the market, right? So when we're short here on Robinhood, we are somewhat fighting the market. Hey, I'm almost out of this, to be honest with you. I'm going to get out right here. I'm changing my stop, so $90.81. Let's just do that. I mean, my old stop wasn't even in question, so we didn't have to worry about it. Our old stop, we were going to watch out for 92s. We sort of talked about that, so we didn't have to worry about it. We were actually trying to average into that position. So hold on a second. Let me just do this. $90.81. We'll just have this feature out here. We really like this key. It's 100% stop, and you could actually go down and stop based on many different factors, but I'm going to go with four different sets, either 25, 50, 75, or that 100. So I'm just going to use 100%. Get out. We only have 20% left of the position, so we'll just get out if it breaks that. We've been following this all the way down, so we'll get out. That's also, we've tested it too. That could also be a reload spot. But with the market making its move, I feel like if I were to reload that, it doesn't go for me, and we could lose the whole boat. Because remember, we're taking only pieces here. So we say we got something on the dollar. That was only for 10%, right? So we got to do better on that.
Reminds me of something I wanted to put a ticket in for.
When was that IPO? June 4th, right? So you guys still have a couple of days for that Quantinium there.
Yeah, it's on Thursday. There's also an energy play on Thursday that's a little bit bigger. Like, it's actually twice the notional size, and they are, I don't know, they do like data center powering, but I forget what type of energy. It might actually be gas energy, but who knows? One of the features I was interested in is the ability to have that stop order with the percentages, to have two of them. Like, ideally what I wanted to be able to do is something goes in the money, have a stop, which is higher. Let's just imagine you're long at $100.
You get it once, you get it
Then I have like a 50% trail stop. So get out half my position at say 125 as a
That might work.
And then I want then I want 100% stop at say 110. And that way I have multiple. I can do the percentage thing.
Test that right now.
No, you can't do it.
Oh, you tried.
So what the problem is, it won't let you put 2 in, even though theoretically the 100% stop, as long as you have any position, it always just takes out 100%. So if you have 1,000 shares, you do the 50% stop at one place, and then you have 500. But then the 100% stop will just see that you have 500. And so I noticed that when I was testing stuff out for one of the recent IPOs, this is why you test things, I realized I couldn't do that.
Right.
So at real trading, what you do is you go in and you put a ticket in. So, and you put a feature request is what we like to call it. And then maybe it gets added, and hopefully that's one that they would want to add. And it was only in thinking that I was reacting to what happened with the Cerebras IPO and sort of how I could have done things differently to not give back as much of the profit as possible. And that was one of the ways that I thought would be useful. So we'll see. I don't think we can do that for SpaceX, but certainly I think it would be a useful feature. And we'll see. And the thing about it is, with your broker, with us, with real trading, if you don't ask for a feature, good luck getting it. I tell this to my daughter all the time. Like, the worst that they can say is no. The worst that it can be is, hey, we looked into it, it's not feasible, not enough people want it. Well, so what? You're right back to where you were anyway, so you might as well ask. Like, it's just, there's zero harm in doing so, outside of the 30 seconds it'll take me to put that ticket in at some point this afternoon. All right, so Virgin Galactic just did this little pullback into the volume-weighted average price, broke the trend. The first pop, holds consolidation confirming there. So I'm just in at the 3/4 mark, essentially, and going to give it to this like 790 spot, and then look for it to play VWAP first. Good day for Virgin Galactic. 25%. The squeeze has been absolutely intense for the last week and a half, really, here on Virgin Galactic, from $2.50. I'm not saying this is the turnaround, but if you look at today, it's kind of got this double top thing going on, and then this is the trend break that we're looking at. Oren Blaster said, I told Benzinger, what is this? I told Benzinger Coder to change the title headings so they are editable. Let's see. Well, that's the thing. You put requests in. You just ask. What's the worst that could happen? If it would help you, then just ask for it. It would blow my mind the number of times that I'd hear, I'm not going to say it, people like a manager at an office would complain about something like, oh, did you put a ticket in? Did you ask for a request? No. Well, then what are you complaining about? Like you can whine all you want if you asked for it and it's like, oh, they decided not to do it. But if you didn't even bother, stop whining, as Arnold would say.
Oracle's at the high.
What movie was that?
Wow. Stop
Kindergarten
whining. I was going to say
Cop.
probably the
Kindergarten
one
Cop,
with the
that's
kids. Yeah, I was going to say Kindergarten Cop. Most likely there. Stop whining if you're Ford as well, down 4%.
Oh, down. I was going to hit the bang.
Ford.
I just assumed.
Yeah, no, it's we sold some. I mean, it is what it is, man. I mean, I was here and it's fine. We sold some at 15. We sold some at, I think, 16.50 or something like that on Thursday. We sold some because, again, like, don't love the name, don't love the car business. Definitely making a huge move here for Ford. And, is there still ability for this name to get a little bit higher? Yes, there is. I mean, I do want to talk about Marvell. Wow. Why did I sell some? Like, you sell some Marvell at 218 and then it goes down to like 195. You don't buy any back. So then now you have less Marvell shares, right? So it's not necessarily a good thing. I'll show you some Marvell in a minute, but here's the weekly look on Ford. So it's just, this is again, this is going all the way back to 22 right there. Like, will it get to 25? I don't think so, but you got that bump up. I guess we could wait another quarter to see what those earnings look like, but I think that that's a great trade as it is. So we take out some here at 15 when it busted into this area because we didn't get any out that last time. And then we also get a little bit out here as we did it on Thursday. So back up here, I think it was 1670 or something like that. So out a little bit there. I think that's what the price is right now. Yeah, okay, so all right. So if I'm not telling the truth, you could get some out right now if you want on Ford, the same price I last did, and we'll have to wait to see what that's doing. But here's Marvell. I mean, wow, talk about a cash register right there. This is the one that's been helping me get to this level, but you got to have some prices right, and the prices right, whatever that word was that he uses there in that show. There's Marvell right now, 145% up since we last, this might not even be right on this, but here's our tracker as we go OB, and this is what we've done so far here. Since January 1st, you could see some of these levels. So Obi with Sidious, he actually has that short, I think. Yeah, Sidious short. It would have been, again, these are pretty much blown out. And then there's the oil name as well, Circle short, Sidious short, and then Babcock Wilcox there with a nice little mover. But Obi definitely was running the thing for 100 days. And then all of a sudden, Cat came back the very next day. You might have thought I was a goner, but 52% right there so far year to date on the account. And we have Marvell, we have BBAI, and then we have Eli Lilly. So those are all pretty good ones. And then Ramin right there. And this is what can happen at any time. You know, these names, Rocket Lab, Netflix, ASTS. So we'll see. Not dead yet here as we wait to see what winds up happening with space. But I've already sort of called that. It was last week, mid or early last week, I was like, look, Rocket Lab, overdone. ASTS, overdone. They're all overcooked. Overcooked if you guys have played it. But there it goes, upside right now, coming back in. And maybe now, I mean, I still think there's going to be a little bit of a run. I was not expecting this kind of a move to happen right now. I was expecting it the days leading up to SpaceX. I guess we're pretty close to that now. I think it's, 8 more trading days maybe until that comes through. So we'll have to wait to see that. But yeah, Rocket Lab right now on the pullback down in, as is ASTS, as is Sidious. All these names starting to pull in except for Virgin Galactic as that name's up. So I think it's like a switch from one to the other. And look where this got to. So no matter what hype we're talking about, it still has memory, comes all the way back into February highs for ASTS, and that's it. So nice move there. AST Mobile now pulling back just a little bit as a lot of the pressure is back onto space SPCE, which of course is Virgin Galactic. And just a quick look at this. Sidious down 9% right now. And again, great look on the move higher right there through this. So if anybody's been buying any kind of dips on SIDU, you've been well rewarded. But hey, like Jim Cramer, and a lot of people don't like him, but he always says, just go out and buy yourself something nice with some of the profits, because you never know what tomorrow will bring, right? And so
you got to enjoy your life, man, whatever that means.
Not just your life, but I mean just in your profits. You know, if you don't ever take something out, then you technically don't have a winner.
Or yeah, you can pass the winner on to your kids, I suppose. Like that's.
I don't want to put pressure on them, man. I'm passing them on cash, baby.
Straight cash, homie. Like Randy Moss, that's how he rolled. 10 G's out the pocket.
Thing is, like my father will be passing on something to me, but I've already built my own. So the whole thing is that we'll use that money to top up, obviously. But my kids, I want them to already start thinking about investing, which they already have. So I think that's very important. I started
building value.
I started at like 16, 17 years old. My eldest is 24, and I have another one that's 14. So yeah, time for them to start investing.
It's about understanding like compounding is a very important thing to understand. And I think the easiest way to do it is to.
That's so funny because
you have to be in the game to understand it a lot of times. It's interesting. It's actually a mathematical concept our brains aren't good at. So the more you immerse yourself into the idea of it, I think the better you will be. Virgin Galactic, space. I think we're practicing because we're gonna need to be calling this Virgin Galactic. Because I think we're not gonna be calling this thing space in a couple of weeks. So Virgin Galactic has now bounced multiple times off VWAP. And the buyers are legit. Both 3-minute candles, clean off volume weighted average price. That was the only hiccup that I had with this trend break was there's your consolidation and that there's buyers at VWAP support here at 740. So I'm now out of it. You'll take what you can get. Like it basically went 775 down into 740 change here. So you just take the quick little scalp win because the buyers are emerging on this bad boy. And at some point, like the difference between this and Rocket Lab and some of these other companies, I'm not saying it's only a squeeze. But
it is.
They're not the most viable. If you take all the space companies, no one's going to tell you this is the most viable business in terms of what it can actually do for future revenues and justifying itself. So this is a squeeze in a way that the other ones aren't, in my opinion. So just no one ever went broke taking profit, but I mean, for the love of you know what. And I owned this thing during COVID, but during COVID you could buy anything. Well, almost. You could legitimately have bought anything during that rally, and the most meme-ish things were sometimes the best return, but they also were the ones you didn't want to continue to hold. You could hold the good stuff when you bought it in COVID, but you had to understand, if you were in the game like this, or the game like I was in Lemonade as well, But on the way back down, that ish gets nasty. And you got to understand that. Virgin Galactic doesn't make any money, for sure. Someone just mentioned Alibaba. We've been getting.
We got a super chat about that earlier.
I think the reason, you always get super chats on things which are looking weak, right? And there's another comment about Baba. Maybe this is a bottom at the 120. It was able to grind higher after this morning, which is now a triple bottom. I guess it's more like 124 than 120. So you got a bit of a triple bottom forming. I think that could give you a day trade breakout tomorrow. Maybe there's some kind of a catalyst that could come in. But outside of that, the problem with these guys is not the fundamental aspect of it. It's just the risk of, it's just China risk. It's just that the money has so many places to go to not worry about the politics in China and the fact that you don't have a deal. There's just too much going on here. And when there's plenty of other places in tech, and specifically, you can have 1 million data center plays. You can have 1 million AI plays out there. You don't have to worry about Alibaba. Sure, it's a great value, but maybe we have to see a correction in North American AI before Baba gets going again. Maybe that's what we're waiting for, but I'm still waiting. Maybe that 80 comes back in. Because I loved Alibaba down here. It was a heck of a lot easier to be pulling the trigger when this thing was under $100. And you were getting, like, it was at that point, you get like tremendous value. Now, like, it just broke the 200 period moving average. It's not regaining the 200. It's in the midst of losing it. That's a big difference for me. I just don't like that momentum at all. Yuck, yuck, more yuck.
I was about that compounding. I was actually asking Gemini earlier today all about that, because I was thinking to myself, like, you know, what kind of, and I was just throwing out some numbers, didn't matter, but, you know, if you had $1 million, here I'll ask you, if you had $1 million compounded at 8% in 10 years, what do you think you have?
The doubling
Rough math,
is
compounding 8% a year for 10 years.
You double every 7, something like that. So you should go like 2.5 times, something like that.
Yeah, a little less. So 2.15. But the whole
there's a simple rule, and I forget what.
Yeah, it's a rule
like
of 7 or something.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah. So
why was I so high then? Why did I see?
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. But the whole point is that was using 8%. I think that's a pretty decent number. That's, you know, I think if you can guarantee yourself 8% a year, you know, you may take that with limited market exposure. I mean, the S&P averages between that 12 to 15% or so. Yeah, rule of 72, there it is. Yeah, so someone just had it there. That's exactly right, 2.158. So if you have $1 million today and you can hold on to that by adding absolutely nothing to that number, $1 million cash in, I mean, we can even put in the market. I mean, maybe you buy the S&P. I don't know how you get that 8%. You know, you're probably gonna have to have probably 40% in some sort of fixed income, and then try to roll the other 60% into the market or whatever. But, you know, again, financial advice, seek it somewhere else. But the idea here is 2.15 million there in just 10 years. You know, this show's been on since 2016 or 2017, so we're approaching
2020.
2020. We're approaching right now, you know, like you've had the market in for 7 years or so, you know, and we've had a much bigger improvement there. Let alone, I mean, we can call up the SPY over
the S&P's been way better than that.
7 years.
But I feel like this bull market's been tremendous in a way that others haven't, and we haven't had like 2020. Like we had that 2021.
Well, I mean, I think if you figure out if you smooth it out, you know, you say the last 7 years.
You know what? This is why I don't like this whole SpaceX to the S&P. Like I don't want it to be a thing where all of these ridiculously mature IPOs that are at ridiculous valuations get thrusted into the index.
Oh, the indexes are flawed anyways.
Well, this is exacerbating the fact, unfortunately. And they're basically they're shoving it in all the passive funds and to anyone that tracks the index. They're just shoving it down your throat. And if they pull it off with if they pull it off with SpaceX, then there's nothing stopping it for Anthropic and then OpenAI and whomever it might be down the line, because this is unprecedented what we're seeing. Almost $2 trillion valuation. What? Like there used to be $2
trillion. Oh, it's gonna be way more than that. Yeah.
Well, no, I'm talking about the issue. I'm not talking about where it opens up. And this is the other problem, because what it's gonna do is it's gonna force passive funds to be buying it in the first, not buying the issue price. But if it does open at $3 trillion, they got to be buying that for the 60 to 90 days. That's insane that you're going to have funds doing that, all because you're changing the rules so people can get out. But this is something that is brand new, and they're basically shoving it down your throats. And it's just to keep it aware of it. It's not. whatever. It doesn't matter for trading because it's not going to affect us. We're going to buy the open price and we're going to hope that it goes up and maybe it halts and all that kind of fun stuff. It doesn't really affect the day trader.
No, the market will be. I've already talked about this, man. I think the market pulls back into after SpaceX. It's going to take some air out of this market, and you know, if you want to plan accordingly, you guys could do that. But right now, we'll fire off the hot dog cannons, and hopefully you're enjoying, you know, a nice little day off if you are today outside. Maybe you're relaxing on the patio or something like that, and you're like, damn, that was Robinhood, and there it goes, man. That's $1. Now we're even into more than that as Robinhood takes down to $90.20. I'm just gonna, we did take an out there, and we're gonna try to figure out where to go from here now on this name, and it is Robinhood, and it is starting to right now come back in. We got to switch our stops. That's what I was trying to do right here into $90.50. So we may go a little bit. Let's go 61s. Now we only have 10% left, so that's going to be the stop is now in. So we will just try to hold out, hopefully, for a lower bid here on this, and you know, we'll take it for what it's worth. And it just goes to show you, like, you know, you got to be sometimes on, you know, different names at different times, because like right there, Robinhood, I'm not even really sure what the reaction of this is, because I know you're on IBIT, and I was thinking, like, if Robinhood was coming down, maybe it has something to do, and I know it's, you know, it's moving, but not moving that much, so I'll take advantage of that Robinhood play and see what's going on with that one as it makes new lows here during the afternoon, new lows for Robinhood, the only trade I have on right here. And earlier on this morning, the number one trade for me today, which has really set me up here today, is this one, and that was Palantir. And there was like the big one right off the open, and I was sort of mentioning that, yeah, we did have a decent size position on there for this name, so really happy with what we were able to do there with Palantir, and got stopped out right there. Then right before we left you at 11 o'clock, we did have this trade on, and it wasn't the greatest. Shorted there at VWAP, and then shorted, I think it must have been the 200 period there. Once that broke at the time, we punched out. So a little bit of a hit there on Palantir. I'd say we gave back about 10% or so of what we made, maybe a little bit less on that short. And we haven't done anything since. Palantir rips it up. But we did a video on the scanners and was like, hey, you know, how are we finding some of these plays? Well, written down right here today, Pineapple Pizza. What's up to Sebastian? All right, so I just wanted to show you right here. Today's number one trade idea for me was Palantir long at 157. I just showed that to you. We went long at 157 right here on Palantir. That's 157. Long Palantir 157, our best out 162. So that was really set me up sort of for success at the beginning. And, you know, there's our IBIT. It's been really bad since then. IBIT short in that area. We weren't even able to start that trade at 41.25. Intel, I don't think it got going, and then Space. We tried the $7 range. We said 650 to 7 on Virgin Galactic. It would be interesting to see exactly what that low is. This is the only trade that will have a negative mark on it today. We said 650, so it does get into 630 there. Here's me trying it at 7 off the halt. Pressure was too much, so it busted pipes, and we got out right there. And now you can see Space, Virgin Galactic, trying to hold VWAP basically again at 750, but that would have been a good call, but I didn't have the ability to hold it, and didn't want to anyways. So there it is. Like when it moons to 9 and just comes crashing back in, including a halt, very risky to take that. So we have a quick little stop there and get stopped out on Space. So yeah, not too bad. And then we took a little bit of AMD early as well. We went short right into there. Good thing, this is why you get out, man. We'll still, can you believe, like, we went short on 506 on AMD, and we lived to say another day on that one, and we actually get up on it. So there's the move down into the 25 period. There's the bust through higher. Do not hold, you know, or else, you know, you suffer from that. And that was it, man. Palantir, Robinhood, AMD, and Space. So 4 names today, and it's a good one. And we hit a big trade here early. So everything else is sort of just trying to cap it off. And I think we did pretty good here, getting ready for only a half hour left. Keep your information in the chat. Let us know so we can keep looking up there. People still want AMC.
I mean, obviously, AMC, this is the one day you're going to be talking about it. Well, I shouldn't say that. I suppose it's been making a good run. It is what it is. It's not, this hasn't been all bad. If you zoom, there we go. If I zoom in, the $1 to almost $2, it's been rallying again. This is the biggest outsized day for it, and it's doing 100 million shares in volume. So congratulations if AMC's been your bag. So far, like I've traded 6 stocks today. The only bad one was actually right price, wrong timing on SoFi. It ended up going, although this looks like something happened at 11 o'clock. Well, it could just be technical, but I was in that first VWAP break, and it was the only red stock today was SoFi, and it was close to the same thing on Friday at that same area where it basically held between 770 and 18 and then couldn't get too much further than 18 and a half. You kind of had the same thing going on with SoFi, but if you peel back the tape a little bit, I like this on SoFi. You know, you're finally back above the 50-period moving average. Like, there is your break of the 50 period. And had it not been for Palantir, I probably would have, well, I mean, I also still own a lot of SoFi. I never really got out of, I never, on the way upside, I never got out more than the third, right? So the stock went from like $7 to 31, and I held the bulk of it anyways. But much like Palantir, this is on the verge of a breakout from a trend on the highs. If you go all the way back to that double top in November, draw a trend line, it's actually breaking this if it takes the 20 level. And we've seen what Palantir has been able to do on this trend break. Remember last week, we're like, okay, here's your trend break, the first stop, the 200-period moving average. Well, that's where we got to in 2 days. 2 days, you're already at the 200-period moving average, and you're holding on PLTR. So big fan there of Palantir. I expect, you know, finding resistance at the 200-period moving average, well, sometimes it's support, and support turns into resistance. But as long as it holds on to call it Friday's close, I think it's bullish to make that next level up. It's been so, like, that channel has lasted, like, it started in November of last year. To break this channel now with all the support at 130, I don't think it's over just because it has one small up day. There's plenty of room for this to go. Plenty.
Yeah, I mean, Palantir is still a big part of the portfolio. That's one of the reasons why last year when we did the stock competition, we were up 167% or something. And it was most of it due to Palantir, of course. And you know, sometimes you need those kind of trades. Here's Google. So this is looking like a short to me. However, I'm not taking a short. Not with 30 minutes left. We saw that dramatic move at the end of the day on Friday on some imbalances as we get heading into those imbalances. And that move started right here. We were underneath VWAP. It's too bad I wasn't here on Friday. Look how good this looks on VWAP. Oh my God. But there it goes into, I'm sure Neil or Joe, some of this somewhere. But there's the move down on Google. It started right now at 330. So, you know, what makes Friday is not today. We had rebalancing. So I don't expect any kind of move like that. But now the difference with this is, you're nowhere near VWAP. You're actually much above it. And that's where the trade was right down here on VWAP for, I'm the most simplest trader here by far, I feel like anyways. Just playing off support and resistance and trying to keep it as simple as possible. And right now, playing momentum, I would actually look for a long breakout on Google now because we've really supported this 50-period moving average. I think we've supported down here VWAP and the 200. So it looks like it does want to break through here, Google. And actually really surprised that on a day where you're up 0.7, Google can't get out of its own way. The other name was Amazon that we were looking at and kind of surprised. And it was down 3+% when we started the show or so. We battled back a little bit here, but I think Amazon with that Anthropic, and we know that they have a piece of that. I'm just surprised that it was down today, especially on that news that Anthropic is indeed coming with an IPO. It looks like OpenAI will be the third this year to come through as far as those big multi-trillion-dollar names coming to market. All three of those names will come with trillion-dollar valuations.
Advantage for Anthropic.
So get ready for that one. Here's Oracle. You want to talk about advantage to something, advantage to Oracle longs, man. This name was $120 or $130 right there at its lows. Wow. Talk about adding some value into people's portfolios. Oracle, again, another solid name. We saw the breakout with Cisco, took out some crazy highs as well. We'll see if Oracle can get back up there. I recently sold, not recently, but I sold right here on this. I don't know how we got that. We got 317 or something like that on that kind of a move, and it fell all the way back in. I did not rebuy anything of Oracle, so I'm actually not in the name other than, and I guess now it is just straight love for ORCL as, yeah, and then these names are going to come to market. And the best part about it is all these deals that they have now with OpenAI, Anthropic, and all these deals that they have to build out these data centers and whatnot, now they can use your money to do that because people will be investing in OpenAI and they'll probably be raising capital for various ways through public markets. So now Oracle can be like, haha, we're going to get paid at some point. And there's closing our trade right there. So we will go Slappa for Robinhood. Good one there. Only trade this afternoon. We took about $1, and then about 70 cents on 70, 30% of it, most of it out here. And we actually did really good this time. Waited, for the 200 period, got a lot out right there. So that was about 50 cents or more. And then we dripped down and we were able to take advantage of that. So that's Robinhood. And then you mentioned SoFi. This is all that, people on the weekend were talking to me about it, and because I've been pretty vocal about this. And I did buy some 18s and we did buy some 16s. So we're going to hope that SoFi can get back up to the upside. And we did buy some here as well. I thought we bought some at 22, so into this area. So yeah, not great dip buys there for SoFi. We might just be in the money now or flat-ish on all these buys. So we started it a lot lower, but we did not get anything out near the top on SoFi. So far, so good there.
I want to quickly address this
good.
because Yost was asking. I know we've talked about what happened on Friday, but you're asking, can we talk about the end of day trading balancing using NVIDIA as an example? How would you have traded it? So here's NVIDIA, I'm trying to 39 million maybe. It was over. It was a ridiculous number. It was over 30 million. Intel was also maybe 25 million to sell. That number comes out abruptly at 350. That's maybe a 1 minute chart will be a little bit better because the 3 minute chart's not going to show you. Okay, thank goodness. I thought maybe if I switched the timing this late in the day, it was going to crash on me. And so if you see this candle at 350, that's the algos getting in. Unless you have a program that's going to digitally read the imbalances and then try to snag that, by the time you're even reacting to the surprise that NVIDIA is down that much, it had already moved down like $4 or $5. Maybe you code something that's good enough to catch it and maybe you get the last dollar of that spike. The way that I like to play it is oftentimes in these names, the actual print itself is not going to be the best. Is to look for the 355 flip. Now, there were 3 stocks significantly, and that gave you, I was in and out flat on the flip because it held but didn't go at 355. It turns out Intel was the best one. Like, you're either trying to capture somewhere reasonable on the break where you're not chasing it too far. In this case, NVIDIA was extreme, and then you're holding it for the print or close enough to 55 or to 58. Those are a couple of ways to play it. The one that ended up being the better flip, Intel. Like, Intel did give you a good bounce at 55 and ended up coming in higher. But that was a similar thing. Like, the algos have chewed up a lot of the, hey, we'll just punch in when you see that gigantic imbalance. Like, your best chance for those ones is to maybe get something that isn't NVIDIA or Intel. Like, when randomly, you might get some random less covered company which has an imbalance, and then you have a chance to be able to get in early on. But those big bad boys, you will have to suffer through chasing. Like, with those, you had to be, if you were willing to punch in and capture 1/4 of the move, that was your best bet at 350. You had no chance to be able to get the full thing. Let's go to Adara.
Fortunately, I have some more here out of the Middle East. Now, we know earlier today we had a drop in oil and a pop in the market after President Trump indicated in a Truth Social post that he had spoken to Hezbollah and to Prime Minister Netanyahu of Israel and that both parties had agreed not to attack one another. Well, now we're hearing comments from Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu of Israel about that talk. And he's saying, quote, I spoke with Trump this evening and told him that if Hezbollah does not cease its attacks on our cities and civilians, Israel will strike terrorist targets in Beirut. So basically, Benjamin Netanyahu and Trump more or less saying the same thing, but Netanyahu's framing of it certainly a little bit more implying that this conflict could continue. Furthermore, same reporter that reported these statements from Netanyahu reporting that Netanyahu also said, quote, the IDF will continue operating in southern Lebanon as planned. So it sounds like Netanyahu and the IDF are going to continue striking here in Beirut. We'll have to see if we get a response here from President Trump or from Iran after these comments. Back to you.
Thank you very much there.
I'm unable to open up the numbers, but we had on the Toronto imbalances, there was a huge one, and someone made $230,000 on the Toronto imbalances. And then we saw the numbers, and I know Neil just mentioned.
Oh, it's not working.
No, I know, that's what I was saying.
Oh.
So unfortunately, it's not loading right now. Maybe they're loading some data, but I showed it earlier this morning. Someone made 230 grand on those imbalances, so that's like making about $200,000 in probably 5 minutes. So that's the opportunity. That's for you here at Real Trading, and then also Multiple traders made $50,000, $60,000, $70,000, and I know Neil just mentioned he was in and out for flat, but some traders there, $50,000, $60,000, $70,000. That's like yearly totals of trading. So congratulations for those that have been able to make that on there. You're making a year's worth in 1 minute. So good job there.
Sometimes, and this sounds crazy, but sometimes less.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Yeah,
You'd be surprised.
I mean, I'm just throwing out a number, but yeah, I was saying maybe 5 seconds, right? And we're going to hope to do something like that with. I've already done that. I did that with Bullish.
Cerebras took probably 5 seconds.
Yeah, if I was here for that, oh boy.
5 seconds, and it halted up.
I'm going to get my revenge on SpaceX.
I'm calling SpaceX. I don't think SpaceX halts up like Cerebras did. I think it'll be more liquid. There's like this happy space that you want the IPOs to be in, where big enough, yes, but illiquid enough.
Yeah, I don't want it to be too crazy.
Yeah, I don't want there to be too much liquidity because then you don't get the 10%. Maybe you don't get that instant 10% in the money kind of deal. So you want that happy medium. Yep. That's why I might be more excited for Anthropic than SpaceX for that reason. But whatever. Ultimately, they are what they are, and someone's saying it's a revenge trade. It's not, because
no, I said revenge trade.
But it's not really. It's not like a revenge trade. A revenge trade is where you try to make back like lost money doing something irrational. This is just a case of just doing the thing that you always do, and it is what it is.
I just know it worked so well on Cerebras. That's why I was saying that.
Yeah, it was a matter of. To me, the only mistake was capturing the problem. Your only issue was like how much of it did you capture, because that 5 seconds, that's the highest price you got. So it was a question of how much you took out in the first 5 seconds. How much you made came down to how much did you get out in the first 5 seconds.
Or the halt when it opened at 370.
Or thank goodness I still took some out on the halt, because it was 350 to like 385. That's like $35. And then when it reopened, it was 370. Those were your chances to get the ball. If you didn't, boom.
Yeah, then it crashed. And that could be a SpaceX situation too, because SpaceX.
Slippage was not cool.
Yeah, and you could get a lot of that because it's going to come out where most of this is 85% held by Elon, and then what percent is held by these underwriters and so on and so forth. There's a very, very small percentage of that float that's coming to market, so we got to be very, very careful with what happens with SpaceX. But there it is, man. Oh, someone on one of your friends there, MF Dane Jenner, says 2,400 shares before IPO. So. Okay, yeah. I mean, the split. I think it did go. It went down to 195.
5 to 1
share.
Yeah, you know what I mean.
So we'll see. I'm sure they're going to roadshow. It'll probably come at 300, and then I think it'll probably open at 3x, whatever the price is. So, all right. Thank you so much for that one. JODs are in there as well, but
Jordanian dinars.
Yes,
I believe.
Good.
Well, I looked it up last time.
So good. Thank you so much for the Jordanian dinars. We really appreciate that. I hope everybody in Jordan is doing well. You had a good guy named after you, Michael Jordan, of course, not from Jordan. Hopefully we can put up.
He didn't drop on like 47 shots when he was in the conference semis. No, when they were knocking him on his butt, like the Pistons are beating him up. He wasn't sitting there falling down on every shot.
He was actually having cigars and rum and whiskey for the game and after the game,
and going out to the casino,
and golfing, and all of that. So. That's where, just imagine that he actually took care of his body in the same way as the guys do now. I mean, obviously Jordan's a crazy athlete.
He is,
he can
but
do whatever the hell he wants. But
for all this stuff about Michael Jordan, Kobe was the guy that was
more disciplined,
and all that kind of.
But he was only more disciplined because of Jordan. Everyone could see modeled their games obviously after him, and you could see there what happened.
Kobe,
the rest is history there with all these players.
If Shaq had what?
Here goes Jay-Z. Right here, an old rapper. I don't know, just it hasn't opened basically ever since we started talking about it. I mean, it opens and closes. Whether or not you're able to make some kind of money on this, I just want to take it to everyone's attention because it's another halter that has now opened back up and halted again. So yeah, it looks like we had a couple minutes here where it was okay from about 215 to 220, and then there's another one from 240 up to 280. So this one now halting and tapping. Just halted at 38, so we're going to be open soon. And it looks like it might be over all the halting, to be honest with you. Not that I'm saying it's over, but the halt price may open up at the same price it closed at. So that's kind of cool. Like it closed at 277, and right now the theoretical auction price, which is what I'm keeping keep on pointing out to you here, our software does give us the data that comes from the market, and right now it's showing $2.77. So with a matter of a couple seconds maybe until open, it's 38. So right now it's 43, so we're gonna open up in 45 seconds. That's going to create some actionable trading for sure with JZ, and we'll see where that winds up opening up right now. Spurs are favorites.
I'm gonna be cheering for the Knicks.
Yeah, I like the Eastern Conference. I'm gonna cheer.
Yeah, I mean it's a Eastern Conference, but there's something about that team, the way they played this year, that I'm a fan.
Yeah, they're not gonna have an answer for Wemby, but
No, but nobody has an answer for Wemby. It's
exactly.
No, the Spurs, the way the Spurs played, I don't rationally think that the Knicks are gonna win, but I'm gonna be cheering for the Knicks. That's for sure. Let's go over to Adair. Tesla's bleeding, by the way.
Bit of a bounce here off the lows for CME. That is CME Group seeing some reports here that they have started 24/7 cryptocurrency futures and options trading. So as you can see, a little bit of a bounce here for CME Group off the lows on that news that they are starting 24/7 crypto futures and options trading. Back to you.
He's going to be
Just hope this guy stays healthy.
generational player. Wemby.
Just stay healthy, man.
Okay, so here we go again. You know, that was a good out, right? So we'll just be like, shout out to Brendo. He'll be back later this week. So there it goes, man, on longest vacation of all time. 91.40. Hope you're having a good time there, Brendo. All the way back in to 91 and then down into $90.40. He's actually doing some work as well. So there it is. Nice move back in. And there's our out. So out there, out there, out there. And now it climbs back upside with now only 15 seconds, 5 minutes to go. That was because Jay-Z just opened up. Let me see what this is doing now. Okay, so there you go. So I was saying that we might have seen the end of the halts.
But even if it halts again, it won't open.
Oh, yeah. I mean, the volume, it's going to halt again because, you know, if we lose that right there, if you lose that 70, which someone just smacked it for 20,000 shares, you know, probably goes to the downside. But there's so many hidden orders here. Like, look what's on the level 1 and level 2. It's like 100 shares. Each one of these represents 100 shares. But yet it's doing thousands and thousands of shares here on the level 2, on the sort of time and sales, right? So very misleading, a lot of dark pools here, but there we go. Like that was kind of an easier one to say, hey, maybe we open up and we don't go crazy halting because the price was pretty close to where, you know, it last halted at. Okay, I just want to check out Google because I said that if there was a little bit more time, maybe we would break longer, but you see what the market did? Downside right there, and there's that short again, rate coming into play again. You could have used that top wick there as you're out and even just tried to push it through this 50-period moving average all the way down there into the downside. So join us tomorrow morning when I'll be trading much more actively and some levels like that, hopefully coming through tomorrow.
Patrick, shout out to the Canadian super chat there, $17. Q's call options all day, made 800% in 5 minutes, and you still have no idea what happened, but you'll take the win.
What do you mean made 800% in 5 minutes?
What kind of...
On what? What did you do? Oh, daily options? Is that what it was? Did it say dailies? It has to be dailies?
It's got to be.
Okay, well, congratulations. I mean, if you think the market was going down there, that's calls on you. That was a good one.
I mean, if you just, like, at the open, the market was...
$8,000?
We were tanking into the open. Like, you remember the context of what was happening. Remember in the morning, we had USO going, like, crazy into the open, so, like, volatility was going up, and effectively, like, the Qs were right into Friday's lows, and then at 9:30, ramp job, and then it did like a double barrel bottom here on the Qs. And I don't know how long you held or how quickly you were able to, but when volatility spikes up, that's your chance if you get the reversion you want. 3 minutes until we get the imbalances. HPE is a early look 1.8 million. We know they're going to be in play. RIG, it's always there. Redwire, 1.1 million to the sell side, actually. Nokia is a sell as well, 900,000. These are all pretty insignificant relative to Friday. Uber, 700,000. QSR, 700,000. They're both sells. I'm just going to have up like the biggest ones on Friday, just for lack of a better place to look, on the NASDAQ were NVIDIA and Intel specifically. So those are the two. Just on the chance of something residual happening in either direction, I want to have those two up. They flash so quickly. Like we said, you need to have some kind of an algo to be able to catch it. Tighten up the stop on the last. It just bounced off VWAP again, but same thing as before. And good thing we got out of that Virgin Galactic, because space has actually continued. Whoops, I just actually typed space. instead of SPCE. It's continuing to hold VWAP. So it was one trade into the volume weighted average price. It gave you like 25, 30 pennies, and now going back higher. So this is going to close on strength for Virgin Galactic. Outside of that halt at the open to the downside, and I guess it reopened and made fresh lows, but since that, most of the day has been grinding higher on low volume for Virgin Galactic. Still believe that this name is more susceptible than the other space names to falling off a real cliff. Like if you said which one has a chance of pulling back 70 to 80%, I mean, Virgin Galactic's up 3x from the lows and doesn't have a viable business. So it's kind of low-hanging fruit to hate on them. But hey, momentum's momentum. Good for them.
Is it today's June 1st? Here it is. So yeah, it is for sure. Shout out to Adara, TTV Research. Go find it right now. TTV Research. This is Miss Adara's handle, so we want to say shout out to her for that one. So this is what's happening, man. Credo. We got a lot of CRDOs in the chat today. That's coming post-market, as well as we had some HPEs. We can have a quick little look, obviously, at all of those stocks as well, as those are getting pumped through, and we'll have to watch to see what exactly is going to be happening there tonight. Dollar General tomorrow. You know, again, some good names coming through. We'll see how good they are and how they perform into tomorrow. I'm very excited for a position that I have, of course, with Palo Alto. We also have CrowdStrike. It's going to be a big moment for all of them. Ulta Beauty's been getting hit. We do have some problems in the retail side of things. We showed you, like Walmart at 114, man. I mean, Walmart was also at 135 not too long ago. So, you know, that's definitely some value there. And you're never going to sell the tops or buy the bottoms, but maybe something there. We'll have to see what happens to Ulta Beauty. There's CrowdStrike. There's another retail name, Macy's. So a lot of retail this week. Okay, there's one that we should all, by the way, love shopping at Five Below. My daughter loves going there whenever we're in the States as well, all my kids. So C3AI, nobody knows what they're doing. There's ChargePoint, CrowdStrike, good days ahead for us this week. DocuSign as well. Rubrik, okay, that could be another. We've seen what Snowflake has done. We've seen some big moves there. I don't know if that's Planet. That's not Planet Fitness, is it? But there's Planet, whatever that is. There's Lululemon, and we've already seen there's OVO is reporting as well, apparently. But okay, there's Lululemon coming on Thursday night, so watch out for that one as they go through some management shakeups. I think that's going to be a rinse job there on Lululemon. I think they're going to throw it in, and then you buy it after that quarter. There's NVIDIA. There's the sell. We talked about like not trying to mess around too much with any of these plays. Apple, a little bit of a sell side as well there. So Daryl will be posting those up in just a couple of seconds, I'm sure, what the net effect is on the market. Other than that, yeah, pretty, okay, Uber caught a sell, darn it. We wish we caught that a bid. But this just goes to show you, we got that question about what imbalances can do, and yeah, all of a sudden, they can send your from a winning one into a losing one, especially when the market has nearly a $2 billion sell candle on it right there with the NASDAQ, $1 billion.
And the Mag 7.
And the Dow, the Mag 7 holding most of that, and of course, NVIDIA, Apple's all right here. So yeah, thanks to Financial Juice for those numbers as they come pretty quick.
Nowhere near as big as it was on Friday.
No.
In context, remember, NVIDIA was 10 times the size on Friday. So this 3 is kind of a nothing. It's not nothing, but it is effectively relatively a nothing burger. Nokia's there for it was 1.7. You just live saw it pare down to 1.1 and barely even moving. HPE, of course, look at this pullback. It was program buying all afternoon. And remember, it had an early look buy imbalance. See how the early look was 1.8 million, and it didn't come out as 1.8 million. It came out as $1 million, which was half the size. And so even though it's a buy imbalance, it rallied with that early look, and look at the rug. If that 1.8 came out at 3, probably goes higher. That's why when you get the early look, use it to your advantage. You buy that top, when it comes out small, you're gonna get yourself in trouble because it's public too. Just anyone could see it was 1.8 million buy. The second it came out half that, boom, the sellers just jumped in. And if you're holding that position because of the imbalance, you've got to have a trailing stop. Cheese in a chair. Yes. All right, I'm assuming this is our cheese dispenser business. JP Morgan got nothing on SoftBank. Is this price action all due to its ARM holdings, or is there something else to explain the crazy upside? Yeah, but SoftBank's not all ARM, man. They've been making heavy bets in the AI space. So let's be realistic. But ARM, I mean, it doesn't hurt. It doesn't hurt if you own ARM, which, by the way, I don't think we even mentioned this once in the afternoon, did we? And it's up 16% today. You know it's a good market when a stock up 16% doesn't get a lot of chatter with it. This has also been completely insane for ARM. But remember, complete reset, not reset of value on this business. They're going into making chips. It's a whole new window for them, and they've even said themselves, this is 3 to 5x on their revenues over the next couple of years. So this is the big great reset, and it was great from the IPO. It was a great consolidation break, but I mean, did I think it would have touched 420 this quickly? Nope. But you know what? That's good. You own good companies, and every now this kind of crap's going to happen to you. That's just how it works. Did I think Intel was going to go to 125 or whatever the heck it was at last week? I didn't think that either. But they end up working out. So congrats if you own ARM. SoftBank's they're not hating, although they did sell some pretty good companies. I mean, they sold a boatload of NVIDIA.
Yeah. Did you look at SFTBY?
I didn't pull them out. The question was about ARM, so I just pulled up ARM.
Yeah, your SoftBank is absolutely rocking there. I mean, the only thing that they sort of missed on, this is going to be some sort of a split there. They missed on Marvell. They wanted to get that name in around that $100 mark. They actually made it public that they were looking at it then. Now Marvell's 220. We didn't miss on Marvell, but Marvell pulling back just a little bit here into the close. So what's up? What's up to No Respect, man? You guys have been great. Thank you so much for all the love there in the chat. This dude made $100,000 apparently last year trading. So it's more than I, so good job on that one there for you. So that's a nice little number there. Put that in your pocket, and you mentioned there was a chip name. So great job on that. So, thanks for taking the risk with us and watching and learning, and hopefully you can put that 100 to work. And as I just said there, if you just keep it in the market, maybe get a little return on that as well, and you don't have to stress out too much, but that's a good little level there for you. $100,000, so good name, good move. All right, Marvell, it's going to go out. I don't know what the record close is for this name, but it looks like it'll be right here today. Looks like we did close this day at 215 back in, so I got out some right here, right now, at those prices last week on earnings, and now it's right back up to that level. So you can't keep the stock down for long. On earnings, it does make a move into 190, as I said before. Like, tough look there for Marvell, but all the way back up. It didn't take very long for that happening. Robinhood has fallen down on these imbalances a little bit there, but some good outs. We're still not underneath where we got into. Hewlett Packard, we're looking at 12 cents here on earnings. We'll see if they can come up with a decent number. And we got that super chat earlier, and all I can do is reference what I did. I had a name like this. We just showed you Marvell, ARM, Intel, AMD, all names that went parabolic, and I got out at 20% of all of those names last week. So yeah, I'm part of the hype train as well, and I'm just trying to get out a little bit here as we go. So just to let you guys know, those are my thoughts on what to do ahead of earnings, especially when you get a stock going parabolic. But again, Dell was up 32% on their report. So if you sold anything the day before, you might have had a little bit of FOMO on that as well. But similar like move. We'll see if HPE, again, can get involved similarly the way Dell had over the last little while. So congratulations, anybody that's held HPE or Dell up to this point. So it's been a good run for those names.
Needless to say.
That's for sure.
Oh, 100%, and it's like the rising tide's even dragging things like SMCI back upside. So that's the good thing, and in a strong market is you'll get like rotation into some better names. And there's a lot of people talking about Meta right now. I'm thinking that, like, the reality is for Meta at this particular point, they want those actually bringing in the big revenues from AI, and that's the thing. Like hopefully this cloud. Because Zuckerberg did mention the possibility of getting into cloud, and I think that could be good for them. But the more prescient thing is that they're not in it now, and that really just gives their competition a better place, or at least the market seems a better place to put that money. So I also saw someone say Cerebras, they're taking a swing. Is that back down to the IPO issue? 185, it was the IPO issue price for CBRS.
It was close. It was 220 today?
Yeah, I remember saying to myself, when it gets down to 185, that day I will look for, that's the next day I will probably trade it. Will be to look for, like, somewhere in the buy zone. So this could break 200 tomorrow. It's down 10% today. You get another 10% down, and you're getting into the issue price. The only reason I say that is oftentimes you will have the underwriters defend that price, meaning they'll flat out sit there on the bid because they don't want it to go negative before the lock. It's kind of a bad look for it to go negative before the lockup, although it happens all the time. but it's still something that tip working now. That's still something that sometimes you'll see defense. If I see like an obvious like support level or program buyer like 190 in front of 185, like to me that's a nice day trade.
Right, so it's working. So let's go find out who made all the money at Real Trading. Neil and I sitting here on a prop floor, and we talk about all the time, up your share size if you can, if you've got a strategy. Someone did that on Friday. So a shout out, man. You got something on you there. That's 230,000. These are US dollars made in the Canadian market on a big imbalance at the end of the day. So shout out to those guys trading that. He, she, or they, good trade. Amex, 72,000, NASDAQ, New York. So these are all three markets, 55. And there was days last week, I remember showing this to you, and it was like 7,000, 5,000, 8,000. And I was like, this is the ebbs and flows of the market, right? This trader, I have no idea how much they'll make or lose today or what they'll make tomorrow. I don't know. These are just what people made and what traders made on rebalances there on. And my biggest days have been on rebalances. As well as IPO days. So, we'll have to wait to see if SpaceX can do that, but big time imbalances for some of these traders, man. They got horse sense on those. They made some great calls. Canada again, Canada again, Canada. Most of these names were all Canadian. Anybody on this list pretty much traded Canada. You get one there, 47,000 on Amex in New York, and then 71,000. Everybody else had a piece of that pie in the closing prints there for the TSX. So congratulations. Everybody that was able to make a lot of money there. There's a lot of money to go around, especially on those imbalances. And there you go, right? So just to show you, 90% plus money made on special events. So, and that's another one. Of course, IPOs and closing trades or halts opening up, like if you catch a halt, and right here,
that's maybe not the best example.
This is a bad example, but if you're long here at 292, it opens at 320. Then if you have 5,000 shares, that could be.
There was a couple from last week that were good examples of that.
Yes.
Jed, that Jay-Z stock, it's like it kind of defeats the purpose of the halt rule when you have a stock like this. It's kind of silly, realistically, that's what happens. But remember, HPE still up to almost 10%, and they are reporting after the bell. We've got the closing bell in just 10 seconds for the first time this month. I want to shout out to Beta Pros. You see right there. You can scan that QR code. And 3, 2, and 1. Ring it. Great day for the market, man. I mean, every up day is good.
Yeah.
Every up day is good, but the way things started out makes it better. Like not all up days are created equal. We had USO through the roof this morning and the market tanking. So closing close to the highs, I think it just plays a little bit better. But a good start, definitely a good start to the month. Well, a good start to the week, good start to the month as well. HPE earnings after the bell, but we'll see. Like the biggest earnings have come and gone. Someone's on the bid, big. Who does that before earnings? Yeah, have fun with that. Oh, that's New York. Well, that's
they can't trade.
Yeah, that's residual buy.
Yeah,
it's already popping.
They won't be there. So this Jay-Z cannot halt anymore. So we'll see what winds up happening. It goes all the way to 334, and now falling back in just a little bit. But there it is. This will not halt in the after hours. So get ready to rock and roll here. If you're a long Jay-Z, I think it's a good opportunity here, and we'll just see where it opens tomorrow. You can always put your stop in and around $3 and see what winds up happening. But a good day overall. I want to thank everybody. Thank Joe and Sharif for the big midday show. That's for sure. Dara, always there with the news. I want to thank her for always providing all that. And TTV Research, what a great website as well to go check out there on Twitter. Andre, Ramin, everybody, Fabian for running around here and doing everything with the audio, trying to get that all fixed up as well for us. I think we got Andre, Fabian, Ramin. I think we covered everybody there. And so, yeah, good one there. We'll see you. I have a game tonight. You're probably...
we have a game tonight, too.
Okay, good, yeah. 8 to 10 for us. You're probably a little earlier. I know, that's nice.
Oh, yeah. I got to rush to get...
We were 6 to 8, yeah, when we were...
we're 6:15.
Yeah, perfect.
Yeah, which is perfect time.
So. All right, thank you, everybody. We'll see you tomorrow. Good luck to HPE Longs, and we'll see you tomorrow on another update on the market.
Already up.